very much for hanging with us. Looks like we are live. I'm going to have to do this by myself today, so please bear with me. I'm going to mute myself briefly. Super annoying. It always tells me video unavailable. Oh, that's right, because it's on the other channel. That's what it is. Super annoying. Please hold, ladies and germs. There we go. Now we're slowly starting to cook with gas, my friends. Let's go into my account. By the way, D couldn't make it today. Everybody, please wish D. Why am I on my main Google account now? Okay, everything's going tits up right now. Here we go. View my channel instead of view my Google account. Let me mute myself. Oh, okay, there we go. So, ladies and germs, please, everyone, I didn't get details from him, but it didn't sound like he was happy to be going to the vet. He is going to the vet today, and so everyone wished the best thoughts and everything else. It's often very unpleasant to go to the vet for a variety of reasons. Hope he's doing okay, and hope his kitty or dog or bird or whatever he's taken there is doing well. So anyway, ladies and germs, right on Smashed. Hope to see you soon. But everyone think of D, and as always, thank you to D for always doing these takeovers and everything else. Anyway, without D, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of these shows. By the way, don't know what the future of a lot of the shows is actually right at the moment, because literally it's always right before the show. Whoever does it on purpose. Right before the show, maybe about an hour and a half before the show, I got a notice that my the main channel, basically Female and the Flavors, got another strike. And the best part is that the strike was literally for the introduction that we do. So during the introduction, it's time stamped 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Basically, I was reported basically for selling illegal goods or something else. I can't even remember what the title was. During the disclaimer where I'm talking about how we don't sell illegal goods or anything else. Anyway, chef's kiss for that person being just a piece of fucking trash, just a fractal trash can fire. Anyway. So in the meantime, Female Northern Flavors is offline, ladies and germs. It's offline for at least a couple of weeks. I have taken it private, basically, in the meantime, so that same fucking gaping shitlord can't continue to report more of the show, or more of the channels, or more of the shows on the channel. So basically, that's what I did last time. Pretty much, I almost got a second strike. To this day, a lot of people are like, "Wait, what happened to all those videos, Fumidor?" Oh, they're all hidden, basically. So anyway, the channel is totally pretty much hidden at the moment. You can still see the channel, basically, but you can't see any of the content. So thanks very much to the destructive shithead that continues to mess with my channel. But in the meantime, I guess we'll be on this channel until it's taken down. And then after that, I don't know, maybe Twitch or something, or whatever. We'll figure it out. Maybe nothing, honestly, because I was just talking to a friend of mine that basically people don't really follow you over to new places. So, for example, this channel is tiny, and it's been around for a while now. Like we've had this channel going for I don't know 6 or 8 months or something. So maybe almost a year actually since I had to take the main channel private and stuff. And we're still like under 200 subscribers, I think, or maybe just right around 200 subscribers. So basically, if we go to Twitch or something, it'll be a whole new audience, basically. So at that point it's a question of like, do you really want to rebuild your entire following again? Don't know. At that point I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Whoever the gaping shitlord is that basically keeps reporting my channels, they do a great job, honestly, a really great job of making me not feel wanted on YouTube. So success to you. Hope that is a super rewarding pastime that you do instead of having hobbies or interests or anything else. I'm sure they're watching this channel now too. Anyway, on a less negative note, what's going on, Smash? What were you going to say?
You're right. It is one of the hardest things, like, is actually getting people to move from one to another platform. Because I'd like to stream on like Kick or Twitch, but every time I do, I'll post something on Instagram and no one shows up. I'm like, I don't get it.
Yep. What are you gonna do?
Hold on, rolling up some. What is this? Oh, Cherry Smashed, an in-house strain. That's pretty good.
Look, the folks in chat. Cheers, Crymore Grows. Crymore Grows says, "Damn, those haters don't quit." And I'll watch on whatever platform. Thank you, Crymore Grows. Much appreciated. Miss Chronic, welcome, by the way. She says, "Yuppers, Crymore." So I guess that's like. Oh man, I was gonna say Mega Dittos, but Mega Dittos is basically like that's fucking Rush Limbaugh. That's asshole stuff. Like I try not to say the same things that assholes say.
Shout out to Crymore and Miss Chronic. They're always either in our chat, my chat, your chat. They're always watching.
That's true. Yeah, man. Good to see you guys. Of course, Christophe is in the chat. Bonjour, Christophe. Good to see you, my friend. Southern VT Growers in the chat. What's going on, buddy? Welcome. Oh, I should maybe do that thing. Oh, fuck, it's all private. Oh, shit. I took that video private, didn't I? I don't know if I'll be able to.
I can look, see if it pops up. This button, YouTube.
Well, I think I took it private. So basically, unless I have it on this channel, which I don't think I do, I guess I could show the beginning of one of my other videos. That's what I could do. No, wait, not that one. All right. Please don't do that.
Oh, yeah, it is. It says one video on your channel. That looks crazy.
There we go. I bet I can show this. Here, I'm going to mute myself real quick while I try to stream this other show.
All right, let me pull up chat, see what people are saying. I hope everyone's having a great day. We got the holiday coming up tomorrow. Obviously, if you are in the United States, you know about Black Friday and all the deals going on. So if you need to buy anything for your grow coming up, keep an eye out for sales and stuff because everyone's going on sale.
Most of the sales lately have not been all that good.
You're right. I haven't really seen anything I want yet.
Like even in terms of basically in terms of everything, like photography gear, like there's very little that goes on sale. That's not true. Some stuff goes on sale, but it's not like crazy sales for Black Friday. It's like pretty much the same sale as year round. Like there's been a bunch of Canon sales all year for like lenses and stuff. Pretty decent sales, I guess. I mean, I guess that's relative because the fucking price on those lenses are kind of nuts. But you know, $300-400 off in some cases. The Black Friday deals are no better, honestly. It's kind of annoying, frankly. Anyway, I guess we've been conditioned to think that Black Friday is a big deal. So here's from another video. Actually, I think this video also got not a strike, but at least a whatever age restriction or whatever. Fuck the fucking haters. Honestly, I'm so sick of it. Anyway, here it goes. Hi there, everybody. There's a bird's nest behind me, and that bird is telling you that, first of all, before anything else in the show is for adults only, 21 and over. Wherever you are, if the rules are a little bit different, if you have to be 23 or 24 or something else, please follow your local rules. Where I am, it's 21 and over to be an adult, so please do follow those rules. The show is not for children. It is for adults only. Please also remember that the show is completely and totally drug-free. We do not actually purvey any kind of drugs of any kind. You cannot get drugs from this show of any kind. You cannot buy them. You cannot borrow them. You cannot steal them. You cannot get them bequeathed to you. You cannot get drugs from this show. So please do not bother reporting this show for purveying drugs or anything else. You cannot, in any way, get drugs from the show. There's no secret menu. There's no super secret menu. There's no other way to get any kind of illegal product from my show. Also, please remember, we're doing this a little bit impromptu, so please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, for the bird squawks and everything else. Extremely dangerous challenges are not shown on the show. Challenges that pose an imminent risk of physical injury are never shown. Dangerous or threatening pranks are also never shown on the show. Pranks that lead victims to fear imminent, serious physical danger or that create serious emotional distress in minors. Instructions to kill or harm are never shown on the show, showing viewers how to perform activities meant to kill or maim others. For example, giving instructions to build a bomb meant to injure or kill others. Hard drug use or its creation is never shown on the show. Content that depicts abuse of or giving instructions on how to create hard drugs, such as cocaine or opioids. Hard drugs are defined as drugs that can mostly lead to physical addiction. I add the proviso that sometimes you'll hear people on the show interact or have tell stories stories about how they have interacted in one way or the other with some drugs, cocaine, opioids, other drugs in their past. Please always assume that those are negative portrayals. Those are cautionary tales, and you should never, under any circumstances, emulate those stories. It's the position of Fumidoro and Fumidoro and the Flavors, everyone on Fumidoro, and all of the guests that drugs are bad, and you should not, under any circumstances, emulate those stories. And of course, my phone locked while I was talking. Instructional theft or cheating is never shown, ladies and gentlemen. Showing viewers how to steal tangible goods or promoting dishonest behavior would never be discussed on the show. Hacking is never shown. Demonstrating how to use computers or information technology with the intent to steal credentials, compromise personal data, or cause serious harm to others, such as, but not limited to, hacking into
Good morning, everybody.
accounts. And finally, bypassing payment for digital content or services, showing viewers how to use apps, websites, or other information technology to gain unauthorized access to audio content, audiovisual content, full video games, software, or streaming services that normally require payment. We would never discuss any of those things. Finally, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the show is, of course, for adults only, and of course, we do not, under any circumstances, offer drugs to you. Even though other channels might have secret menus, we do not. Under no circumstances can you find anything illegal in the show. The cannabis content that we do discuss is legal under the 2018 Farm Bill, and the seeds that we purvey also are legal. All the breeders that come through the show, it's legal for us to purvey seeds because the seeds have no THC in them, so they are legal under the 2018 Farm Bill. Thanks, folks, for bearing with the introduction of the prologue here. We've recorded it maybe for the... Indeed, thank you, everybody. Cheers to Captain 420 for the voice from that video, I guess. That's him, if you guys didn't know. Very frustrating that we have to do these intros all the time. It makes it almost impossible, honestly, to have these channels to do anything really with cannabis at all. Even when you do follow the rules, you're constantly reported, literally just constantly reported for stuff. I just got a few more reports basically while I was looking at my phone. I was like, oh, I'm curious if I got a response to the appeal to the freaking strike on my main channel. No, basically the same person that was reporting my that one video apparently reported a bunch of other videos, so my instinct to take the whole channel private was correct, honestly, because that person is just endlessly reporting videos. They got butthurt about something. Who knows who the fuck it was? It could have been somebody that Captain 420 was talking about, this one shitlord that used to be on this channel. Maybe that little fucking dipshit is reporting my show again, because I unfortunately know that he did in the past. Perhaps it's, I guess I shouldn't even say who it was. Perhaps it's somebody that I had locked horns with in real life more recently. There's so many shitlords in this world, but whoever it is, YouTube makes it excessively easy for people to just report you just for nothing, pretty much, and there's really nothing you can do about it. Incredibly frustrating. So anyway, time to move to Twitch or something. I don't know. It's really annoying because I don't think that our content really has anything to do with the 95%, 99% of the fucking content on Twitch, whereas on YouTube it feels a little bit more at home. At the same time, I do find myself, because I traditionally have watched a lot of YouTube. I've said for years now I don't have cable TV or anything, and I just watch a lot of YouTube, frankly, a lot of times. But even that has changed quite a bit. Like I can very rarely find content that I really am interested in. A lot of times I'll just kind of be like, nah, whatever. I'll open up a tab and I'll just kind of leave it there for a couple of days, and I'll just delete it after a couple of days because it'd just be a video that I'm just like, meh, whatever. Everything has been like algorithmed to death, basically. So if it's not essentially, if they don't make it to suit the algorithm to hit the most eyeballs, which means that it's basically tailored to new eyeballs, to people who are not necessarily fans of the show, to be viral, like all these things basically are things that I'm not interested in. It doesn't do well. And so consequently, almost all the channels that I like that don't chase the algorithm, they basically do super poorly. Much more, well, my channel does pretty poorly, so I'm not going to say even more poorly than mine. But still, like, I guess in my head anyway, I was like, oh, even more poorly than mine. Probably not, honestly. But still, very frustrating. There's very little on YouTube. Oh, you're muted, I think, Smashed. Or maybe I'm muted. No, you're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. I've been trying to figure out how to like turn a long form like an hour show into clips. Like they say there's like this AI generator that will go through the whole video and take out like 60-second clips of important stuff. And I've been trying to do that more so I can get more of the shorts and TikTok and all that shit, because there's really like people's attention spans isn't there anymore. Like I notice my YouTube shorts go crazy, but actually I've had some decent luck with the lives. But even still under 100 views on a live, you know, but I can get 1,000 views on the fucking short. I've been trying to figure out, I think Insta360 just released a new action camera that has like AI in it that will go through the video and take out clips. I'm
Only a matter
looking.
of time, probably in the next few months, honestly, that we'll have, as you mentioned it, basically AI assistants in every single video editing suite. They already have AI fill and everything in Adobe Photoshop, and lucky me, I don't really know Photoshop. I learned it years ago, and then for years refused to kind of like relearn it. And so all these years, I basically just don't really know Photoshop. Very frustrating. I even pay for the fucking Adobe suite, always telling myself like, "Oh, I'm going to relearn Photoshop," and I don't do it because there's always a million other things to do. Anyway, long story short, fucking Adobe has goddamn apparently magical fill basically built in. It's only a matter of time before they implement a lot of other AI features. The one piece of software that I do use more than Photoshop is Capture One, and I haven't had a chance to use their new AI masking features, but they're apparently magical. Only reason why is because I'm still trying to like restore my computer and stuff, but it's apparently like just game changingly amazing. Like, for example, you can basically mask out essentially, for example, like your entire background. I mean, your entire background, that's obviously fake anyway. But let's say that it was real. Let's say that you were literally in front of a gigantic trichome thing. Well, that used to be somewhat difficult. You used to actually have to, like with Photoshop, you used to actually have to like
Cut
click
it
the
out
little
by
masking tool
hand.
and cut it out basically. And Photoshop has gotten quite good at that now too. But evidently now Capture One is even better. It basically uses an artificial intelligence essentially to interpolate basically what's the person and what's not the person, and it's apparently spectacular at it. Anyway, haven't had a
Well,
chance to.
there's also like if me and you were gonna take a picture, like pretend me and Fumi are right here, and I'm like my
Mm.
arms around Fumi, and someone walked in the back of our picture. There's Google has this one. It just erases.
Yeah,
You
they
can
can remove the person.
just
Yeah.
remove it completely, and it will generate the AI behind it to
Yep.
match that. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, only a matter of time before, first of all, that's going to be standard, not only in the suites that you have to pay for, because all the stuff we've been talking about, you have to pay for, but before long, it's going to be free, basically. It's going to be in Bing and everything else. You're going to be able to do it probably. Microsoft, whatever the fuck their free version is. But not only that, all the different video editing suites, like you talk about, that's going to be an amazing feature. If they're not already working on it, they better. AI clip generators, basically, so that you can essentially just basically tell the thing, give me some clips for YouTube, give me some clips for fucking TikTok, give me some clips for whatever. It's really not that difficult for that thing to do it. It can basically look for hot points and everything. The editing suites basically already have some software like that built in where you can find like the loud parts and everything else. So it wouldn't be difficult for them to basically create these little videos for you. And then you can adjust them yourself. Basically, you can tell the AI, no, a little bit more in the beginning, a little bit more in the end, or whatever the shit, right? A little bit more of the dog, whatever, and it'll actually come up with fucking clips for you. It's going to be
Yeah.
stunning, honestly. Um, it's scary in equal measure as it is fascinating when you think about this kind of stuff, because all these advancements are probably going to take some people's jobs. Hopefully, those people are going to be able to use that technology to get even better jobs. That's always the promise of technology. But of course, that may not pan out this time. Who knows? There's only a limited amount of jobs really available. Who knows if new AI assisted video editing jobs are going to be in the works? But anyway,
I
still
use
interesting for average people. They'll be able to make movies, go viral on TikTok and whatever, just because an AI threw together some fucking clips from their video. Kind of interesting.
I've been using CapCut, CapCut, and they have, if you pay, they have like, I can make a video with a script and it will pull up like a bunch of AI. Well, not, they're not even AI, they're pictures of people. So you can pick whatever person you want to do the script. You can say, oh, I want this guy to say my script, and it will load it up. It will, the AI will like, I
Like
charge,
you take the person's face.
yeah, I'll show
Oh
you.
wow, that's something.
I did one the other day about
There was a
raping
scandal in
kids.
some country. I don't honestly remember which country right now, but it was somewhere, I don't even know, Armenia or something. Some celebrity got deep faked into a porn, which is basically coming. I'm surprised they're not already there. You'll be able to say like, "Oh, Scarlett Johansson" or whatever in your favorite porn, and they'll be able to do it.
So like
Hmm.
I picked this dude, I wrote the script and I uploaded it, and it generated the guy just
Wow.
talking about it. It's pretty cool.
That's chill.
I'm gonna start putting more of those up, like for educational stuff. Like I don't know, pick. I used to do like fun plant facts once a week, and I think I'm gonna go back to like doing it. Not just cannabis, just any plants, any interesting facts.
It's going to really have a big impact on what we see as true or fake in the world at large. You know, like for the most part, and unfortunately, we've discovered in the last few years that a lot of people don't have very good truth detectors, or I guess also bullshit detectors, kind of in equal measure. And so a lot of people fall for obvious scams, basically. But I think that a lot of people would agree that seeing a person talking or seeing like a physical person talking about something has some kind of a level of truthiness to it, basically, that we'll believe it, basically. So if you'll see like a person talking about, I don't even know, global warming or something, people will believe, okay, that's a real person. There's at least some truth to that. Like they put it together, like an actor showed up and blah, blah, blah. But now it's going to be literally an AI generated spoof, basically, of a person. They could have that person saying any fucking thing. They could say the world is flat, the world is round, the world is a triangle. It doesn't really matter. We're going to really have a hard time figuring out what is real, basically, is what I'm trying to say in the end of
You're
this. It's going to be very, very difficult to figure out at all what is real, even if it's a real statement that was made by a person.
no, you're 100% right, and it's just getting better, like at mimicking us.
Hmm. Hmm. It's going to be fucking weird. Anyway, hop on, folks. We're about halfway through, almost halfway through a high noon safety meeting. We're usually here for about an hour and 20 minutes or so. We can always leave a little bit early if we need to. Excuse me. But in the meantime, it is a conversational show. Hop on here, ladies and germs. Do hop on here. We don't do this show for nothing. I hope, I suppose. I hope it's not for nothing. I hope you guys come join us and have some conversation. Show off your garden. Tell us how it's how it's going, how it's growing. Tell us what's new.
Oh shit! I Chem Dog. I found balls on her.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, yeah. She got cut down 2 days ago. I was live, and I put it right up front.
Was it
Just to, like,
flowering or vegetative?
it was flowering.
Interesting. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's prone to herming.
I
There's
think
some
it's just
soils that are prone to herming. Cherry pie is prone to herming. Um, Cookies can be in certain circumstances, even blueberry in certain circumstances. That was, I think, one of the problems that Subcool used to have with it. One of the problems that Subcool, no, I think I said that right. One of the problems Subcool used to have was that blueberry was herming. Fuck, I'm not even that high. Basically, I think he actually came to the conclusion too, but I have long suspected that he basically just overfed blueberry, because I haven't really had all that many problems with blueberry just as a plant. It just seems to kind of grow normally, but I
yeah.
don't really heavily feed the soil. Like super soil is really fucking strong with the nitrogen and everything else. There's a ton of stuff in there, blood meal and everything else.
That's
uh
what I think of when I think of the
yeah,
super.
100%. Even like I'm just thinking to myself, like I don't throw away soil, I reuse it, over time. But and I reuse the same pots. I don't even, throw out the pots or anything. Like the same pot basically stays
Mhm.
like a coherent pot. Smash knows what I'm talking about, but not everyone in the audience maybe knows. So for example, if you use super soil the first run, it's already hot with the blood meal and everything else. But as that stuff starts to break down, all the potash and everything else starts to break down, second, third, fourth, fifth cycle, the super soil just gets even hotter, honestly, over time. So it's just a way too hot of a mix, honestly. That was one of the things that I always wondered why people were using super soil, just excessively too much. But anyway, it hermed out a lot of plants. It hermed out blueberry and I think a few other plants too. I think Subcool used to talk about how cookies didn't really do well in his soil too. So anyway, I haven't struggled with blueberry. But then again, like I don't really feed a heavy soil. I basically let stuff break down on the surface, and then over time it kind of blends in. There's
Oh,
more than enough nutrients already in the soil.
I bought some Lost Coast yesterday, uh, plant therapy to try. Um, I've asked a couple of people, and what's his name, Matthew Gates or whatever, said it's a pretty good product to rotate with others. And I've been using like,
Oh,
I'm in,
Lost Coast Plant Therapy.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm honestly baffled though. This is no insult to it because the guy's super nice. I've met him. He's very honest. Honestly, he's not a bullshitter at all. I really appreciated that. It's basically a horticultural oil with okay, now I'm forgetting. It's got a little bit of peppermint oil and one other thing that I'm totally forgetting right now that is basically harmless but makes it smell better, pretty much. It's either I don't remember right now. Anyway, it's a perfectly normal horticultural oil. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Like literally nothing wrong with it. It works basically the same as Sufoil X. Sufoil
Okay.
X is a little different because it's emulsified, I guess, a little bit better, but it's a little bit different oil too. I think it's six of one, half a dozen of the other. But the thing is, people are always talking about plant therapy as if it's like the second coming of fucking Jesus,
Oh, I don't think
whereas like
that.
it's literally just a horticultural oil. And the dude that runs the company, he's super honest about it. You ask him, like, so is there anything different about this than a horticultural oil? He's like, no, this is just a horticultural oil. Like he's like, this is just my version of a horticultural oil. And
Yeah.
the peppermint is in there just for the grower to smell nicer, basically. Because I even asked him, I was like, oh, is this for terpene resistance or some shit? I don't even know for like basically to turn off insects or whatever. He's like, no, it just makes it smell better for the person who's spraying it. So
Hmm.
I don't know. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, keep using it by all means. But it cracks me the fuck up that people are always like, well, have you tried plant therapy? As if it's like a whole new thing. Like, it's just horticultural oil.
I think it. I don't think it's. I don't think it could do anything by itself. I think you need a rotation of a couple of things to like actually take down a bug population. Because
That is,
horticultural oil, yeah,
yeah, they
it's
always
more,
say you need to try a couple of things straight up.
isn't like the horticultural oil more of like a maintenance thing than a eradicate thing?
Just depends. I mean, for example, Sufoil X is basically just a horticultural oil. It's just a really well emulsified canola oil, I think. Um, and canola oil is just rapeseed oil, so people think it's like some special fucking Italian oil or whatever. No, it's just rapeseed. But anyway, it's even literally grown in Canada, which is kind of fucking funny. Like it's a Canadian oil unsulfured or some shit. I can't remember what canola is basically short for Canadian oil, pretty much. But anyway, uh, it basically is a suffocant, so it works super well. So the same thing with I want to say that plant therapy uses a different oil. It doesn't use canola oil. It uses like corn oil or something. I won't swear to that, but anyway, I think it uses a slightly different oil. Regardless, it works pretty well as a suffocant to basically literally suffocate bugs. So it covers all their body parts, and bugs, for the most part, breathe through their exoskeletons, basically, more than through their mouths. They basically breathe in and out through their bodies. So if you essentially cover their whole fucking body in oil, they suffocate, basically, for lack of better description, essentially. And also, it supposedly, in many cases, starts to disintegrate or weaken the eggshell walls, basically. So the obviously I'm not an entomologist, so I don't know the technical term for this right now. But basically the membrane that the eggshells are made of for spider mites and thrips and everything else, obviously it's made of something, and apparently many horticultural oils will start to weaken that oil or
Okay.
weaken membrane, so that basically makes it less likely that you're still not going to kill all the babies probably, but you'll make it less likely that they'll survive. So like any bug, basically, just like turtles or anything else, they lay eggs in the thousands, right? Because they hope that 1% or something will survive. So even if you have a 50% increase in mortality, that's still basically half those fucking bugs that are gone that you don't have to deal with. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I'm just so the active ingredients, sunbean oil, 38% is the like base, it looks like.
Sunbean. There you go.
Or sorry, sunbeans. I mean soybean, dude. I'm
Soybean. There we go. That makes sense.
soybean, peppermint, citric acid, isopropyl alcohol, soap, water.
Citric acid and soap water probably are there just to make it spread better, basically, just to
Yeah.
make the water wetter, basically. Um, what was the other thing in there? The alcohol, probably also preservative and makes it spread
Help
better.
evaporate it because they say you can
Yeah,
spray it
yeah,
maybe.
yeah, maybe.
Because
Um,
supposedly that was the big thing with the Lost Coast. When it came on the scene, everyone was like, you can spray it in flour and it doesn't do anything. That was how they kind of got their namesake. I feel like is that's for a long time we never had stuff that like people were like, oh yeah, spray it in flour, you're good.
Same thing with Cefoil X. Basically, you can spray it. I mean, you don't really want to spray anything in flower, but you can. You know, like I have some stuff basically that was flowering outdoors, and then we brought it indoors basically, and no quarantine or anything. So there's some freaking bugs walking around or whatever. So I've been spraying it basically with Cefoil. It's fine. Then again, we're trying to get a seed crop off of this, so I don't know. We'll see if I'm going to actually smoke it. It looks fine to me. I mean, it looks perfectly fine. The oil evaporates basically. That's one of the nice things about, I think, Lost Coast plant there. I've only ever used a couple of sample bottles of it, but Subfoil I use on the regular basically. And the thing is, it evaporates basically. It doesn't really stick around on the surface. If you were to go and spray, because I've noticed like when I overspray sometimes, like if you spray a plant, basically you'll spread the floor around it or whatever. If I overspray and if I spray a plant a few times over a week, I'll notice I will develop a little bit of an oily film on the ground, basically. So like if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
overspray, like it will eventually create a little bit of a film. But I mean, most of the time, that's in an extreme circumstance where you're really trying to knock something down. Most of the time, you spray once a week, once every couple of weeks or something. You're not going to have any problems.
I
Anyway.
was spraying super hard before I flipped a flower. I flipped a flower and I started to notice the thrips pop back up. And I'm like, you motherfuckers. I was like rotating every 5 days. I did sulfur and then I did insect soaps. So I don't know. I can't wait to actually be finished. Right now, I got the Leonardo blueberry cookies S1 going, and I got a great fun dip that looks really
Mm.
good. The blueberry cookies though smells pretty freaking good. It's crystalled, and it looks like it's gonna finish super early, like not super early, but like earlier than everything else. It's already bulked up more than the great fun dip and apple fritter. I actually had to tie up apple fritter last night. She was starting to fall over.
I have a cut of blueberry cookies. I haven't had a chance to flour it yet. I wonder how good it is.
I
Mostly all
like
right.
blueberry cookies.
Pardon?
I like blueberry cookies. I like anything blueberry really.
That's the thing. Those are two, like people talk a lot of shit about both of them for some reason, but I think it's really only just because of exposure. Like both of those are delightful. Blueberry is wonderful. Who doesn't like blueberry flavor? Bud Kilowatt yesterday was talking about how his garden was filled with the aroma of grape. Like people are always talking shit about grape. I've kind of talked shit about grape before too on this channel, or on I guess on my bigger channel. But who doesn't like grape, honestly? Who doesn't like cookies? Seriously? Like, I mean, I guess there are some people who don't like cookies, but gosh, it's frankly delicious. You can criticize it in many different ways. You can criticize the cookie's lineage basically for having been just inbred to fuck, because basically one of the downside of cookies is that the things that you like for it breed really true. And so then essentially basically anything you breed cookies to ends up being basically some version of cookies. So I guess you can, in all fairness, criticize it for that, because shit, who wants to smoke all the same shit that's basically kind of half mids? Because again, it's really, really flavorful and everything else, but it's not nearly as powerful as a lot of other things that you could smoke. Those are all fair criticisms, but at the same time, if you enjoy smoking something, like, what's the problem? People talk shit about Blue Dream. People talk shit
Yeah.
about what else? Stranana. I wish I had a cut of Stranana. Fuck, it sounds so amazing. I've had the hash. I've never had a chance to have the flower, but I've heard it's fucking magical. Apparently larfy, but magical. Anyway, we used to call blueberries bilberries. Well, high back then, the early 2000s. Jones and Two Grow says.
Um, I I don't know. I just had that triangle reunion, and it was like an orange rind. That's exact. It smelled so hard, like orange, and I just couldn't do it. I still have a little nug right here
I
that I
don't like
just.
orange. Some people don't. I was gonna get an orange Agent Orange cut the other day. Unfortunately, I couldn't. Maybe in the next couple of weeks or something, maybe I'll get a hold of it. I've been wanting it honestly for the longest time. I like orange, honestly. I know there's a lot of people who don't. I like citrus. I fucking like a lot of those different things. Bud Kilowatt sent me a little tiny bit of flower of the apples and bananas, which was honestly really nice. Uh, annoying in one respect, not annoying that he sent it to me, annoying that I had an apples and bananas plant that unfortunately just rotted out. Basically, I was growing it at a friend's house, and unfortunately, it did not turn out to be a good place to grow apples and bananas or a couple other things because it rotted out early too. And it's not like a super rot prone strain, I don't think. So it's not like the strain's fault or something, or even that cut. But anyway, yeah, just unfortunately, I can't smoke it. So annoying because the plant is still alive, but all the buds are dead. Oh, it's really infuriating. Like every couple, I don't know, every week or so, I go over there and I still see the plant just to kind of take a look at it. Like the leaves are still praying and it's still happy and everything, but all the freaking bud is just rotted out like crazy. Anyway,
Apples and bananas. I don't know if I've actually had
it doesn't taste anything like apples and bananas, not even remotely. But like
it.
Bud Kilowatts said, it is dank weed. It is very, very nice. It reminds me of a few things that I really like. I mean, it's selfish for me to say this, but it does remind me a lot of my 1001 Nights, because it's not gassy so much as it's like horseradishy, basically. It's this like um kind of sweet cinnamon horseradish, but the horseradish, this sweet cinnamon, but then next statement, horseradish. The horseradish is not sweet. The horseradish is like kind of like, sushi horseradish, like that wasabi, like it's quite
Yeah,
pungent,
yeah.
basically. I think a lot of people call that gassy or fuely, but for me, that's basically horseradish. What else? Oh, and there's a noticeable, I think also a lot of people call this fuely, but I think of it actually, it's kind of annoying because I think of it as a floral note. It's a very typical Afghan kind of fuely. Again, I think of it as this floral note. Basically, it reminds me intensely of Hindu Kush. Basically, this really like, how do you describe it in words that make any fucking sense?
Trying to remember what that smells like, man. It's been a long time.
A lot of times when I describe this, people are like, "What are you talking about with Hindu Kush?" Because it's so earthy, but it still has this kind of floral note to it in the back of it.
Oh, is it like a
The other
nutty?
one reminds me the same way. Go ahead. Sorry.
Is it like a nutty floral?
Maybe. Yeah, I suppose you could say so. Anyway, it's delightful weed. Honestly, it is delightful, and it's very old school while still being very new. So I can tell why people like it because it is definitely like a new and old school flavor that kind of that radishiness really
So
reminds you. And there's like a little bit of armpit in it too, so it really reminds you of like old school weed. Go ahead.
this is a Paco Lolo I gave to Mass Can. I gave him the seeds. And I was like, I'll do a deal with you. I'll give you the seeds, but you gotta give me some bud when you finish. He's like, all right, hell yeah. So he met up with me and he gave me this jar and it's got like a cashew smell almost, and it
Cool.
hits pretty hard.
Hmm.
Totally different pheno than I have.
That's
But
one
I
of the
have,
nice things about kind of land ricey strains is you're going to get a lot of variety. Yeah.
yeah. I like that in-house strain too, cherry smash. I think it's a Slurricane cross.
Hmm. Saw something about in-house the other day. What did I see? Somebody was big mad about them. Gosh, I don't remember. Maybe I saw something on Reddit. Yeah, I think I saw something on Reddit that somebody was talking about how they were herming out.
That's not the first
Take
time.
that as gospel. Honestly, that could be complete fucking hearsay. Anyway,
That's not the
I
first
realize it
time I've
was
heard it
gossip.
though.
Pardon?
That's not the first time I've heard it with
I was gonna
in-house.
say that's not the first time I've heard it either. Um,
Cherry
there's some breeders
smash.
who I think used to be good who have now maybe outsourced to other breeders. I don't know.
Blackberry punch to Slurricane number 23.
Hmm.
Pretty good. I really do enjoy it.
I really like to get blackberry Kush.
I haven't seen that in forever.
I knew somebody who had it, but I've lost track of who it was. Anyway, that was good
I
shit.
don't have any. I have no clones going right now. I got nothing.
None? Wow.
Nope. Everything's gone. Um, I have 5 plants flowering. Once I finish, I'm taking the tent down, and then I
Oh,
already got.
you're building the garden, huh?
Yep, I already got all the 2x4s and everything. So I'm
I
gonna
have to
try.
be honest, I'm tempted to basically do the same thing. Right now, I don't know, I don't want to get into too many details, but hopefully in the very near future, I'll have my own place to set up and basically do as I wish. So right now, I'm basically trying not to make any permanent changes, essentially, at the situation that I'm in. Mr. Scotto is hitting on some Pacifica days here, right on. How's it taste? How's it feel, buddy? He's got the eyes wide open emoji, so I'm looking forward to hearing how it feels. Anyway, what was I going to say? Long story short, basically, I'm kind of just trying to figure out the garden here. I mean, I guess I'd be trying to figure it out anyway. I guess every time you go to a new space, you have to kind of figure out the new space. But anyway, instead of having like tents and stuff like I'm used to, I basically have a few plants just out in the open, and it's actually delightful. Honestly, it's really like it's wasteful in terms of light. Every time I go out there, I'm like, "Fuck, you're wasting photons," but at the same time, it's delightful because you can walk around and appreciate the plants. You can see them from every different angle. It's really delightful.
That's what I want. I want to be able to like walk around my plants. Because like right now,
It's
I gotta
really
pull out.
annoying though because I can tell that I'm losing a ton of yield. I'm losing basically a bunch of photons just pouring into the freaking surroundings. So that as a I don't know as a I don't know maybe a miserly grower or something that just drives me nuts because it's 30-40% maybe of your potential yield probably just fucking flittering off into the distance.
So
Not only
I was
that,
thinking,
heat is more difficult to contain and stuff. Go ahead.
I was thinking like when I take apart the tent, I'm not gonna throw like the outside skin away. I think I'm just gonna put it on the floor, with the shiny side facing up. I don't see why not, you know. I mean, it's not gonna be waterproof or anything, but it's on a concrete floor. I'm gonna have,
Believe it or not, you'd probably be better off just epoxying your floor and painting it white.
you think so?
Oh yeah, be way easier to clean. Although the epoxy treatment is not that cheap now that I think about it, but the paint is. Well, I don't know. You'd have to figure it out. Basically, you'd have to just go to
I
the
can
store
buy
and see what the
those
price
big
is.
ass tubs of Flex Seal or whatever, the white
Now
stuff, and
that would
just
cost you a fucking fortune. Holy shit! Not only that, but you'd have to. Oh my god, the whole house would smell so bad for I don't even know 2 weeks as it cures. Like basically, you'd probably poison your whole house. You're all high for like 3 weeks. Smash, why are we all high all the time?
I was gonna put down because like obviously I don't want my stuff right on the concrete. So I have like um it's like a horsehair board or something. It's like this
I
thick.
can hear anything when I have the torch on.
I'm trying to think of what it's called. It was above like a fireplace. So I have a bunch of that stuff, and then I have some foam I was thinking of putting down just to get me a little
The
bit.
interlocking gym foam works really well, but I haven't found a way. I guess I haven't really thought of it either, to be honest. You could totally tape the seams because I was going to say you don't really want to have the seams have water and stuff get trapped in there. Bugs could live in there. You'd want to, if you could, tape up those seams, but I guess you could just tape them with, like you said, just waterproof tape, pretty much. Um,
Uh,
Maybe even duct tape. Duct tape doesn't last all that long though, so yeah, you'd probably want to get like waterproof outdoor tape, which would be expensive though. I don't know. I would mute myself for a second.
I got all that. I got that metal tape. Works pretty good. I really like that stuff. The sticky on one side, and it's like aluminum tape. I've had pretty good luck with that. What is this stuff called? Cement board. That's what it's called.
That's for like laying tile, or you put that under tile.
I got a couple of them just sitting around. They're pretty heavy. I might just throw them on the ground. What time is it? You doing it? You doing anything tomorrow? I don't know. You for Thanksgiving or
Actually,
anything?
believe it or not, we're doing Thanksgiving this afternoon or this evening.
Oh shit!
That's
Really?
what I'm doing tomorrow. Yeah, what are you guys doing? What's up,
Uh,
Greenfield?
Cheers.
Probably gonna cook. Um, I'm a ham person. I'm not a turkey person. I'd rather have chicken than a turkey. I don't know why. But yeah, going to my cousin's house for a little bit. He's got like a studio and stuff, so he wants to like try to make a song tomorrow. So we might be doing some music.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. Then I think we're eating here. But yeah, we don't really do much. Like family, like when I was younger, our family used to get together for Christmas and shit. Like every Christmas Eve, we'd all get together at my grandmother's house, and it was funny because my grandparents weren't together, but they lived literally door like right next to each other. So we used to open both doors and just run back and forth from our grandmother to grandfather's house. My grandfather had like an Atari that we used to play and shit. Like, but yeah, we used to do stuff, but not really. As we got older, it kind of died.
Yeah, that sucks. Shit. Outside view.
Yeah. After a year of like going through a bunch of stuff with my landlord, well, the foreclosure auction's been postponed like 4 times, and yeah, basically I've shut this. I'm moving on from this. Oh, there's a chance we're going to try to bid on it in auction, but that's another whole story. But so at the moment, yeah, like 30 years worth of a lot of equipment that's some of it's got value, but yeah, basically letting my friend from up in Ukiah have first dibs at grabbing a bunch of stuff, mainly nutrients and whatever, because most of the stuff is so big it's not worth moving. But even at my other place, we have a whole section of the warehouse that's like accumulated
Can you
equipment.
see that rig for me? Let me see that dab rig. That thing looks sick. He's like, oh damn.
That's smash.
I said, can I see that dab rig?
Oh, I need to
Looks
clean it.
sick.
Yeah, I wanted to see it too. I was
Oh, nice. It's just a nice heavy bass one. I like it.
I need to
nice.
clean it though.
A little fatty.
And my last, I should clear this bowl here. The last heat up was not pleasant.
I might clean this one. This is one of my favorite bongs I have, but I started to use it as a flower bong.
Oh, no bueno.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
I don't know. After like 4 hits of flour, dude, you want to clean the whole rig.
Yeah, before using concentrates, especially, it just goos up everywhere and makes a big mess in there. Harder to clean each time. It's like, dang.
Shit, I'm the type of person just to fill up as much
Was that a
alcohol,
Swiss?
5 gallon, and just leave it in it.
You have a Swiss cheese type of. What was your little disc? It had like a disc perk in the middle, right? That's a percolator, or is that just? Yeah, that
Yeah,
is.
that's a perk.
Nice. All right.
And,
I knew I saw that.
and then it's got a tornado drain back down.
Yep. It's a recycler completely. Yep. Nice.
And then I got one like Fumi, like a big base on the bottom.
All right. You got a bell style. Nice little. Well, it's not really bell style. No, it's just straight.
Yeah, just straight. It's got a pretty decent filtered or percolator. Like this is the one I use for dabs like all the time.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a nice little headier piece, right?
It's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. I haven't got a mini rig or a rig in over
Won
10
that thing.
years. Like, I'm about nothing.
There's a company called Black Sand Glass, and they make these. It looks like a wave.
Oh, yeah, you showed them. Those
I-
things were sick, bro.
I want one so bad. They supposedly hit so good too.
They look cool. That's my favorite part. It's functional art, or glass functional art. Yeah. It's exactly what it is. Functional art.
Maybe check out these. If I can get a good deal on one, I'm gonna try buying one. I just want a plain one like this though.
Yeah,
Oh, those are cool.
Oh, the banana. Sick.
Yeah,
Soft glass or borosilicate?
it's Boro,
Oh, Boro. Yes.
but like, look at that. It's perfect for a little dab rig, and it's got amazing function.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
Total coffee table piece completely. Just
There's another guy called Salt. He does kind of like creepy glass. It's got like eyeballs and teeth.
Mm.
He does this thing called a rip curl that like, you got a bomb, and then here's the stem, but it curls around. He has like a tunnel around the bong into the back. It's interesting.
Hmm.
What are you smoking on?
me.
Yeah.
Tray weed. I don't know what it is at the moment. I wish I did. It might be from Boneyard Gear, NorCal, from Tony. Toad. I think that's what it is. It's a little more heady, like to my head. All the other stuff I have is a little more less head high.
That reminds me, the apples and bananas. It reminded me a little bit of Boneyard Gear. I've had now I don't remember the 3 different strains that I've had, but I've had like 3 different things of his. I want to say I even grew like 1 seed of his. I don't remember how I got the seed, but anyway, regardless, they all kind of have this one particular note that is that like horseradishy. I guess a lot of people think of it as one of the different kinds of gas. I'm curious which kind of gas, because Flora hasn't been on the show for a little while. We got to get him back on here to talk about all the different brake fluid and freaking transmission fluid and everything else. But anyway, long story short, that horseradishiness was in pretty much everything I've tried from Boneyard. Mr. Scotto, who's often in the chat, he gave me a couple samples of Boneyard. What else? A couple other people basically have given me, like, different people have given me samples of Boneyard.
buddies.
All had that, even if it had different main top notes, it still had that little bit of horseradishy note.
Yeah, they all have a similar
Another
smell.
breeder that I like, Cannabisian here locally in Portland. He has a lot of times this kind of, his stuff more veers into a little bit bitter flavor, like bitter horseradish or something like that. But you can almost always pick up that note basically in his stuff. Even in the sweeter purpley stuff, that kind of bitter horseradish will come out. Anyway.
So this is the rip curl. It doesn't like right here is where you put the bong, and it goes like this is a tunnel right here. It doesn't go in, it goes around the piece. So there's no water. And he invented that. Like he invented that style. So it's really interesting and it's hard to do. I've been watching Bud. Bud's got like a fucking shifter cart still. Just chilling.
Yeah, I've been watching that too. We've been talking this whole time.
Start it up. Let's see you ride it.
Right.
I would have to clean. It's been sitting for years, so I need to clean the fuel and I remix new fuel because it's 2-stroke. And it has brand new tires. Like when I stopped racing, somehow I put a set of brand new. I forget what they cost. Now they've been sitting, so they're probably not the same rubber. But when you were used to race, like the first 5-10 laps on a new set of tires was like magic. Like these Bridgestone, they heat up, they get all sticky, and
yeah, that's why like I don't know, you gotta heat your tires up in NASCAR, any racing really, because they're made to run at a certain temperature.
That was part of the issue last weekend in Formula 1.
It was so cold. They couldn't get their tires heated up till a couple of laps in.
Or they never really achieved. The straightaway was so fast and long that, they raced. They just went, the lap times were a 1/10 of a second slower because, there's like each tire they can use has like an optimum heat. Like, from the lowest to the highest, you You want to be toward the highest, not the lowest. And that long straightaway cooled their tires, and they just went. The race went on. And if they have the same track next year, they'll have it figured out a little further. First time, first track. It's always a learning.
As soon as they got like the green light to go, people the first turn corner, whatever you want to call it. I think 2 cars. I think the Red Bull cars fucking missed the turn and they were on the outside.
Yeah, it's definitely balls to the wall at the beginning of an F1 race, regardless of like the your car. Most of the time, the position they're in reflects exactly the speed or the car. But sometimes on the start, people with lesser equipment go for it. That's what's fun about it. There's always a crash in the first corner. Usually because somebody's a total idiot. All right, well, it's too big.
Whoa.
Wow, it's warm today.
So you're really moving on from that place, huh, bud?
Yeah. This has been 10 years running. Like there's a lot. Oh, I'm not been giving up on this property by any means. There's a couple things happening with that. And since October 4th last year is when my landlord of 10 years, which I don't even talk to her anymore because she's crazy. She used to be kind of cool, been 10 years. Yeah, she doesn't pay, like, oh, I pay the rent. She doesn't pay the mortgage. Like that's how your house ends up in foreclosure. And part of it is the the foreclosure amount at the auction is what she owes the bank. There's more equity in the place, like as is. And she's been battling me, like, oh, she won't accept rent as of, I guess that was October. Because if I keep paying her rent, then part of it too, even with the foreclosure and all that, I'm considered a long-term tenant. I'm 10 years. But yeah, I'm moving on. Like I have my other spot and other things in my life where I feel like, oh, sometimes you want to hold on to something for dear life, but then you realize that like destiny or like sometimes chapters are supposed to close and new ones are supposed to open. Like even that, oh, me and my wife had this place for 10 years. She's been gone 4 years. Yeah, there's still like her energy on the property. Like that's a factor. The foreclosure, all this stress and the uncertainty of it. Because, oh, when I first got this place, my worker lived here. We didn't even do anything here because I had 2 other places for like 2 or 3 years. But I had a 5-year lease from the beginning, and then it went to 2-year, 2-year, and then no lease last year. I remember the day where when I was paying her the rent, we would talking or whatever, and she's kind of out of the blue said, wait, all options are on the table. That was her quote. All options are, and I was like, huh? She's like, yeah, like she gave some indication that because I don't have a lease option to buy, but from the beginning, 10 years ago, she said, if I ever sell the place, which I never will, you'll have first option. So she was kind of giving me that option. One, at a ridiculously high price that she hasn't like come off of, mainly due to comps in the neighborhood. Well, those comps have like remodeled kitchen, fresh everything, just like all the landlords I've ever had in the 35 years of doing this. They never put a penny back into their house, not a penny. And then like the other place, 17 years here, 10 years. Oh, guess what? You have to put money back into a place like roof, paint, just stuff. And it's always one of those things where why would I, as a tenant, do any of those things, which would only like make it the house more valuable if I ever decide to try to buy it. You know what I mean? The dilemma of being a long-term renter.
That
There's
sucks
more.
though, that like, so are you, do you know where you're
I already
going?
went through this at my dream house that I lived in for 17 years.
Do you
I
know where
guess
you're
that
going
was
though?
upside down. Now, hey, the good thing about this one is it's not upside down. My other property that I had a lease option to buy when it all came down. Take those. When it all came down, they owed more than the house was worth. And even that one, you got to remember when it goes to what they call foreclosure auction. Oh, yeah, it goes for below whatever the banks owed most of the time. But you have like till the end of that day to pay in cash or basically cashier's check or the total. You don't go to a foreclosure auction with trying to get a mortgage or anything. You gotta, and most of the people that you're there competing against are like real estate. Yeah, they buy low. Somebody would probably buy this, put the 50 to 100 grand in. Oh, their construction would only cost them 30 grand, and then get the million on the market that you could with the view and everything. But house that not only did she put no money in it in the 10 years I was here, she put no money in it in the years she's a widow too, and when her husband died, like her life changed too. So whatever. Um, yeah, I've had some perfect spots. One for a lot of years, I lived on 380 acres, the largest macadamia nut grove in California, and it had avos and a creek, everything. And I had like next to no rent, uh, where I had this huge building, full control of the property, because I was like the caretaker of the property. Because these really rich people that lived on the beach in San Clemente, like a husband, wife, and their kids, over the years, they would come out there and play farmer for like long weekends once or twice a year. That was the extent of them using this property. Oh, they had llamas. I had to take care of everything, which was fun. Me and my wife loved it. But basically, what happened with that lady, and that's why you got to be careful who you partner with. Her and my wife is who opened up the fruit stand and what became the butterfly breeding place. But that rich lady, basically, after a few months, my wife was like, "Yeah, fuck her. She's trying to use me, right? Like I do all the work, blah 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 blah." And then we had to like buy ourselves out from under her. And yeah, I remember it being a little more than what I thought it should be, but my wife like that was the mess she got herself into. But we settled that, and sure enough, her next chess move was I was evicted or whatever. Uh and that place was like, oh, I could have spent my whole life there because, yeah, 10 acres is cool. No, when you have like 380 acres, you have like a world of your own. You never have to, especially if it produces food and stuff.
That's crazy. That 5 acres
Yeah,
was
hey,
low.
in California, you got to live off the beaten path, you know? Most people aren't willing to like go, oh, what? It's 25 minutes out in the middle of nowhere? Nah, I need to live in Carlsbad or Temecula or wherever because people want to be. I don't like it that I'm around. I don't have neighbors. I mean, there are, but no. Like, I can't
They
hear
don't
them.
drive
Like,
past your
no,
house.
yeah, if they shoot a gun, oh, I guess they're doing target practice. Yeah, I never, and I've lived this way so long and around other people this way. I nod and wave on the road or whatever, but no, I don't make any small talk with them. Like and thing is, when I first moved out, I grew up in urban, but so many years ago when I moved out this way, I realized other people just like me are your neighbors,
Did the
and
same thing.
they don't want to talk to you either, right? Like where sometimes I go to friends' houses and in the urban area or whatever, expensive areas in the coast. Oh, and it's like everybody knows everybody, even when you park. Oh, it's in this get like the whole thing, like every nosy people, which is cool. Like people just being people. It's not like but no, I've lived so far away from that for so long. I could never go back to that. No, like my other partner, he pays expensive rent, but he lives in Cardiff, not on the beach, but like 2 streets up, where every morning, 5, 6 in the morning, he goes down and surfs. That's his life. And to live right there, yeah, you pay like, oh, it's not even that nice of a place, but oh, the rent is serious. But that's his surfing habit.
Yeah,
I've actually never
I
been
had.
At his house, even though weed's legal and stuff, just out of courtesy to the neighbor, that if we smoke in the living with the screen open, the smell like kind of gets blown over to this older couple that nicely asked them, like, so now when we ever smoke that, we like in most places you open up the windows. Oh no, they pay like, I don't even know, dude, like 12,000 a month, or they got roommate. They're all surfer dudes. That's all they do is surf. They each pay like 5 grand a month to live at the break.
Well, D. Cheers.
I watched them bust open a creek. It like they dig a hole in the beach from a
Yeah.
creek to the ocean, and it becomes like a wave.
Backwards wave.
Those things are cool.
Guys were doing that for skimboarding, but now some of the surfers make contents. Like in Hawaii, I always trip on, wouldn't like at least around here, I think the Coast Guard just over principle would, like, if you started doing that, would say, oh no, you can't do that. Cause yeah, drains, whatever, it's a massive amount of water. I mean, the ocean and the coastline does what it's gonna do regardless.
Yeah.
Like that probably happens on a natural basis at some point, when it's stormed or whatever. But yeah, that's pretty gnarly because when they do it right, oh, you can get hurt in there. It's like there's a lot of power. It's like a reverse wave.
It's sucking up a lot of sand. A lot of that sand is just removing a lot of
Surfers
that.
are gnarly. They do gnarly shit. That's part of being a skater, surfer, whatever.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm too old for that shit.
Hello, everybody.
D.
The first smoke of the day.
Jamie
about
O'Brien.
You need more stuff?
Almost 4:20.
Well, there's more stuff.
420 here.
Let's do this next.
So if anyone wants to look, it's called WAIMEA River Breaks. Goes double XL.
This.
From Jamie O'Brien.
And then wait, let me make sure you have the right for that. Yeah. Do those now, and then we'll go from there. Here's a forward set. It's 220. A lot of this is, at one point I had 3 places, not that many years ago, and I never throw away anything. So then I have like, and all these years go by, and you're like, you're living in the 90s with all this stuff. Here's this part. That's a handy little light I just gave them. It's a double 315 with the ballasts, because there's light built into the hood. And you can like pretty much do a 3x6 veg with that one light, double 315s.
So what do you say a 315 covers? Like a 3x3 area?
4x4. The edge is always the edge. Yeah, this thing, it was made by,
That's a big light.
no, it's not that big.
By the way, you guys want to keep chatting for a while, or do you want to cut it short?
It's up to you guys.
I'm just chilling. I can hang out for a little bit longer.
All right,
Yeah, we can hang
a
out.
little bit longer.
I mean,
I just lit the
315s
first
are nice.
joint
I'm
of the
gonna chime
day.
in. What's that, Captain?
I just lit the first joint of the day at 4:20
There
in the
you go.
morning.
Get started. I was just gonna say 315s are delightful. Honestly, they're lovely lights. I have a 315 that's on the fritz right now that I want to get fixed. Actually, that was a really good veg light. I'd like to get it fixed again. Actually, for veg, I think a lot of people are snoozing on what Kilowatt's been doing for a long time. They're wonderful veg lights. Most people think of them as flower lights, but the 315s are really gentle. Actually, 630s are not super gentle. Like if you put a 630 over a veg space, some of the plants, it's a little bit too much light, honestly. But 315 seem to be like a sweet spot of perfection. It's honestly even a little bit hard to burn the plants. As long as they don't get within maybe like a foot and a half of the bulb, they actually won't burn. It's kind of surprising because it seems like it's too hot for them. But in flower they would bleach or they would burn, but in veg they seem to be okay. It's kind of weird. Sometimes plants thrive on it. It's really bizarre. But yeah, like the annoying thing about 315s is replacing the bulb. So I don't really want to buy any more 315s, but I don't want to get rid of the ones that I have. So the one that I have that's on the fritz, I really want to get it fixed one of these days. Hopefully it's just a ballast or something, which is already expensive, but still, hopefully I don't have to throw the fucker away. And I have a beautiful a dual 315 hood, basically. So it's like a full big, I hate to say it's Sun Systems, because Sun Systems is part of the freaking what is that group of I still can't think of the name of it. The Hawthorne group. There we go. But they make some wonderful lights, honestly. And that big hood, they make a smaller hood one that I don't really like all that much, but the big hood one is just perfection. Anyway, I don't want to throw that away for nothing. But it is annoying as hell to spend what I think it's $180 maybe now, something like that, to replace 2 bulbs every time you do it. It's kind of crazy, honestly.
Oh, I got you, Fumi. I got you, brother. Because I can buy 315s over here with the bulb for $22 shipped to my house.
Well,
Now,
the bulb is not going to be that good. A good bulb is expensive. Yeah, no, the light fixture itself, there's some people
tell me the company of the bulb you want.
But even then, I think that the ballasts and stuff make a difference. Apparently, some of them create a lot of RF interference, which most people wouldn't notice. But like, for example, if you do any sound gear, it'll pick up the RF interference. So honestly, if you're using a microphone or something, you'll get this like from your fucking ballasts basically in the next room. It kind of cracks you up. Anyway, I guess that's one way that like the police used to find grows was literally from the RF interference. Basically, they'd look on their their CB radios, like it would just go like next to a grow house. Anyway, what was I trying to say? In theory, though, I haven't tested this, but in theory, you could use a cheap ballast or a cheap fixture, basically, with a nice bulb, like the Philips or if you can find them, the Hortilux bulbs. They're rare as hen's teeth for some reason. But people speak very highly of them. But the Philips bulbs, I can tell you, grow super, super well. Whereas the Hilux and whatever the fuck and the Nanolux bulbs, throw that shit in the trash, honestly. Nanolux lights in general, throw those in the trash. Just throw them in the fucking garbage. Don't spend a single penny.
So
When the
I
hydros
can buy 315s for $22, but a 630 costs me over 150.
Well, it's probably more complicated wiring, honestly, to deal with, because the 315 is not all that much wattage, honestly, but the 630 is already. Actually, I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I don't know why.
There's a stack in here.
But I could buy 7 of them, 7 315s for the price of one 630, because I've been looking into them to use them exactly for what you guys mentioned, veg room.
Yeah, I have an LED.
One of those goodies.
Today he has one.
Out of all the lights, and all these have run like 10 to whatever years.
Is that the Ion?
But the only light I'm keeping out of this place is the LED.
That is the Ion, huh? Looks just like it.
And it's on an angle.
Yeah, that's how I have mine.
Well, it's on its way being taken down.
Those lights work good. I like that light.
You're leaving the rest of the book?
I have a lot of friends, grower friends, and over the last month, yeah, I'm like, yeah, no, it's free. You can have whatever, trays, res, fans, lights. What kind of lights? Oh, HPS. No, like,
I'll take all your hoods.
Like, used equipment's only worth whatever. But, and I've known this for the last couple of years. Used grow equipment has zero. You couldn't get somebody, you'd have to pay somebody to haul it away. That's what I'm going to end up having to do.
Yeah.
No one wants it.
Even those 4x8 trays, you can't even get $50 for those.
3x8 trays were like
could.
$300 a piece, right? But
You can
nobody
still sell them. It's just
uses anymore. They use, what do you call it? These
Drip
rolling
pans.
racks, which are fucking cool as fuck, but you know. And I guess, yeah, like those trays are probably more than 300 now. I haven't bought any in a long time, but I have like probably a dozen of them. And because I kept them clean and scrub them every run, yeah, they're fucking perfect shape. But no one.
Do you remember when I won that Black Dog LED?
Yeah.
I ended up getting rid of it. I sold it for like $200.
See, like this looks rinky dinky. But we've always just used PVC and then use bamboo stakes, 4-footers, and zip ties, and like, yeah, try to grow the plants you turn them back right below this, and they grow up into, and then, yeah, this trellis, probably 5-6 years on this tray, just never have to deal with the string or all that. It does the job. It keeps them from falling over or bending down.
Do that around here, you get the temperature taken.
Now, yeah, most people probably think, "Oh, that's pretty ricky dicky," but like, I've done
works
this like so many years, and yeah, even like all my buckets, I have hundreds of them. Like I can tell. Oh, I used to use masking tape. That had to have been like 20 years ago that I stopped using masking tape for plants, right? Because it sucks up the buckets where they get stuck. but these ones would need to be cleaned. I have this enzyme stuff that they use on yachts that's really concentrated. And if you soak your buckets in them without hardly any elbow grease at all, they'll come back pretty much new. But I have stacks.
OxyClean.
So Bud uses a little bit of salt there.
Like probably 20, 30, 50 cycles have gone through the bucket. So there's like, as far as being environmental or, like ultimately, yeah, that even though it's plastic to begin with and it gets shipped from China, whatever. Oh, if I'm able to use it for 20 years and fuck, it probably has 20 more years on it. Some of them, yeah, they get the plastic. The newer ones won't last that long because they changed the formula to the plastic where, after so many years, when you stack them, they crack because of the weight and the pressure. Where the good old ones have like flexible a little. I don't even think you can buy these, but
I have never really bought the hard plastic ones like those. I've always gone with the cheaper, thinner plastic, just
That's what I
for
do.
that fact of them, with all the intense light that a lot of them don't have a lifespan.
Or I probably
Yeah.
told this story, but many years ago, these are molded plastic. They used to be made like a guy would have a industrial shop and have
Injection mold.
injection mold. And those ones used to cost, I think it was like $2.60 for the 10-inch mesh. These are called 10-inch mesh. They always have mesh at the bottom, right? Then so many years ago, the store's like, oh, no, you can buy these other ones. They're only $1.30. I'm like, oh, well, cool. And yeah, they were from China. It even had a little sticker on it said made in China, but it was like $1.30. And for maybe a year or two, they stocked both, but the market spoke and
$1.31.
right. Some of these buckets that I have that are that old that that are still fucking good are the ones made for the $2.60, not the Chinese ones. And then over the years, even these Chinese ones, somehow you have to watch out. You get like a paper cut from the edge is sharp, right? And if you're not careful, you can like get a paper cut.
Those are a bitch.
I
Yeah.
have a nylon bearing fan that I bought in 1998, and the thing runs as quiet and works as good as the day I bought it. But I spent good money for that fan in 98. I think I paid close to $500 for it. It's a 10-inch, but man, it's a workhorse. That's 25 years old now.
Marcelo, here.
Holy shit.
Marcelo only speaks Portuguese. He works for my friend in Ukiah. And I've known Marcelo, but I never knew he only spoke Portuguese till last night. And then we're trying to work together. Oh, like Chris said, or Robbie said, oh no, he understands. He understands. Yeah, but it's weird. All these. And,
How many please?
huh?
On this one.
That's it on those, on nutrients. Oh, well, we can, if there's room, we can keep putting more stuff in. And no more nutrients. These are all like half bottles and shit. Those are all full bottles. Oh, this.
Big stuff now. They will have more space on
If you want, just take the fan off the top. The filter's like spent.
Okay, this is like,
Take the fan.
So talking about 25-year-old equipment,
Just lift it up.
if anybody comes
Lift up.
across any of the Luminarch 3 hoods,
Yep.
I'm looking for that hood.
Yeah.
I will pay $25-$30 a piece,
White thing off. It's,
and I'll
that's how
pay
you
shipping.
the other thing. But leave
Let me know if you have them.
You would have to unscrew.
it is in the span? Oh, this,
Yeah,
okay.
and
Man, it's getting dark so fucking early.
oscillator. Oh wait, here's more of these nutrients. Oh well.
Yeah, I know it's not daylight until like 6 a.m. here now.
I'm looking outside. It's 4:30, dude, and there's
I'm gonna get my dark.
not dark, but it's starting to get dark.
And
We got a layer of snow last night. A little bit stuck, but then it turned to rain.
You got to see the white shit.
Wow. I want to use my goddamn snowblower I just fucking paid to get fixed.
hey,
I still want one of those torches.
you're
Propane
a
torch.
collector, Captain. Part of what is I'm the intermediary to take these few items to the auction. So they're really, really rare. I'm gonna show them to you. Wow, I gotta quit smoking cigarettes. Walking down the hill, no problem.
Oh yeah.
Walking up, even the slightest grade, that's when you're like, oh fuck, I smoke cigarettes. I'm an idiot.
Your house ain't that bad.
I'm lazy. Yeah, look, there was a Hell's Angel party in Greenwich Village.
Yeah.
This is 30 grand.
Yeah. We discussed this the other night.
Yeah.
And
It wasn't
Yeah.
really a public show. And then
no, it's private auction.
is from Bob, the guy that made the Steal Your Face. But it's a print from the original wood. The wood that was the print.
Yeah, that's cool as
That's another
fuck.
20 grand or something.
See, I remembered like 2004, 2005. I could have bought a bunch of Jerry's artwork. I mean, I could have bought multiples of some of the prints signed and everything like that. And they were like just a couple hundred. I mean, the Bandit was only like $250.
Yeah. Robbie has a few of the like sketches. Some of them aren't actually signed, but they're verified that they were Jerry. Like they basically came out of a book, like
Works in art.
doodle book.
Their art are work in art.
But those are hard to get the
They're
right
not
profit
finished.
on. This the auction that these are going to. Even the people that we're bringing it to are the ones that like have enough credibility to say, oh, that's legit. So it's in the auction because it's not Sotheby's, but it's a like a reputable auction. That's the only place where you can get the big money. A lot of the stuff. Oh yeah, you can find people selling all kinds of shit on eBay. And 90% of them are scams.
So, Bud, you know I've got this album signed by Jerry and Brent. And since you're moving and you're going to be going through everything, and I've kind of asked a couple times if you would send it off to Phil for me. If you happen to come across an autographed poster with Jerry, Brent, Phil, Bobby, Mickey, I would be greatly interested in a complete set of autographs. And if it could be 89.90, that would be like great.
Well,
But
yeah,
I take
like
anything.
that's I think what the holy grail is that all of them I mean that wasn't like they didn't sign stuff like that,
No,
but
that's why I've got it.
there's like a massive demand and it's 30 years later or 28 years later. Yeah, most of all that
Yeah,
stuff
but I
that
got
had
the two of
any
the
value
fuckers
at
that
all
are
is
dead.
held like considered a collector. You know what I mean? Like there's so few stuff that like, oh yeah, there's all this promise that oh somebody found something in somebody's storage or some story. But like I say, a lot of that's like, oh, it's really easy
That's
to
already been found.
there's printers like oh that can print and even like somehow source the right paper, the right ink, know how to make it look aged, all this stuff. Like, eh, so yeah, buyer beware when it comes to that
Half of
shit.
the art of counterfeiting is using the right materials for the time period.
Yeah.
Like people
But
go get books and shit from that era and they'll take the back pages out. Like it's pretty interesting.
but if you happen to come across one that you don't like as much, I would greatly appreciate to have something from the Brent
Most
era.
everything I have is only signed by Phil. Because like, yeah, I was buddies with Phil, still am buddies with Phil. So yeah.
Let me send you the album. You can send it to him. It's got Brent and Jerry on it.
Is the way to do that. And oh, and I have less than a month. He's playing 2 shows up in the Bay Area. It would be, yeah, not to send it and then have to trust it. Molly, his man
Yeah.
gets it to him, and then no, just show up like and I'll have it in the car if the opportunity presents itself. You're like, yo, dude,
No, I have that in my backpack.
which post COVID, 83 years old.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
ain't
you gotta
meeting
play
no
that
one.
option, and oh, he's a liver recipient. So he's like, what do you call it? He's on immune suppressant drugs. So like the COVID thing and any sickness, flu or anything, pneumonia. Yeah, so COVID became a thing where for him, yeah, he lives in a bubble. Tries to.
Well, that's why you're the only person that I know that is in kind of that bubble. That's why
Yeah,
I've kind of
like I say,
asked
it's
you.
not that the bubble is
This makes the
running tight.
fourth
Oh, it
time.
used to be if you went up to shows, or at least me, oh yeah, for sure we'd hang out and then be that whole thing. Oh no, post COVID, even other bands changed just the way things are. The
Yeah.
hanging out, the whatever, like even half those hangouts, people used to smoke weed, pass joints around. Well, even in cannabis, that's kind of like post COVID is less of a thing, right? Like, uh, yeah, COVID did leave lingering effects on how we behave that I don't think will ever go away, but maybe
Oh
slowly,
no.
but maybe not.
No, this I think COVID was their way to get everybody in the world to step in line.
Well, I don't know about all that,
I
but
really think that
I know
is.
from
That
like
is.
celebrities or musical artists, most of them have been around. That part of the job, the green room, having to interact mainly with press and whoever the industry after shows or wherever. they all hated that. So with these type of things that, yeah, less of that, that's fine. Like it used to be, like even on Dead Tour, there'd be what they call the green room. They would call it, I forget, Club Front or something, right? And and part of the thing was like at the set break or after the show, the musicians were like part of their deal that they would have to kind of like make an appearance.
Show up for 5 seconds.
Like, oh, I'm here and I'm gone because they fulfilled their thing. But even like Jeff, or I know Jeff, he hated that because like, he was expected to like bullshit with
Talk
people.
to people.
And after 100,000 nights of it, it gets old, right? Everybody's got a story.
That's why I talk baseball, fishing, shit like that.
Yeah, sometimes that.
They don't want to hear about what they're doing. They want to hear about what they want to be doing. And they want to talk about that. That's what made me friends with a lot of them. Talk college football. Talk something other than fucking music. God damn. And if you talk to a guy that plays football or basketball or professional sports, don't talk about it. He don't want to. Talk about fishing or what kind of car he likes.
long
Make
as you're
him
not
feel at
grilling.
ease.
Hey, look, Captain.
Yeah. Nice jellies.
Oh,
Find those like the gold and silver specked ones that
Weren't you
came
guys
out.
last night talking about wedding cake at one point?
Yeah, because I enjoy it.
Yeah. I
Me
got
too.
a jar of wedding cake rosin out of my friend's personal stash from like a week. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with wedding cake. It's super dang.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
I grew
I
ice.
agree.
I had wedding cake and ice cream cake at the same time. Got them from the same guy. And after a few runs, I ran ice cream cake for years. But out of the two, I was getting better results from ice cream cake.
Okay, you've grown ice cream cake. How does it grow? And do you know the difference between, did they just separate green and purple? Because I've got a
I had
purple ice cream cake.
it was green.
Okay.
And even why people liked it, even back then, was
How is the bud
so much.
structure?
Some people are like, yeah, they like purple, but they don't need it in everything. Like it's weird. It used to be when purple's around, people like gravitated to it. Now that purple dominates, people gravitate to like, oh, is it green? Like, they don't want the purple.
How's the bud structure on it, if I may ask?
No, it checked all the boxes at that time. But it's kind of weird. Like I imagine it's still it's not disappeared, but there was a time when it was super saturated. A lot of it was the light depth guys used to rock it big time. Because yeah, it grows, it puts on weight, it does its thing. And is good. And, yeah, but I don't know how many years, 5 years ago or something, when the ice cream cake was the craze. And I remember it like back to back one Emerald Cup. Which like,
Well,
for Train to win back to back, that's saying something.
I'm done. I'm
Vegan cake and the ice cream cake, those three were dominating everything for a minute. At least that one was. Yeah, coming to the stage.
Here comes J5.
What's up, J5420? Oh, you're not in the greenhouse like always. I'm so used to seeing you in the greenhouse, man.
What
That's so,
up?
that's so crazy.
Nobody's in cold ass
Maybe.
Michigan.
That's crazy.
Working scissors now, son. We don't do that out there.
What you burning on?
Is my boat speaker stuff up, or do I sound fine?
It sounds fine. Here.
That's
Yeah.
nice, man. Nice view.
Go. I figured I'd hop on, smoke a joint, trim up some Morgana. I go
Nice.
dig it up. This isn't Morgana.
Ole!
Nice, nice.
Can you put your hand behind it? Because we're not really picking it up too well.
It'll be hard to
Okay.
see it anywhere.
Yeah.
So I don't show my nugs on
Okay.
here. I just pass on when I
Well,
show my nugs. Looks good. Nice
I
and
can
chunky.
see the triclones now.
Looks good.
Take a couple of those fan leaves off and roll her up.
That's what I'm about to do.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's more light. That's better. Yeah, much better. It started turning a little purple, huh?
This is that Mendo P by Forbidden Fruit.
See that. That's good.
I'm gonna add it to this Casey Killers. That's straight gas. I'm gonna add a little fruit punch to this gas and see how that goes over.
Yeah, look fire.
And then I'm gonna put some Morgana here in a minute, trim it up. What's everybody smoking on?
Cannabis.
Fucking mute.
I knew it.
Pink Bubba.
I
Pink.
knew it.
Oh, then my phone dies. Pink Bubba.
Nice.
Something from green from Southern Ohio and Sour D from Ohio.
I haven't had some good sour diesel in a long time.
Sour D's nuts.
Sour D. I was going there in my head, and then you said it out loud. That was perfect. Holy shit.
I think I'm gonna do some crosses with that forbidden fruit too. I've heard good things about the males out of those.
Bro, the forbidden fruit fire. A lot of people say whatever they want to say. A lot of people say a lot of stuff. I don't care what
Tansy.
That's just fire.
I had forbidden fruit in a cartridge and I wasn't that good.
I
But
didn't
that's
start. It was
that's a
awesome.
cartridge.
See, I had the nuts, the brass
Yeah.
nuts, and they were super fire. My ex
That's-
wanted it like every day. She's like, "Where's the fucking one?" And she'd order it every time, like another one. I was like, "Get the Skywalker or something else. I want to try something new." She'd just get the same stuff. Forbidden fruit every time at the casino. That's all you could smell. It's like, shit.
I like the crosses it's in.
I liked it itself, personally. Like that's just myself. Like the cart that I had.
Just
Right.
it's cherry pie hit with tangy mail, right?
It just didn't get me high like I wanted. It tasted good. It tasted like it should, but it wasn't like the high wasn't for me like as much. Like, that looks good. I like it. God, my leg hurts so bad. I hit my ankle so harder there.
Yeah.
Just remembered what I did. What are you guys doing for Turkey Day? Making turkeys? Gobble gobble, motherfuckers.
No, I'm
Oh,
in.
that is today.
I'm
Fuck.
invited.
Shit, I got a flat sack in my ear. That hash?
Yeah,
Dang.
Moroccan.
Nice. Nice too. Like that's a nice dark. I like
Yeah,
that.
I like how they cut it up
Oh, love
too.
it. That looks so good.
These
Jeez.
Chinese, again from these Chinese people, they cut it up perfect every time.
Yeah, man. That looks nice.
Do they take the head off?
Anything
I
from in
gotta
here?
smoke hash. I'm smoking hash now. Let's do it.
Drive over here. We got to get those posters, but first, drive over to this cooler right here.
This?
Yeah.
Okay, look, finish with the shower.
Yeah,
That's-
we're gonna go do that. So
What's up?
I'm gonna ask you to move one thing for me.
Oh, Bud's got a helper.
Yeah.
Shit, I
Yeah,
didn't realize.
He
I was here
but
late.
he only speaks Portuguese. I'm like,
Oh, that's no good then. 'Cause I
It's kind of
only
women.
swear- I can only
No,
swear at him.
he only speaks Portuguese, but he understands English.
Yeah. and he's really like a hash maker. He works for my
Oh,
friend
yeah.
washing.
That's my favorite right there.
Either I can just swear at him or I can pick him up. One of the two. That's the only Portuguese I know.
Yeah, they got tile saws,
Mhm.
and I got so much stuff. I'm emptying out this Connex. It's a 20-footer. It's actually a cooler. Like this gets almost to freezing. We used to like store fruit in it when we had that
Nice.
business. But it's just
yeah.
overflow for
Throw
10
in the
years.
fucker.
And it has like
Mm.
just a lot of heavy tools and shit. Fuck.
From all your wrenching on all the carts too.
Just accumulation. Like, yeah, we were like accumulators.
Human
I don't know, but I tried to go minimalist, and within the 6 years I've been here in Thailand, holy shit, I've accumulated a lot of things.
Like even this sign. This was on the road and it's both sides. And this friend of our artist painted it like 20 some years ago. It's weathered a little, but yeah, it has like memories, right?
Yeah,
But
but
You
that's
know what,
it was the sign to your fruit stand. Like
yeah,
you're gonna carry it
put
around
that
forever.
if you don't want to carry it around, put that up for sale. Someone will
I
buy
wanted
that.
to sign this
That's a
monarch.
vintage fruit
Yeah, that
stand
goes
sign from California.
Well, even in our area, it was kind of popular because she was the butter. Like if you went there, there was a big atrium, and you for free could just go chill next to the pond with butterflies. Take this and put it right here. See if you like it's on wheels, but I can't move it because of my hernia. But if you just do that and then drive back up, and I'll get you set up for the shower.
This right here.
Yeah, and then shut the door. Yeah, those might move, maybe not. All right, I'm done for the day. Part of this is, I've been putting my head around it, but like unraveling a chapter of your life, and there's a lot of emotion in it, especially
Yeah,
like
there is.
the wife thing. Like, and one thing about I have the best soil in these 4x8 beds. It's maybe going on 4 seasons, but it's all been water only, really amended properly, or at least what I think was properly. They're in the fabric inside the fenced area.
Just get a forklift and
Well,
Move 'em.
you couldn't get around the fence.
Right in the
And
back of the
yeah, I'm
U-Haul.
pretty sure if you tried to lift these fabrics, well, they're
They'd
still
rip.
pretty sturdy. Or somebody could just shovel it.
Yeah, empty a bunch of buckets individually, and then
But that's a lot of work. But then again, this is like X amount of what do you call soil measurement? Uh they sell it in the
Cubic yard.
yeah, these I think it was 5 yards delivered from like a soil mix guy in the area, and then even like spiffed up.
nice.
And we've always just taken my spent medium, like whether it's mainly cocoa when I use cocoa, and plant succulents where yeah, you don't even you can just stick a succulent and it'll start growing. But we've been doing it for years. We have like just shitloads of them. This is just one section. I guess we always thought, oh, we could sell them, but like, yeah, I don't have time to. Well, I do, but like, oh, 50 cents each. Oh, give me a quarter each.
I
Like,
don't
it's
know.
not worth
Random
it.
$5,
I don't like,
$3,
I don't
$2.
like dealing with people. So it's like, oh well.
Set them out by the road and put a sign that says free.
Well, I could just leave them
Yeah.
for the property. And I could end up in the auction getting
Keeping
the
the
property.
place. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, look at all this. All kinds of cool shit.
Oh
and
yeah, he's
some
got
of
tons of plants.
Jesus
some of
Christ.
them are my collection. I have different protea. Like these are all different color ones. I've had these for years.
Oh,
They
those are
only
cool.
flower for like one night a year. And yeah, it goes on and on. It goes on and on. And
It'd be
I
really
have like
beautiful if
a
Bud
little,
turned his phone sideways.
I don't even know what's in here. This was like part of Butterfly. So like,
That's so funny.
yeah, I don't go in there because that's one of the bedrooms is like the stuff from my wife that at the time, oh, I got rid of a bunch of stuff, but there was at that time I was like, oh, I have
And it's
room.
right there.
I don't even go in that. That room's probably gonna be the hardest one to tackle
Clear
because
out.
jewelry box or just stuff like that. Like, oh, you're gonna. I guess that's yeah, stuff like. I wish I wasn't like attached to stuff. Like it becomes a serious. You get older, and a lot of years go by. Next thing you know, you have so much fucking stuff you don't know what to do
Yeah.
with it.
Not even when you get older. At my age, I just literally
Nothing
lost all my 20 years worth of stuff. Like 4 years worth of stuff. Shit. I now I've started free. Now I have all this stuff again. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want none of this stuff.
Even part of how, like I said, we would have over the years a couple places. Some of them were actually residential. That was part of my wife's job. Yeah, we would be able to like move into a place that we were really not living at, but make it look like we lived there. Like,
Yeah.
like make it look that way. Oh, we'd go there like one night a week or maybe more at the beginning. But then we accumulated stuff. Like we live in this area that people travel from distance to thrift shop in the mainly the church owns these big thrift shops in Fallbrook. Yeah, there's scores. Like that was my wife's like little. You come up with a truck full of shit and be like, yeah. I bet, what the fuck is all this shit? Oh, I only spent $42, and she'd have like some like real nice wood dresser and this and that. It's just all kind of like she was crazy. She was a hoarder, basically.
Anything out of it. Okay.
I would say that that'd be like picking a fight with her. She didn't think she was a hoarder, but she was.
My mom can't pass up a really, really good deal. So she constantly buys little shit that she really doesn't need. But it was such a good deal, she couldn't pass it up.
It used to sort of maybe embarrass me sometimes, but she was the type that on almost any she would try to negotiate. Like she grew up working for her dad at the swap meet since she was like a teenager or whatever. And so like if she was to buy stuff at the thrift shop and they say, oh, okay, it's $43, she'd say, all right, well, how about 35? Like that was her thing. Like at first it used to sort of embarrass me, but then I just realized, oh, that was her thing. Like that was like her personality. That was like part of her little
The haggle.
Yeah, the haggle. I haggled in my own way in business, my own business, but oh no, I remember the first few years until I really just accepted. Yeah, she'd haggle people over $1.
Am I tripping balls or is Buddy's screen messed up?
No, it's the sun behind him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks trippy as fuck.
Big brown rapper with a white fluffy tail.
It's I think it's probably 85 and perfect out and 17% humidity, so that's almost double what it was yesterday.
It was 86 today.
It'll get in the 50s at night. It gets like once 4:30 rolls around, the sun goes down. Oh, it drops quick, like maybe 20 degrees in half hour.
Yeah, we're a little bit better tonight. It's only 66.
Well, no, we shouldn't mention it.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna have to have it.
But man, when it hit 48 the other day, holy shit, that was cold.
Yeah, it's getting really starting to get really cold here, especially during the night times.
Yeah.
I've got my I am now layered with long johns. I got several layers on now. It's just that cold. Yeah, I got a full body, full one pair. One piece.
Gotta be almost 80 degrees here. I literally stopped sweating. Like, that's crazy.
I gotta move to
Yeah,
Thailand.
but
Fuck it.
you're like 1,000 miles south of where D's at. You
Even
go
when it's
1,000
Bud's
miles
at the
north
difference,
and it gets a little bit colder.
Yeah. Even
Just so welcome back to me. Just so you know, I think what J5 is showing is Morgana.
Oh, right
This is
on.
my first trim bud of Morgana.
Sweet.
Right here.
Look at that.
Nice.
Right on.
Everything you hoped it could be and more or less.
Really pretty. It doesn't have the strongest nose, but I haven't smoked it yet, so
Right on.
it looks it's got that big appeal though.
Sweet.
I think it's gonna smoke good. It's resiny, it's greasy,
Nice.
not kind of sandy. It's pretty unique stuff. I'm kind of excited to get it in the jar. It's one of those ones once you get it in the jar, things start to change, you know.
Mm.
But yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful herb.
Yeah, that's one thing I missed is that greasy herb.
Mm.
Did any of your other varieties stand out? Like anything you thought, oh, that's special?
Excuse me. I was saying in chat earlier that the what does he call it? Animal style from Raw. It's the 09 animal cookies hit with that apples and banana. And it's unique. I can't even describe it. Definitely not cookies. But you had brought up something earlier, Fumi. You had said mothballs or something like that. Was that in reference to apples and banana?
I don't think I said mothballs. I'm trying to remember how mothballs smell kind of lavendery with that like chemical, right? Like naphtha and lavender. Right?
You had said something earlier, and I was like, "Gosh, maybe that's what I'm getting off of it." But yeah, it's unique. I don't know. It's definitely not like I was
definitely possible. Yeah, for sure. There's some of that kind of horseradishiness, basically, whatever that I call it, pretty much.
That's what you said. Horseradish.
Yeah. It was actually super funny. Sorry, I keep talking over you.
Dude, I'm bad at this.
Oh, that's
what
right.
It was. Horseradish.
No, I think I have a delay too. My internet, I think, is slightly slower here. Anyway, the fuck was I trying to say? I was trying to say, oh, when I came back, like my weed tolerance is still pretty low. It's unfortunately getting higher by the day. So that's kind of sad. Like it was so fun getting like mega ripped basically, right? So that's going away now. But anyway, what was I going to say? The more unusual thing was that when I got back, weed didn't taste the same way anymore, and now it's actually coming back. I assume maybe that's a factor of the endocannabinoid system. I'm making wild assumptions right now, but basically I was low on the cannabinoids after about 5 weeks of being out of the country, and literally even like my sour morgana and stuff that I'm very familiar with the flavor, and I really enjoyed the flavor and everything. It's like sour cherries and everything, blah blah blah. It didn't taste like that at all. It tasted like armpits and freaking like old school Amsterdam weed, whatever. Like it was the weirdest fucking thing. I couldn't even like. I was like, "Are you sure this is the right jar?" Like my friend brought me the jar. I was like, "Really?" And I was like, well, that's my writing. Like that's and I looked at the weed, I'm like, that's my weed. It didn't taste even a little bit like freaking sour Morgana. And little by little by little, that's come back basically. And I think maybe that's the saturation. Again, this is my wild hypothesis that's my endocannabinoid system becoming resaturated basically. And somehow that affects the flavor a little bit as well. Because I think we've talked about this before. A lot of flavor and smell is psychosomatic. So, for example, your body has been trained to like certain things and dislike certain other things. And if it had been trained in a different way, for example, if you'd lived in a different place, you'd have a completely different sense of smell and taste, basically. It's really fucking interesting. Anyway. Still, I don't have a punchline to all of that because it's been very disorienting and strange. The first time I've had a tolerance break for a long time, and also the first time that I haven't smoked weed for a month or something and kind of lost that sense of the flavor. I remember Romulan talking about how, wait, but so doesn't weed all kind of taste like weed? And for the first time, I really knew what he was talking about because when I came back, it just tasted like weed. It tasted like weed. Like it reminded me of, there's no reason why it would remind me of Amsterdam. There's basically no Amsterdam genetics in it, but for some reason it reminded me of like, Europe or Amsterdam or hash or whatever. Like it vividly reminded me of that kind of flavor. It was just this weedy, like weed flavor, right? Like seriously, like street weed, basically. I don't know how to explain it, basically. Definitely not, oh, sour cherries with a hint of blah, 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 and none of that, right? Like just weed. No. Very bizarre. And that's changed over, I don't know, like almost 3 weeks now, 2-3 weeks. Anyway.
What kind of flavors you get off it, buddy? If you can hear me. Is that light too bright?
Are we talking about apple banana?
Yeah.
Like dank weed, like I was saying this last night.
Dank
I don't think Fumi was with it. Like sometimes it's less about all these things we attach to the smell and taste, and what about the predominant smell of weed? And like apples, bananas, like yeah, that's like older, dank, even though it's a newer variety, it has like older dankness to it. And
maybe that
I don't smell apples or bananas in it, even within my imagination.
It's not in there. It's not in there. I have one too. I don't smell it.
And even my patients, like, oh yeah, I call it apples, bananas. One guy, he knows his weed. Yeah, few weeks later or whatever, next time he got some, he's like, yeah, I like that stuff, but is it supposed to be like apple? Like even just a customer on his own, whatever, was like, yeah, I don't smell or taste apples or bananas, but it's good. And it has its lineage, like I always forget lineages, but it's a collab between some of Compound's best and something Cookies put in.
Gelati Blue. Was that the Gelati
That
Blue?
Blue Power.
Blue Power?
I
Gelati Blue
probably, if it was just on my own, choosing that off of a clone list or something, it didn't come to us that way, and I would have checked out its history, I would have probably, just because, not that I don't have any hate for Cookies or Burner or whatever, but then I also don't have any support for it if I can help it. Right. So that would have been, oh, yeah, I would have like, that would have like, but those are like, what do you call that? Like when you have like misconceived conception or, yeah, that
Preconceived.
because, yeah, preconceived notions and shit, like where, well, you should always just judge things on the what it is, not any of all that. But in today's world, a lot of all that becomes part of like, whether you want to think that way or not, it happens.
Yeah, it really is. It's that way.
Especially, oh, there's so many things to choose from. I would have like said, oh yeah, Cookies collab, pass. Now I don't even know what a Cookies collab means at this point in day and age. And most likely it meant that Burner, who seems to, part of his job is to name strains, like he does these taste testings with new stuff, and then he's the guy that comes up with the name and the marketing. That's his shtick. Yeah, like I think he's the guy that said apples, bananas, even though it didn't smell like apples and bananas. But hey, it sounds good. It penetrated the market. He does understand how to brand and market. Like I give him credit on that shit.
Right.
Or how to utilize, you know, the system we're working in to his advantage. I mean, when you got 1 million followers, I guess you are influencer.
Yep. There's a lot of people here in Thailand that follow him.
Hey, it seems lately I follow him and watch his story and his thing. It seems like he's trying real hard to be like a regular dude amongst us, right? Like, and that's like where, oh, if you gotta try to be that, oh, nah.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. I've never seen
even
him as
the one time I was in a
different,
sesh with him was out in the mountains at Ego Clash. So he was totally out of his element, right? But, and there were a lot of weed celebrities at that thing. Oh no. Like somehow, yeah, I guess he's close to being worth $1 billion, or at least he portrays himself as multimillionaire. Oh, you could see that. Like he stood out that way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's on another level as far as that. So he's trying to hang out with the fellas, but like he's not really one of the fellas. You know what I mean?
He don't have dirt underneath his fingernails.
Well, not even that. Like, you know, he has a level of what. Wealth is a weird thing. I over my life I've seen that same thing where like once you achieve a certain amount of wealth, yeah, you kind of limit yourself of like, hey, you live in a weird bubble that's like, yeah. That's why, like, yeah, I guess I'd wish it on my worst enemy, but like, yeah, being rich, be celeb, and like most people think, oh, that'd be the fucking life. No, that'd be hell. That's how I look at it. I would hate that. I would fucking literally hate that. Some people will do anything to achieve it. You know what I mean?
For real.
And it used to be, I mean, at least there was always celeb or whatever, but you didn't always have to have like real talent. You could be a gimmick, but you had to do something. Today, oh no, some of the most famous people, like part of like through social media or whatever, it's because they're not any of that. They're like, you know what I mean? Like they don't have a talent, but somehow, yeah, that's what's weird to me, that you could like have no talent at all and somehow get 200 million followers or some shit. You know what I mean?
That's
Or what I think
downfall
is no
of the nation.
talent.
That's the downfall of the nation right there. TikTok, scourge, ruining lives as I speak. It's like,
It is like even myself, I only really got into it like after COVID. I was some of my friends were more into Facebook and all this social media growth over the years. And oh, even Deadhead content is big there. But I get it. It's addicting, and if you look at your usage of and how you like waste time, like you might only be checking some message someone sent you, but next thing you know, you spend 20 minutes looking at reels or this or what, endless fucking rabbit holes of whatever it is. It's not really real life, but it is, but it isn't.
it's become its own life. It's not even.
Yeah.
Its own world completely.
And well, I mean, I come from this hippie weirdos that like anti-establishment, but like and I'm sure there's some people living off grid and whatever that, yeah, if you were really going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to live any of that life, you couldn't have a cell phone. Like I mean, I guess you could have one that you turned everything off and you just had an emergency phone, or no, I mean, once you have you have to get the thing, you have to have an email, and then you have to like, oh, so if you have a phone, you're to varying level, you're like part of it, and you almost can't not live without a phone, right? Like that. No, I guess some people choose to.
Yeah.
But like that really limits your whole life. I'm sure there's some old hippie guy up in Humboldt, whatever, that even all these years still doesn't have a cell phone, doesn't have an email, has never, yeah. They're far and few between, but they're out there.
I still have a Hotmail email address.
What is that, J5?
This is Sour Morgana.
That's the Sour Morgana. Looks way nice, trimmed up. Shit.
Am I getting it? Can you actually see it?
Good.
Yeah. Well, a little bit from. You're like on an 8-bit camera, bro. Like 8-bit. I see like 8-bit fucking. No, a little better than that. Heaven. My shit's slow today. All you guys are blurry and messed up. It's nice. Sour Morgana or regular?
Sour.
Sour. Oh, that hurt. Excuse me. Smoking diamonds right now. Infused. That I just infused myself. It's herb. Shit's killer. It's tropical cream. Shit's fire.
Did it again, damn it. Right on.
The first join the day got me really high.
Right on.
By the way, you guys good to keep chatting, or do you want to cut it short? What do you want to do?
I'm good with everyone's decision.
Everybody. It's up to you.
I got all day.
Good.
I mean, if you guys,
I could probably try to get this Morgana in focus for another hour.
Is it dry enough to smoke?
It is.
All right. Well,
Well, it's a little.
you
It's not quite dry enough, but like
you
I could leave
gotta-
a chunk out overnight. And it'd be perfect in the morning.
I was gonna say you could throw it in a pipe or a bong and tell us what you think.
yeah, one of those.
I've only got papers here and an oil rig.
Uh,
Probably super high. Just want to laugh at everything now. Shit.
Dude, I've been trying to get pot and focus for I don't know how long. I'm having a fun time. But uh-oh.
yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna have
just
a
like
real
they-
fun
they-
time until I go to trim it all.
Just like they've made, what do you call it, filters and all this for other taking selfies or other pictures. Why couldn't they make it that so many people try to show their bud, but it's hard to get it in focus? Like, couldn't they make a filter and make that like part of the function of the phone?
Well, what
One
the
of them
phone
tweeted
is
that.
actually doing is it's being so smart and it's trying to filter out the stuff that we're actually trying to show, because a lot of times we forget that we are moving in the background. So the camera is trying to auto adjust to us all the time instead of what we're showing. That's why I try to put my hand really close up to the camera.
That's why you just put your hand behind the nose and then or something flat, black, even some.
But that way you don't see me because I move.
Even something that I thought, like, over the years, I've never had my cell phone that would take a good picture of the moon. I'm like, oh, I've tried to adjust it, I've like taken, but it's not like, but that's like something that people take pictures of the moon. Like, why is it that camera can't take good pictures of the moon? Or I just have the wrong phone. But no.
Humidor. I know nothing
Yeah.
of cameras whatsoever.
Well, it's the same thing with most cameras. You got to actually have a really long lens, and cell phones just honestly don't have that. So you have to have basically a long lens with a big aperture, and that's just the complete opposite of what cell phones have. They have short, wide-angle lenses with really teeny tiny apertures that are electronically mimic a large aperture. So actually, the numerical aperture of a cell phone lens is like f/15 or something. But they basically, with computational photography, they basically give you that wide background and that fuzzy background you get with a nice big aperture. Anyway,
well, I mean, they're really good at
So
some
size
things,
matters.
100 millimeter lens.
and
Like I still
and-
can't quite get a really good moonshot. I need like a 400 millimeter lens, which is expensive as fuck. Like, I mean, even that's relative. Like the 70 to 200 millimeter lens I have is fucking expensive, and the 400 millimeter is way more expensive. So I mean, like, not many people have that. So that's one of the real life answers.
Right.
But am I onto something that they could like have like a filter thing where, oh, you can move it to moon and it would somehow make the best of it? Like,
Move it to cannabis.
or
Maybe,
close,
but basically it would use computational photography. It would basically take a bunch of images and then stack the best parts of those images together. When you hear the words computational photography, that's kind of what it's doing. That's an oversimplification because it's still doing other stuff. It's going to lift the shadows. It's going to bring down the highlights, on and on and on. It actually like emphasizes facial features, on and on and on. But what am I trying to
well,
say?
it does some things really good, but that's at the expense of other things. Like,
Well, that's the thing too. And so like a moon image is difficult to get even with like a camera, like with a big sensor, when super fucking expensive, nice lens, with a tripod. Even then it's difficult to get a really nice shot. So if you can imagine a cell phone, it's going to have to really struggle over a few shots basically. And phones are amazing now, so iPhones and Androids and stuff, some of them can actually take a reasonably good shot of the moon, but it'll basically takes those long shots, right? It says hold still, and it basically does that super slow shutter sound where it's literally taking like, I don't know, maybe 50 pictures, honestly, in a half-second time, and it combines all of those and says, okay, I'm going to take the sharp part of this image and the good part of this image and whatever. And so I guess the point I'm trying to make is it would have to do that for every single image that you're talking about for the moon because it's so fucking dark, basically. So that's a really difficult image to take, period. And so like just to set like a one filter or something, no, it's not, it's just too much computational fucking power. It wouldn't be able to do that. Maybe if you had a supercomputer or something, maybe in a year or two, when the AI literally like reconfigures your entire image and it's not even really the photograph you took, it's just like a composite of the stuff that you might have taken, that's a different story. Then probably your phone would just like, oop, oop, there you go. That's
well,
probably
ever since I watched this thing about the telescopes, I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around like when they said, yeah, we're able to look like, I think they were like saying 9 billion light years. And I was like, what? So like whatever this image is they've pulled out, it's from that many years ago.
They're upstairs.
Like, which like, yeah, okay. But when I really try to wrap my head around that, it's like, yeah, it's been, yeah, that's trippy to me. That's
Yeah,
where
it
we
is.
are, like with this type of technology that, yeah, it took that long for that image to get to what. Oh, and they're taking the image.
remember the
from
universe
Wrap my head around it.
and basically as our side expands, so does theirs expand. So imagine that two cars are driving as fast as they can at each other. They close the distance super, super fucking fast, right? Like if both of you are driving 100 miles an hour at each other, holy shit, you close the distance in no time flat. It's like you're driving 200 miles an hour. Well, imagine you're doing the same thing the other way. Basically, the entire universe is expanding away from itself. It's a really bizarre concept. It's not just expanding outward, it's also expanding in every other fucking direction. So imagine basically like our side of the universe is going some which way, and their side of the universe is going some other which way over several billion years. And so that's essentially why the light from that star took like 9 billion years to travel to us. It might have, when it started, it might have only been 4.5 billion light years away. But as the freaking time passed and like their side expanded too.
Yeah.
Farther
Like that's the shit that when I watched this thing, it was a couple weeks ago, it's left me like, I don't know if anyone makes sense, but like, yeah, trying to wrap my head around that information, that set of data that is, I guess, is common at this point. That's what they think. I was like, yeah, that's some heavy shit. That's great. Yeah. And we figured that out. That's even pretty crazy too.
This herb is
Well,
wrecking
even-
scissors.
Well, that is a big sign. Like,
yeah.
She's sticky.
Yeah. I mean, not always. It's like some weeds, like even this OG I've had forever. It's not that like you look under a scope. It's not like, oh, there's weed that has way more trichromes and way more, but somehow, oh, it has that fire dank OG gas and gets you super stoned. Even the lowest piece of it smokes good. But Yeah, so that's weird with weed to me. Like it
I
doesn't
I
always have.
am
Oh, a lot of times all that crust and all that equals great weed too, no question. But there's been a lot of weed that I've smoked that didn't have those qualities and still was great weed and grew them for periods of time where I tried my best to get the best out of them. And yeah, they just weren't. They only had lower crust, I call it, or whatever trichromes, whatever I call it
I
crust.
true I truly think THC is, for me at least, is probably 25% of the plant. Yeah, it may be the thing that starts the process, but I think the rest of the plant, because I smoke 32, 34% strains, and then I smoke an 18 or 20 that has a completely different terpene profile, ester profile to it. And it really gets me high.
Well, it seems like just due to the nature of the business, right? Even though home growers have the choice to do whatever they want, right? And same with most small breeders, there's an influence that starts from the legal market, right? And at this point, especially California, but pretty much all the states, how weed sells is with this THC number, however they derive
Yeah.
it, whether the labs are patented and people are breeding or choosing to run strains that hit those numbers because that's what it takes to move product. And then that, I guess you'd say, trickles down, right? So even though like here out in the smoker level, we're telling our truth that yeah, some of the weed that we enjoyed most only had 20% THC. Well, yeah, unless I guess you preserve that yourself or continue down that line, the machine of the industry is like taking us away from that, right?
Well,
Most of the hype strains, like
good
that's
thing I'm
all part
working
of
with
it.
all those shit.
Whether like any of this stuff is like verifiable data, but seems like breed strains, however they come about, clone, seed, whatever, are judged on two things, right? Oh, how good they wash. That's the latest one. And the THC, the like 30% or more or whatever. Like even in
Where in
our
the
thing,
90s, it was like,
we
how
just
much can
got
we
it
get off a plant?
back and and I sent some of the snips to to Fumi, but okay. So we had this strain called Slaps. Now we never had it tested, but the the kid that gets us these genetics works at this facility, and they get it tested. So Slaps is like a mid 30, low 30 consistently. It's with a Z, slapped with a Z. And one customer, my guy that man, he's just a smoker. He's older than me, been smoking longer than me. Um, always gets a few different kinds. For the first time in history, like a year and a half ago or a year ago, he called me a day or so later and says, "Yeah, can you switch out this one? Like I don't get high from it, right? It was a killer batch of Slaps, crusty. It was nothing wrong with that. Then I tell my two partners, Gary and Sam, like, yeah, the story, yeah, Fabio, yeah, he returned the one. He said it didn't get him high. Somehow Sam decided off of that, where oh, there's a whole other group of people that are thriving on it. All right. And like, love it. Okay. To like, that's why like giving phones to people around you is important because yeah, off of that, over next month or so, he decided, yeah, we're gonna stop growing slaps, even though it's a good one and it's in demand, right? And then all of a sudden we didn't have slaps and like there's backlash, like what? And so we got it back. Oh, got it back as one clone, right? And then we grew that out. And now we finally have slaps back in rotation. But it's sort of funny that yeah, off of one person the deal, right? Yeah, it had like we almost got rid of a strain. Or actually did and then got it back. And I'm sure that if I like served them a batch of slaps and said, oh, it's called whatever, he'd probably ask for more of it. Like that's, you know, people I've learned with people are people.
You gotta be
And
careful listening to people's criticism and advice and stuff. You can very easily let it tear you astray, basically, or tear you asunder. What am I trying to say?
yeah.
Because, for example, I've had that experience myself when I sent out testers, I don't know, a long time ago now, a while ago, for, you know, Morgana and Sealago the Bat and all these different things. Two people came back to me and said, oh, they had problems with Sealago the Bat. I can't remember if it was a Herm issue or what. But anyway, I was like, oh, shit, all right, fine. You know, I'm going to pull that out. I'm not going to sell it or anything else. Turns out, though, after making it a freebie and literally giving it away to everybody that I possibly could, and a bunch of people growing it because, you know, fuck, free seeds, everybody fucking loved it. But except for those two first guys, basically, they told me that there was something wrong with it. And even then, they didn't dislike it. They just basically kind of scared me. And I listened to their advice somewhat foolishly. Honestly, I should have waited a little bit longer. But yeah, you can very easily.
And I look back to some of the traits that we'd had in the 80s and early 90s when there was way less strains and way less growers and everything, right? But there was two things. There was certain weeds, and oh, I grow weed that's crusty as fuck, but that doesn't always equate that there's going to be resin dripping out the other side of the joint, right? There used to be weed that some of it was crusty, some of it was just average. Oh, a third of the way in the joint, the thing would be clogged
You
up
couldn't
and there's like
smoke it.
resin dripping on your lip and shit, right? And there was
Yeah.
other weeds that literally you took a hit and you couldn't even really inhale it or hold it. It was like Expando, right? And I think just over like people being people, and back then there was no internet, whatever, people that bred and had at what lines to move forward with, ultimately like as much as oh the shit that made you cough like that, where's that today? Oh, the average person bitched about that. Yeah, that one weed, I couldn't even hit it. It made me fucking cough and couldn't, you know, wasn't smooth or whatever. And same with like drippy ass joints that you can't smoke because, yeah. And I sometimes I'm amazed because some of these varieties are super trichrome crusty. You're thinking, oh, well, that's oil. That's going to equate. But no, I don't know what was the kind of oil that used to be in the weed that some of it was just like at the time not even that great outdoor Humboldt weed in the 80s as far as like trim and the structure. It was green weed though, right? Outdoor. Yeah, some of those joints that would spit resin like crazy. Like you knew people that had access to it because they had stains on their lips from the resin and on their fingers from the resin from the joint. Today, like even the crustiest weed doesn't. I don't know. I
Nope.
will roll a lot of
It's not
joints. They're
oily.
good. They're good joints and all, but I don't know. The one weed that did that I grew in the last few years was from Tao. Amy Aces. I have to give credit to that Amy Aces. I grew it like 3 cycles. In every batch of that stuff, when you smoke the joint, there'd be resin buildup in the joint.
That's exactly what I'm smoking right now. With
Yeah.
I know what I'm smoking right now, and that's why I had to mute myself because I started coughing each time. I had to walk away to cough because I was having a coughing fit.
Okay, can I ask another question, guys? Since there's 2 people here that see Amy Aces, how's the bud structure on that?
Um,
How
No,
does
it's
it
a good
grow?
plant. It stretches a little. It grows good.
But are they tight, dense nugs?
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out when, because here in Thailand, even growing indoors, I've already noticed that I'm going to have to watch what I grow during
It's like a
certain parts of the
hybrid.
year.
It's a hybrid, right? But
So
I
there's a
grew it
little bit of
3
spacing in
times.
between the inner nodes, or is it give
Yeah,
you a
yeah,
big,
yeah.
okay.
But that puts on weight, and I grew it 3 times, which meant sometimes, the first one, maybe I grow out the second one because I already have plants. But for me to do a third one meant this was a few years ago. There was something that, because it was against probably at that time 10 other things I also cracked, or 6 or more than that one was like in the front of the line. Like, I ran it a couple times. A couple of those other ones, I don't need to mention names or whatever. Yeah. So the Amy Aces, yeah, it's legit.
yeah, it was a good plant. I only ran it twice, but one outdoors and twice indoors. But yeah, same cutting. I didn't use any different seeds, so I thought the one I had so much, and I just lost it, so now I have to pop more. But yeah, Amy Aces for sure.
Well, even right now, I'm like, this crop we're harvesting tomorrow, I guess, has, I want to enter the Ego Clash in flower, and I, mainly because my friendship with Masonic, he didn't sell these seeds, but it's Rainbow Belts, which, okay, Rainbow Belts 11 or whatever, it's that crossed into this old OG that I've had since '99, just OG. And the bud structure reminds me of OG, but it didn't stretch. It stayed short. It's on its clonal run, meaning the seed run, which you can't, me personally, as a person looking for things to run, that gets very little. Like how it runs there doesn't mean as much as the second and third clone runs. That either that's when it like settles in and digs your environment, or maybe not. But even the first one, we were stem rubbing in as it finished, and we noticed, it's not very loud. It doesn't like, it's not very loud. When I smoked it, it wasn't very loud. The seed plant, some of that was, it stayed shorter than we thought. It didn't stretch, so it was on a tray that got overgrown. So the cheetah piss or whatever surrounding it, like shaded it, or didn't get, it was smaller than the rest of the tray. But now the clonal plant, oh my God, it has this lavender. It's not purple, but now that it's like almost done, a day or two, like this weird lavender sheen on the head pieces. And yeah, it kind of has like more of the OG structure to the bud than the rainbow belts. But yeah, it doesn't like, it has a smell. It smells. But in today's world of like competitive or like loud, like even sometimes I'll have bag with a bunch of turkey bags of cheetah piss, and all the strains I have, the one, even in a turkey bag that has like somehow the smell gets out and lingers, is that apples and bananas. Like it's dank. It has that like dank smell that is loud. And the banana daddy, like that shit's super loud. You open the bag and it like hits you in the face. But
Yep.
it doesn't get me
It's
that high.
the high.
What's the aroma?
But then kind of like gassy, but not like OG gassy, more like fuel gassy. Yeah. And
Okay,
it grows
see,
good and structure and all that. Oh, it did the numbers, it did everything. And people like it. See, the thing is, I learned this numerous times, but where it was really apparent is when I stopped growing tansy after years of always having a little tansy going. There was like a handful of my people that really took that hard, right? And I was like, yeah, but that shit doesn't even get you high. Like it didn't get you, oh, it tasted really fucking good. Or maybe it got you high, but it didn't get you stoned. And like I've learned over the years that just because all the weed that I like gets you stoned, like basically lazy stone, procrastinate stone, couch lock stone, from the morning on, most people aren't that way. They have like a different relationship with weed. Not most. There are the diehards like that are, I guess you'd say, hardcore stoners, right? Wake and bake stoners. But a lot of consumers, yeah, they like weed that doesn't give them that. That's the part of weed they don't like, is when they get like house locked or so stoned they procrastinate or stupid stoned or whatever. That's the shit I like. And so of course I'm the grower, so like over the years, that's, oh, I'm so proud of those weeds. But probably half of my arsenal or my patients, if you did like a trial and had them answer questions fair and square, they're not that. They gravitate to things that are like a lighter high, which, oh, I grow those for a couple times and then I get rid of them. Like I still have people that wish I still grew the tansy. Like that was their thing.
I've got 100
And
pack of Pansy DNA seeds if you want to run them.
no, I mean, and it was like a great plan, and oh, it fucking smelled so good. And I always had a little jar in my table here, and there would be these times I never knew when. Sometimes it would be weeks would go by. Other times it would be maybe once or twice a week. It wouldn't necessarily be in the morning, or there was these certain times where I'd be like, yeah, what do I feel like right now? Oh, a tansy joint. Now I wasn't going to expect to get all fucking stoned. It was the same thing with purple punch. Like, yeah, it's weird. There are these weeds but people like those kind of weeds. Like
People.
And sometimes you have to like, yeah, care about your patients and ultimately my patients like that there's always something different. Like, but then again, no, there's still people wishing, why'd you get rid of ice cream cake? Why don't you grow Blackwater anymore? Like, yeah, there's always those people. Some people, whatever you have, they want something that you don't have.
Nice jar at that. What is that jar full of?
This is that ice cold.
Haven't heard of it.
It's from Soulfire.
Oh,
Um,
don't know why I haven't heard of it then.
it was a freebie
That's probably why.
from a 3-pack. I'm not trimming it, obviously. It's like vanilla gas. It's nice. Mm.
Sorry. I'm actually busy. Like a lot of days, my phone doesn't ring, and I like it that way. And then some days you get all these different things going on. I don't really like it that way. I used to. I used to thrive on that. I used to thrive on that, like action or whatever, like for a lot of years. Somehow, as somewhere in my 50s to the like also COVID made me realize, yeah, I'm chill, just chilling. I don't need to be somewhere all the time.
Yeah, I became quite the hermit.
Yeah, like I have other friends that, yeah, that drives them nuts. They're still a little younger or whatever. They gotta go. I was that way. There's no question. I guess it's part of aging. Then, I know some guys older than me, and fuck, a lot of them are drinkers and shit. So they like to go to establishments, which I don't drink. So yeah, I would like it if there was like no difference between an alcohol establishment and weed, and it was like, but that'll happen not in my lifetime. Maybe in like 10, 20 years it'll start to develop where it's like cool places, because yeah, ultimately there's a lot of cool like bars, I guess, right? But if you don't drink, yeah, no, like even when I go to music at like clubs, and if you don't drink, it's not fun being around people drinking. That's my personal, like, yeah, I don't know how other people feel, and other people drink. I used to, but no, 25 years or so, not a sip.
Yeah.
I never quit drinking, but I'd never drink.
Yeah, but it like when it comes to being like socializing and don't like, oh, I get calls, friends are like, yeah, you want to meet for a drink? Or most, no, I don't get them that often because most people know, nah. Even though a lot of times there's food there, but the few friends that I have that, oh no, I'm not going to be your buddy. Well, you get shit faced on whatever afternoon at a bar or restaurant. That's no fun. Now, if I was also getting shit faced, okay, let's do it. But no,
Dude, I start to feel it after the second one. I'm like a three beer kind of guy these days.
so what percentage of trimming have you gotten done from your whole harvest, Jay?
No idea. Not half. but I've got a pretty good, excuse me,
Yeah, I've been pulling my own share of
a pretty good
like
storage
like
system.
even though we do have these trimmers, we have like basically we do as much work as we can ourselves over the last couple of years, just over the numbers, make it, yeah, well, that's that much less. You're gonna have to pay somebody else. Yeah, trimming's like I went a lot of years. The first few times I did it, I only did it for like 15 minutes and then put it away. Then finally, about 3, 4 times of that, I did like a 8 hour straight, got a bunch done. And then now, but I have to be in the right mood. I have to drink the right amount of coffee. I have to like feel like, oh, I couldn't do it if I wasn't like, I give it to trimmers. Like, oh, not every day you wake up feeling like trimming, that's for sure. And that's one of the hardest jobs. Takes a special kind of person to like.
So here's another thing I do, and I'm lucky to have,
Oh, 25.
and clientele like this, where I can bring them, say, what is it, usually 200 over. So I'll bring them like 650 untrimmed. They'll clean it up themselves. It usually comes out pretty close. They tell me if it was a little short, if it was a little high. They keep the trim, make edibles. They usually end up giving some to me. It works out nicely,
Yeah. I have a few people that I could probably
about 200
that
grams
with.
over, if I remember right.
Oh, you're pretty generous.
Oh, once it's cleaned up, it's right about 450.
Okay.
You give them 650. With most cultivars, I mean, you gotta feel the herb out. You gotta work with it a little bit, but yeah, I can hit pretty close. Usually about
Well,
over.
I haven't purchased it. I'm not sure even the name, but there's certain strains that when there's certain like the right day of the dry and cure, that it's like what they just put it in a bag and they kind of shake it a little and it just knocks off the leaves. Yeah, I've been thinking to acquire that because there's times when the leaves are just crisp enough that they'll basically just break off themselves and then just clean it up a little bit after that.
Yeah, I don't see much problem with those. I used to run twisters, wet trim, when we would just knock out fields,
Well, even in this last cycle,
you can't do that. Don't do that, people.
All the different
little holes and all that stuff. Yeah, whatever.
We have these little slips that the trimmer puts on, the strain, the date, the weight, all this 5 or 6 things. But we added this new one because, we used to buck the leaf, right? Mainly just the sun leaves and whatever, and then hang them. But Nicole, the trimmer, works at another place that whole plant leaves every leaf on it. It's the same strains. And like she's like, yeah, theirs are like terpier. So we did like a test run this last time. And so there's some that are marked LL long leaf. That meant we left all the leaf. SL short or whatever, short leaf. And they're more terpy that way. Now, part of this is she's figuring out how much more time and effort to add to the trim price. Because, you're going to save it by not having to bucket. And, it'll take a couple extra days to dry. But, yeah, I guess that's common consensus. Most people whole plant, not take off anything and dry.
Right.
Which when you're doing it at scale, there's reasons to buck all the sun leaf off and stuff. Even what we noticed, and that's why the timing, because we keep them in these totes once they're ready. When you leave the leaf on, when you first open the tote and they're still in the pure process. Oh, there is some hay smell. And I think if you didn't get them out and trimmed in the right timing, that you would possibly like taint your batch with that smell. Because that is why you take off some of those leaves when you take a plant down. At least, that's what we did for a lot of years. Now, no, we left a lot of leaf on there, but we took off like sun leaves or more than that. Just we bucked them. Bucked them was what we called it. But yeah, and then dried them and then trimmed them. Now we're a whole plant. It changes things. And I think it might be strain specific too. Some strains might not like having that leaf on it while it's drying. Others need that. Because there is like a post when you cut the plant down, it's still alive for like even as you're hanging it for the first so many hours, maybe first 12 hours, it's still there's transformation happening, I think. But who knows? I could be wrong. Sorry
I
about
think
this.
some need to go long cure too. Like, and OGs could be smoked right off the tree, damn near, right after they're dried. From my experience.
And that
20
banana
years.
daddy, the banana daddy, I think once you hit about 2 months after, having it dried, so 2.5 months to 3 months, I think it's done. No shelf life.
Yeah, some plants are that way. Some stuff has to go long. You have to let it sit there
and
give its goodness.
And I wanted to say, okay, Banana Daddy has to be an S1 because I got Banana Daddy
Banana Daddy, you ain't got no daddy.
From Thunder Dan, and he gave me some in Michigan, and it was right after harvest. And Spartan gave me some bud that was literally 5 days from being cut. So I cured these out, and over time, I noticed that the banana went from more of a ripe banana to one that like sat on the counter or out for a while. And then it just kind of went to that, okay, it tastes like weed.
Yeah, well,
But
here's the
it's-
thing.
Oh,
I might not know what bananas supposed to even smell like in weed, but like here's a bag of Banana Daddy, and it came out really good. Like, oh, and
You
it
ain't got no
smells.
daddy.
It smells like maybe even a little soury smell in there. But I don't know anything about like I know
I'm
what
not
I
checking
eat
it out myself,
bananas.
but
I know
yeah.
what bananas smell like, but peels and more ripe bananas. For the life of me, I don't get any banana out of. There's not a single strain. Banana God, Banana Daddy, apples and bananas. Maybe my
Banana OG.
genetics with smell and all that. Like people are colorblind. I might just be blind to the smell of banana. Now it's good. It's good weed, but it's like a middle range high. It's a lighter high. And like halfway through the joint, you're like, it's all right. It tastes and smell breaks up really nice. But when you start smoking it, it doesn't. Only the first few hits have that good taste. And then it
if
just
you're
tastes.
interested in growing a J5, let me know. And I think I got probably 2 or 3 people in Michigan that should have that cut from Thunder Dan. And we can
Talking to
hook you
who?
up.
And the White Wedding, which is totally different, but from the same guy.
I'm high as
Uh,
hell. What are we talking about?
You're in Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you want to grow Banana Daddy, I
Oh,
believe I can get you a clone of Thunder
word.
Dan's Banana Daddy from someone in Michigan.
Holla at me when you get that Death Star.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think Jay's after like
I
a
want that
whole
Cap
other
Death Star
level of strange than
number
Banana Daddy.
Yeah,
445.
but I was just offering it
I'm
because he
fucking with
is
you.
in
Thank you for the
Michigan
offer, Cap.
and I can, facilitate that. So when I can help out somebody, I will.
Appreciate
Even
that.
if I do come back to Thailand and they talk shit behind my back.
But that's a Collins strain, isn't it? Banana Daddy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who
I'm
we
good.
go,
I'm
Shotty?
good. Never. I'm good. I don't need to grow any of that. I'm good on that dude
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
it's
I had a situation, so I got White Wedding and Banana Daddy in teens from my nephew's nursery. And we even grew them a bunch of times at the warehouse because they yielded and they look great. And customers complain, but me, yeah, I don't even bother smoking it anymore. It's not like that stony. It's like just it breaks up and smells. Both of them smell really good. And I imagine in an age and the experience, but it doesn't get you stoned. Like not really
Okay.
stoned. Just gets you
Now,
like high. Like it's like a high. A couple times I was like, yeah, I rolled it to drive. If I go to town, I'll roll a joint with me. And then that's like the true test. Like, is it good? And didn't have any legs or.
have you
like,
harvested everything, bud?
yeah, I got things drying here, there. Yeah.
But
Here's like shut down.
at the house.
Yeah.
And
That's like shut down.
You didn't take any clones of those seeds I gave you.
No.
And you
No,
didn't
which is kind
re-veg
of
them,
like,
so they're just done, right?
like some of it was like, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking with the hernia and waiting on surgery and all the shit I was going through that I cracked. Like it was that post pre-seed day. I think I had like 7 or 8 varieties going. Right. A bunch from Kaya, Mean Gene, Your Thing, May's Thing, and yeah, it's been rough. I don't let it like show. Life's good either way, but in the last few months, I've been dealing with like part of this whole thing is what I took for granted over the last so many years of growing is the certainty. Like, I had a lease. There was like, once that's taken away, and then you're like, dealing with foreclosure, whatever, and you don't have longevity. It's hard to be a grower. It's hard. Like that's why I shut it down. A friend of mine was like, "Yeah, no, don't shut it down." Like, what the fuck? But it was like so much shit. It just didn't feel like I just felt like, like end of a chapter. Even when I was just down there, there's dates in every room where when we'd set a tray, we'd mark the date we set it, and there's these lists for years with Sharpie on the white wall. Like half of those is with my wife's handwriting. Because like as much as like, it's been 4 years, I might came to a phase in it where like, unless I like change, like, me and her lived here I think I've lived here almost as long as we lived here together, but I never bought things. So like everything even my clothes. I never bought things. She bought things for me or for us. And I'm like, yeah, there's like, not that I'm like, I probably lived through it. I obviously have, but there's this part of me that wants to like have a clean break from that energy field. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah. Unless you've
Totally.
been like a wife murdered after 20, like I imagine not many people have had that situation, but yeah, I went through a phase where I thought I was doing good the first 3 years, right? Like, oh, it was rough, but I've made this certain progress. Oh, in the last year, I realized, oh, there is no, like, it's not like you ever get over it. No, right? But, oh, even, see, I really love where I live, this town. I've been here 25 years. I had opportunities to move to Vancouver, Washington, and Ukiah and different things. But part of it is, oh, I drive by where our fruit stand was for 20 years. Oh, the grocery store?
Yeah.
That was we went there a million times. I've only been there 10,000 times by myself. Like, not every day, but some days, all those little triggers like make me like feel a certain way. Like, oh, I don't cry or whatever. Oh, I think about it. I'm like, oh. And then when I had these choices, I was like, yeah, it'd be nice to just move to a place where everything's new. And I went through months where that was direction I was going in. But then I realized, oh no, I love this place. It all happened when I pulled out of the the Mexican butcher on Tuesday. They 75-cent tacos, any meat. And it's not a Mexican restaurant, it's a Mexican butcher. So the meat's good, right? And it has a weird parking thing. And I pulled out in my small ass town to do a left turn while there was cars and got in the middle section and then hesitated before I went. And boom, it was right in front of the sheriff's, right? So I played it off and went straight like if I was going to turn left. But he pulled up right next to me and rolled down his window and was like, yeah, what's up? Slow it down. And said, oh, you don't even have your seatbelt on, right? And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, right? And he's like, all right, well, just slow it down. And I merged back into the lane and he followed me halfway through town and that was it. The other time, I've lived here 25 years and have no regard to driving around my way, speed and all that, because they don't pull anyone over in this town, right? We have, like, I know from the city council meetings, there's a group of people that want more police, and then there's a group of people that are like, well, how are we going to pay for that? Oh, we're going to have parking meters. Oh, we're going to have enforcement. So we have this thing where we only have like limited police, and so they have to be ready for a call. So if there's never a speed trap, there's never anything like that. Oh, if there's a fatal accident at a certain place, there might be like a month later, there's some kind of like enforcement there. The other time I got pulled over like at midnight, California stopping on the road right before you leave town to my house. And I was smoking a joint. And when the cop walked up, I could see in the rearview mirror when I rolled down my window, smoke billowing out of my car. And that time I had to show him my medical card and he was like, oh, okay. And yeah, no problem. Like, and
That's
so for
good.
my friends live in some other cool spots, towns, Ukiah and Mendo and all these places I visit. And yeah, a lot of places are really cool places. Except like the local cops are like trying to make revenue off their own citizens. And so like anything you do, you get in trouble. Oh, my town's the opposite. Oh, now you go to Temecula, Oceanside, whatever. Oh, cops act that way. But I don't live there. I live where they don't. And that's like that day is when I was like, oh, I love Fallbrook. I'm never moving from here. You have to drag me out of here.
I don't see cops here in Chiang Rai hardly at all. And I love it. And
I
when
see that people.
when I do pull up on a cop, I don't worry about it. I'm not looking at him. I'm not pulling out in front of him, looking in my mirror to see if he's lighting me up or anything. I mean, this to me, it's just like, wow. I mean, the cops aren't looking to give me $150 speeding ticket because I was going 6 miles an hour over.
Wish I could say the same thing about up here. Holy shit, it's been a rude awakening coming back from Israel, where I could kind of drive as fast as I wanted to hear
Yeah.
fucking plod along, because they've got all the speed cameras now. Speed enforced by photo, blah blah blah, and they literally have fucking poles every goddamn where. Yeah.
They got that here too.
Well, that's crazy. They took them down when we used to live for privacy laws, I guess. Some shit.
They actually had a little city in Cleveland that had a cop sitting on the off ramp in a folding chair and getting people going by. And then they installed those cameras, and there was such an outrage about them that I think they took them down.
On the way to Vegas, they have fake cardboard cutout cops hiding in the bushes, so you think you see a cop from far away, and on the other side waiting.
I might have left out a crucial part of like what I'm in the middle of doing. So my friend Carrie, who's a wealthy lady that trust funder, but she is a show horse equestrian person, has this beautiful ranch
property.
And on her ranch, like last year, she bought like a purposely built, not like, it's a, like you pay for it. It's a tiny house, right? That's right next to, basically on the property, there's like multiple Macau parrots and cockatoo, every kind of exotic bird in all these cages. I don't know all the names. Oh, the other section, there's every rare chicken and duck and peacocks and every other bird in these other sections. Then there's a bull with big old horns and a cow and a calf, right? Then there's the 6 horses. One of them she boards like it's someone else's horse. She boards. The rest are like equestrian horses for like jumping, and that one thing you don't realize until you're around those horses. I'm 6'2". When I'm standing next to one of those horses, their legs are 6'2". Like when you go to a racetrack for horse racing, those are like 3/4 size horses. The kind you use for show horses are these monsters, but they're really super nice. Like they're like pets. So, yeah, I'm going from, I love animals. I've had cats and dogs. That's it. We had an iguana once for a few years, but now I'm moving onto a property in a tiny house, which over the years, I've watched content where it's a popular thing in San Diego, the tiny house community, and some of the content I watched years ago, never thinking, oh, I want a tiny house. But somehow I watched some content about it. But the overall theme of the people that embraced it we're like minimalist, right? Oh, we're going from this 3-bedroom, 4,000 square foot life to this tiny house life, right? So in the last week or so, I've made pictures and stuff because I the first time I looked at it, I was like, okay, cool, deal. I'll move in the beginning of December. I've had to reassess, like, because if you have too much clutter in the tiny house, well, now you can't even function, right? So after living in,
You've got
living where
3
I've had
dogs.
like 2 stories, 4 or 5 bedrooms that I just leave
4
empty to store
dogs.
shit. Oh, well, there's like another 9 dogs over there too.
Just give me
Yeah,
your storage locker so I can buy it.
she's and the thing about it, like, there's turkeys. You think, one of these must be for Thanksgiving. Oh no, this is a person that every one of those animals are just pets. Like, I guess we collect eggs from the chicken,
Rotisserie,
but
nuggets,
like
barbecue,
most people that have a cow, and then I come to find out, like basically the
ribeye,
cow,
roast.
the horses eat roughly 1 bale of hay a day. Like they get it in 3 parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we would split it up into.
That's a lot of hay.
Well, like I say, you
We
know
give them
that
no
product
half of that.
that's like next to Spam called Underwood's Devil Food Ham. It has like a white
No.
paper.
That's the good stuff, man.
It's like
Yep.
cat food, right? But it
Yeah.
was made during the Depression when like
Potted meat.
canned meat, right?
Yeah.
She's
Goose
got
liver.
she's got the devil tattooed on her because she's the
Nice.
heir. She's the heir to that. Her
Holy
it
shit.
was her grandfather
I remember this.
sold it to General Mills, I think. So like they don't even run the company, but it's still a product on the shelves for 100 years, basically, in the United States. It's basically cat food for humans. It's called Devil's Food Ham. Comes in a little ass can with paper wrapping on it.
Yeah.
Right? Now I think they make it with different flavors, but yeah, she basically just trust fund her off of that. So like some of the horses, the one that is her main horse that she rides at the shows, she bought from Poland and paid to have it brought over on a plane. 475,000. Now she bred that with this other horse, and there's a colt that, yeah, I don't know much about horses, but I'm going to live on a horse ranch. I'm excited about it because, like I say, you close one chapter and open another one. That's how life is, but holding on and resistant to change. The older you get, the last year I really was fighting what I come to realize. Well, sometimes destiny is happening, and you're best to go along with it than try to resist it. That's kind of like, it took me months, and then I had the hernia, and it was like a whole, there was a lot of things, but all right, that's what life is. A lot of things, even things that Fumi went through, Eagle went through, other people in line over the same period of time, Rez, and just life, people in their life, people sharing that. At certain times helped me. At the same time, I have my mom who's now in a old folks home and dementia and yeah, life is precious, but like, there's ups and downs in it, and sometimes it all comes at once.
Yeah. Me in the past 2.5 months. 6 people have passed away on me. One person basically changed the rest of my life and turned it upside down.
Sucks.
That's why I decided to go broke here and give it a go, and either gonna come home with more money than I came with, or I'm gonna come home broke. But
Yeah, that was like what you're doing was something that so many years ago I've thought I didn't necessarily think of Thailand, maybe the Philippines or even Costa Rica, like expat life, where
Yeah.
when you get older and I've worked for myself, so it's not like I have some pension, retirement, and all this shit. But whatever you do have at a certain point, you can there's the United States and the cost of living here is completely out of control and hard to sustain, especially if you're starting to get older and starting to have limited income. Unless you're like set, which some people are, but most aren't. You can live in a lot of other places. Even my partner's mom, who just died, she moved to Italy, and this is how I got hip to it. I didn't realize that, like, her husband was in the military, whatever. She had whatever her money, old person's money from the government was. And when she moved over there and bought a villa, whatever, oh, she lived the best life in this small town. And it was basically paid for by the money from the United States that she got. I thought, well, if you're not in the United States, you don't get the money. Like when I was younger.
No, you still
But
get it.
yeah. And when you start seeing different content, a lot of the expats are guys that whatever they Social Security, retirement, they get 11, 12, 1,500 a month, which they wouldn't even be able to have a place to live here. But in Philippines, Thailand, a bunch of places that expats live, depending on what you're after. That amount of money is like a good life. Like and a lot of those places have better healthcare, cheaper healthcare, all these things.
I live here.
Now it's scary though.
$1,000 a month, and I spent $2,800 on health insurance, which covers anything, any hospital related surgeries up to $750,000 baht. So it's quite a bit of money here in Thailand, but it was basically, $200 a month compared to health insurance in the United States. For me was like, I was getting quotes of like $1,000 a month.
Well, some of my friends from this area grew up with them, a little older than me, around. Yeah, they ended up in Phoenix or Flagstaff or Vegas, where they could afford to live there as they got older. Where I'm one of these Californians that, like, as hard as it gets here, that's one of the reasons moving to Vancouver was like, I was afraid if I moved up there, well, all that, but like giving up your whatever you have in California, it might not be so easy to get it back.
But really, Bud, I mean, you kind of mentioned it, and this could actually turn around where you actually own your house for the first time. Or you could be moving and starting that new chapter. Either way, it's a new chapter in your life, even if you don't move, because now you actually physically own something.
And then you can lease it to J5.
Actually, Jay, I wish I would have known you. I would have rented you my house.
Well, I
No,
mean,
your
one of the
house- your
things
house
with-
isn't on
it
a hill in
came with-
San Diego, bro.
I've dealt with over like, oh, the
It was in
25
Duran.
the 25 years spent here, couple of the places, I had official lease to buy, right? So a certain amount of the rent went into this thing, right? Oh, if the sell point comes, you have to, and there was a time in my other house, which I lived in from like 2000, it rode through 2009. So there was a time where my landlords that lived in Texas on that house could have sent me some papers. And if I signed them, I would have owned the house, right? But it was like at 1.1 million, right? Which at the time, that was the price. That was at that pre 2009 thing, right?
Yeah, the crash.
Because this is my experience. Yeah, I've never had a job, so I don't have
Social Security.
Well, no, I'm fully vested in Social Security because when we had a business for 20
you
years,
got
we filed
lucky.
taxes and we both maxed out our Social Security. Which what is that? Like fucking just enough to not to survive in the United States, right? But it could give you a decent life in Thailand, right? It depends. Like even it's like the lottery. Like in a year or two, if I take it early, it's only this amount a month. I get this like notice annually. But if I wait till I'm a certain age, like I forget the numbers, like, if you wait till you're 67, then you get more money per month. It's like a gamble because like, if you take it at 63, you only get this amount per month. If you wait till you're like 70, you even get more, right? It's like that 20-year deal with the lottery. Take the cash now. You know what I mean?
My mom went through that, and that's why she didn't retire until she was 67. But waiting that extra 5 years actually gives her like an extra $850 a month.
Yeah, I'm still years away from it, so I don't really look at it that in detail, but I get the gist of it. I've looked at the letter. It comes every year saying whatever. It's your annual Social Security report paper. But yeah, it tells you right in there. If you start taking money at 63, I think it is, here's the amount you get. 67, I think, and then it's 70. There's like these. Which like you could be like gambling and going, all right, I'm gonna wait till I'm 70, then I get all this money, and then die when you're 69.
Yeah.
Because ultimately everyone pays into that, even though it's a lot of reasons it's insolvent and a fucking mess. But a lot of people pay in and never get to collect because they die or whatever, right? Like even my wife, I'm not sure. I think I can. I don't know. Like I'm not in line for government cheese. It always seems like you have to jump through a bunch of hoops. But someone told me, yeah, because your wife died, then you can file.
Yeah, that's a victim. There's a victims fund that they have in California.
Well, no,
what about
they gave
someone like
that.
me though? But what about someone like me that has put in like a third of the credit hours and doesn't get anything because I became disabled 16 days after my 23rd birthday?
Yeah, and what's hard about the mess, the catch-22 of that, which is a lot of people are, not just you, is that if you were to get a job, then that affects the disability. You have to like report it there. And then,
I don't get any disability, bud. The government does not give me disability. I am looking for a lawyer for this, but this is another reason why I'm starting this stuff here is because I started an LLC in the United States that owns the interest here. That company pays my Social Security because I don't have to pay income tax, but I have to pay Social Security. And I'm hoping that over the next couple years, I can build enough credit hours up to get Social Security disability.
You know, in the 90s when I was in prison,
I could have gotten disability in the 90s easy.
these guys would school the guys getting out. That back then you could get out and go to the Social Security and say that you're a chronic drug addict, habitual drug addict, and
Yeah,
they would prove
get
you
it.
and you would get disability. Now it's much harder, but I'm sure there's guys that got it way back then that collect whatever fucking money every month for 20 some years. Because once you get on it, it's pretty hard to get kicked off of it.
How can I not qualify for disability when I have a piece of paper from the state of Ohio listing the 23 allowed conditions that make me disabled? And they
Well,
deemed me 100% disabled back
I
in
also know
1995.
a few cases where I had a friend that like applied disability, whatever, and then took like years, and then they finally like approved it, and then their first check was backdated to when they first
Yep,
applied, and I was like, "What the fuck? They gave you
it's
how much money?"
huge.
Right? Because they backdated, and yeah, it's a battle. I assume if you have all the right stuff, you should
I'm at
probably
5 years.
hire a lawyer because the system makes it that you have to fight for it. They're not just going to give it to you. You have to like fight for it to get it. That's why like
And
there's all these
you have
months
to
in a year goes by.
hire a lawyer. You can't
Yeah.
do it yourself. They make it so difficult because I've applied by myself and they
And
immediately just dismiss it.
I assume it's one of those lawyer things where because yeah, you get this lump sum from when it's filed, that they're doing it for a piece of that money, not just like
A straight
hourly.
fee.
Yeah, that's how most
If I,
lawyers. I mean, not all lawyers work that way, but there's a lot of sections of being a lawyer where, yeah, you're working off of like a piece of the settlement or whatever.
yeah, my lawyer actually was nice and handed me a piece of paper and said, "You write down a figure on how much you think we should get."
Well, one thing about it
And I
working,
basically cut it in half. I gave them
what
18%.
one thing in a deal like that gives the lawyer motivation because they only get paid if they,
It was a
you know.
friend. I mean, his son is Dave of Acousticuca, who was the lead singer and songwriter. So it was a family, friend type thing. We all knew the same group in Ohio, in Cleveland. So they gave me a deal. I mean, 18%. Most workers' comp people are 33%. They take a third.
Yeah, that whole system and the tax, yeah, how it all favors the rich and used to be, oh, there was this middle that was okay, but now there's not even the middle. It's basically the rich and everyone below them. And whether you're anywhere below, yeah, you're just stuck on the treadmill for the most part.
I'm stuck on a treadmill with Discover right now. on paying my medical bills. Because when I got hit by that truck, I was still covered underneath the traveler's insurance of my ticket. And I've been fighting with them now for 2 years. And that's only, yeah, only $40,000, which in the United States, that bill would have been close to $250,000 that they would be looking at paying. But that's what, took a big chunk of my money, was getting hit by that truck and not having the insurance at that time. Now I have the insurance, so when I do go to the doctors, it doesn't cost me that much. I even got my prescription card yesterday, which means I get 30% off on my prescription. That's going to save me almost $100 a month.
Nice.
Yeah, the anti-seizure medication isn't too bad here. It's only about $2.50 a pill compared to the $8, $9 a pill in the States. But my other medication is 3 times as much. And I just had to go through the ringer for that one because I seen a new doctor, and why you on this much medication? Well, no, that's actually for 40 to 45 days if you look at my history. Well, you're still on. No, you don't know my case. You're an internal medicine. You're not an orthopedic doctor, and you haven't even asked to see my MRIs.
Well, isn't it like co-pays and the same thing? So like if you have
Yeah.
45 days, then someone else has 30 days. So they make a copay every 30 days.
Well, no, a copay here is you go in, and for me to see the doctor now, it's a straight 100 baht at the hospital if I just walk in. If I make an appointment at the government hospital to see a doctor, it's 35 baht. But the government hospitals aren't like the private hospitals. The private hospitals will take care of me. The government hospitals will want to give me something like trazodone. And that's it. And I cannot live that way.
No.
Yeah, I don't know about, I've been lucky with my health. I had the operation, they gave me different stuff afterwards, just a few days worth, but yeah, I've been lucky.
But
I
you
don't
go
have any
in,
pharmaceutical.
A copay is basically, it's going to cost you, say, $10,000. Well, your copay pays 30 or 40 or 70% of that, and then you have to come up with the other 3 to 6 grand, 7 grand. It's just a They're just
Well, here in the
helping.
United States, I mean, it's a whole complicated thing, but the one part of it that to me like makes it like, oh, it's all just bullshit, is that let's say you're having a bunch of medical whatever, and so the bill, they charge these ridiculous numbers, right, for every service, because ultimately when the insurance company negotiates, they only paying like so much cents on the dollar. So it's not even real, right? So they've inflated the numbers to then take less. Why don't you just make the pricing what it is and not play that game? Because like somehow that seems like a bunch of corruption. like that, oh, a CAT scans, whatever thousands, but oh, really the insurance company only pays this amount. But oh, on the
This-
bill, which then your percentage of things are calculated from that, you don't get cents on the dollar, they get cents on the dollar. That seems like a scam, right?
There were
pretty, like-
25, there were 25 capsules, and this is like amoxicillin. They charged me 2,365 baht for this. I called them up, and after I got home and looked at the bill and looked at what they charged me for that, I actually called up the hospital and said, listen, I will leave a comment on social media about how you charged me almost 2,400 baht for literally less than 100 baht worth of medication at the pharmacy.
Yeah, but does that
And
affect
they are
them?
actually, they're sending me a check for 2,000 baht.
It's like one thing when I checked into doctors was there was sites that had reviews on doctors, and real quickly I realized, holy shit! Like, oh, there'd be a couple decent comments, and there'd be like the haters and the trolls or whatever, and it was like that information was kind of useless because it was like, yeah, of course, there are people that I realized when I read some of it that the people that were the haters would write like 3-4 paragraphs, and I'm thinking, well, if I was unhappy with the doctor, whatever, like what kind of
I'd
person
be
would write
short.
yeah, like and oh, there'd be comments that seemed like, oh, those were like inside jobs or whatever. Oh, right. And then I realized this other things when I was going to make a purchase, and I would like think I was doing my due diligence and read product reviews on a washer or dryer or some shit. Yeah, it becomes, yeah. Next thing you know, you can't buy anything because when you go through them, it's like, oh, there's crazy negative things that are so far on one side, and then there's the super positive, and then you think, I've never left a review in my life of anything, and I assume most people are that way. Like, who are the people that leave reviews
Me.
on? Yeah,
And I'm glad that I read the reviews of the hospital that I go to now, because I watched my bill, and all of a sudden I noticed that my bill went up. And when after the third month, I approached them about it, and then they said, oh, yeah, you weren't getting your discount. We're sorry. And they asked me for one bill because I paid the other two with my bank app. And I thought they were just going to give it back to me. And they said, well, you only gave us one bill. And I said, yeah, but you charged me 3 times. So now I have to go and hunt for those bills and then take them in. And then I'll be getting almost 3,000 baht back for every one. So it'd be another 6,000 baht that I get back. You have to watch them over here. And the reviews even said, if you're living in Chiang Rai and you're a foreigner, watch your bill because they will overcharge you. And they'll just say, oh, sorry about that. That was a mistake.
I think they do the same thing here.
Yeah.
I had it happen at one of those high-end vets where like there was the estimate, right? And then there was like whatever, $6,000-7,000 procedure and stay. And then we went over it line by line, and then I forget exactly, but they didn't actually need to use that, but because it was on the estimate, it carried on to the bill, like where it was like a bunch of money that they like when I went line for line, and this wasn't my first experience at that type of vet, but it was the first time we like called their bluff on the estimate and because like I noticed like whatever they give as a high and low estimate, they always come in right at the high when it's all said and done. And somehow on that one, which was like a few days stay, and there was all this auction, all this stuff, right? Yep, there was when we went line for line, they had to take them out because we didn't actually do that.
Yep. I get that here. They try to charge me for getting my blood pressure and my weight. Okay, it's only 100 baht or 150 baht. But if you're not doing it, why am I getting charged for it? Oh, because it's just a simple, normal charge that when you go to see the doctor, it automatically puts it up on your bill. Well,
now I was impressed when I went to the doctors at the technology. Like, when you first come in, the nurse comes in and does your blood pressure, whatever. Now, when I was younger, the last I remember, they would pump up this thing. Oh, they put a thermometer under your tongue. Now they stick the one thing to your finger. They just put the thing on. It does it automatic. And then the data that it comes up, even somehow it would say the amount of breathing I was having. I was like, holy shit, this thing's pretty cool. And the temperature, she would just like wand something across your forehead and bam.
Yeah.
I'm always like super stoned by the time I go to the doctor's office these last few times. And so like
blood pressure's down,
they're always,
you're calm.
they always comment, wow, you have great blood pressure. And I always realize, it's because I'm like super baked right now.
That's what they tell me too. Oh, your blood pressure, your heartbeat's fine, Yeah. So I have a mystery bag.
What's it filled with? What's in the bag? What's in the bag?
It's a mystery bag of weed from Michigan. I don't even know the strains anymore.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's got a nice funk tape smell to it. Almost like a cat box.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so somehow I found on my table, it's this little glass jar with a cork and it has like 6 seeds. But there's no label, there's no way I'm gonna remember enough to be confident to go, those were
I'll pop them.
Now when I put them there was like, there's a reason they got put there. That's the problem with having like a big mess of shit that there's these other ones that I should probably mark that are in the plastic containers, and they're actually from that company called AC Bloom or Bloom Seed Co. or something.
Well, you're talking about 2 different companies.
Yeah. Which one? Which one?
Well, whichever one was involved with Free Seed Day with Masonic.
Yeah.
Bloom.
Bloom.
Yeah, those are. Those are from him. There's like 10 seeds in this one. but I don't know what. That's what's wrong with these kind of containers. If they get disconnected from a
You're
bag that
still on
has
the
the
wrong
name
side, but you're on the wrong side. We couldn't see it.
and oh,
Well, yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, with those, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I put those in these every time. So like I put
and even myself,
and it
sometimes
rubs off.
yeah, like Sharpies. I only use Sharpies, and I'll mark on a Ziploc, and then sometimes a couple years later, usually it's good for a while. But a lot of times, things I've marked, like yeah, just moving the bag around or touching it. Yep,
Yep.
all of a sudden it wiped off whatever you marked. You can't read it anymore.
What time do I
Well,
show up,
that's
Jimmy? Good.
that's what I was doing at Masonics, and I was trying to use the marker to write on those little containers of what they were, and it's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I found I found a bigger one, a jumbo one of these, and it has like probably 15 or 20 seeds in it.
Oh.
Well,
Like-
all the ones you don't want to fuck with, just put in a box and
There's a lot. I mean, I have a whole cabinet with seeds in it. Most of those are marked, and
I'll send you ones with labels back.
some of them I grew, and they were fine and dandy. I just never revisited them.
Try writing with that.
Like I have probably 30 kinds from that girl, Modern Epigenics, and I grew maybe 10 or 15 different varieties, brunch crosses, straw nana crosses, different stuff that she bred, and they all rocked. And
That's what you've been saying.
Sometimes I crack the whole pack and be done with it, but a lot of times I just will do like 4, 5, 6 seeds and save 2, 3, 4, and then I can always go back to. I have a lot of those. Now, some of those, yeah, honest opinion, I wouldn't go back to. But then there's some in there that like, oh yeah, fuck, remember that one? You gotta grow that again. But then there's new seeds that come along. I have these packs that James Loud gave me at the Dead Show in July. And for some reason, I want to grow those.
good.
But if I went and looked in the cabinet at all these other ones, I would be like, oh yeah, what about those ones? What about this one? Oh, I forgot all about those ones. And the next thing you know, you have two. The only way to really hunt, like even this one where we did the belts in the OG, that was the only seed project we did for over there from whatever cycles and whatever phenos and the clones of them. And we like were able to like pay attention. When you get too many going, yeah, fuck. At least me, I don't have the organization to like keep track of a whole bunch of different ones, especially when you get into pheno hunting, like which pheno's better than the other in multiple different kinds.
Yeah, to find the best.
It all just becomes like, oh, you crapshoot it a little. You don't like really. You relinquish some of the control because you have so many going.
I'm about to get into the point where I wish I was back in the United States for just the plain fact of being able to take a leaf off and send it to someone, have a sex testing done. I've got 713 seedlings.
Okay, but all right. So
and
how much do they charge
50% are
per?
gonna be email.
Okay, but all right, let's say
Maybe
700, right? So you need to next test 700. How much is each
$2,100.
test?
About
And that's
2,100. It would cost me 2,000, about $3 a test, and I would have had them back within 2 to 3 days.
I guess at that scale, and considering the consequences of doing it the manual way, where you could miss one seat, you could, and the amount of time it would take to look through that many of them.
The
I guess that's
electricity, everything
yeah,
involved, the
yeah.
water, you
Now,
look at it
like
and you're
I'm like
saving 2.5 weeks.
I'm messy Marvin, or like I don't even try to be organized. Like part of my art of my own trip is that I'm unorganized, but there's
I
a
have
certain
organized piles.
right. So I don't fool myself. I know, oh, what I'm saying I can't do, oh, somebody else, oh, we'll put it all down on paper, organize it, no problem. I'm not big on organization skills. And when you start doing like multiple seed packs with multiple phenos in it or varieties or plant hunts and the male female thing and everything else, yeah, even though I did it, I can't help myself. A lot of times I'll start cracking seeds, and then a week later crack some new seed or something, and within a short period of time have like 5, 6, 7, 8 different things in motion. And oh, it's cool. I have a bunch of flavors. It's cool. But as far as like keeping them organized, taking clones of them, having all that,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the difference in between my personal life and that life. Like you were saying, I'm organized, but it's organized piles. I know where
And
things are at, they're in that pile. But when it comes to my garden and when I start doing genetics, I'm all about paper and pen. Paper and pen. Write everything down. Everything.
and for 20 years, I had my part of the job and my wife had her part. She 1000% managed clones. She took the clones, she kept track of which plants she needed to take those clones, marked them. Oh, I communicate with her, but nope. The little station, the tools, yep, that was her thing. And then like, oh, it wasn't like I didn't know how to take clones, but like even when like 4 years ago I was going to the events and there were these trays of these peat starter things that like 50 in these trays, and they were like freebies. I was like, oh, cool. After like years of using Rockwell with a sleeve on it that I can mark with a Sharpie what's on it. I remember I was like, yeah, and I took all these different strains and I had a piece of tape that I taped on the tray, right? As like the legend of, oh, this row, this row, this row, they were all different. And then put the dome on it, everything was good. A few days later, I came and instead of taking the tray and watering, I lifted out the
And you
insert,
dunked it.
right, to go to water it. And then when I came back, I was like, wait, does it go that way or does it go this way? Right? Because oh, if you didn't put it in the right way, the legend
So
and then I remember going, yeah, I went this way. These plants were on this side. And then later that night when I was thinking about it, I was like, oh no, I think it went the other way. And then even though I grew those out, oh, it ended up being wrong, right?
Yeah.
I all those rows, 5 clones each or whatever. Because when they grew, I recognized what some of them were, and I was like, oh no, that's not that. That's this, which meant I flipped it. Yeah, that whole project, because of that fuck up, I didn't take clones off of those plants because like I wasn't 100% sure anymore. And then that was when I was like, oh fuck those peat things where because one thing about the rock ball, they got like a plastic sleeve. You can just write something on it, and then there's no mistaking what that clone is.
I still have the stakes. I still use the little pieces of plastic and
Yeah, I use those when I up bucket, and when we go to the bigger cubes. Actually, at the other place, no, we have them like the sleeve from the 1.5 inch slides up and basically stays on the plant. And each strain has its initials and a color. Like, oh, cheetah piss is
the color
yellow.
probably helps.
But sometimes those sleeves in the whole, like, oh, when they harvest, if it slides off, oh, now what the fuck? So it's not foolproof. And sometimes the ink, by the time it's done, you can barely see. Like you're like, you can't even, it fades. It washes off a little, whatever. So it's not foolproof. But by that point, we know what certain plants look like, and they're grouped together.
I was gonna say, got these little tags with the little holes in it, so you can wrap that around the stem and put a string or something in there. Tag your plants up, or use it as a stake. I like the wrapping it up on the plant after. You just
The wrapping it is like, because sometimes when the stakes, yeah, every once in a while through whatever, all of a sudden it's like, wait, what happened? There's no stake in this one.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they get watered off. Like I don't even know. Like
hefty garbage. Hefty garbage bags used to come with its own like type of plastic locking piece, and it had a big enough area where you could write on it. That's what I used a lot. Yeah,
really
pull
cool.
through and
talking about. Those are just like tags for plants, just like them, just a little thinner. But they're just like the ones you would buy full of plants. That's crazy. Never thought of that. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Good idea, Kat.
Because I always tied my garbage bags, but I didn't use those plastic things, but I used them for my plants.
Yeah, I always just use the twist ties for the
a lot of times, especially if I have mixed tray, I'll take a Sharpie and then on the stock I'll just write initials. And then usually there's no question there, and then yeah, even all the way through hanging it. Yep.
Right there with the tag on it. That little tag, just like just want to cut it down, put the tag on the plant, so I don't ever mix it up. You know.
I did that with seeds one year.
Yeah, do that with seeds
13 different strains. Which one's which? There's 4 plants of each, and there's 13 strains. That's 52 plants, guys.
Yeah, just put the boy name on each branch that I put that boy plant on. So doesn't mix me up too much at the end when I'm reading it. I'm like, what is this cross this, this, and this? And it's just this one boy plant makes it so much easier because I know what the female is already. It's like, okay, just get it over with. Want to cut my garden down. Got like 2 weeks left. Oh shit. Finish already.
Okay, those
But-
are someone else's crickets. Those aren't mine.
My crickets today.
I don't have cricket.
Yeah, my crickets today.
It's too cold.
Yeah, no, it's nice and hot here today. So the crickets, it's like 76 in the house, so it's like cricket weather. 77. Yeah, but outside it's nice and hot. The air conditioner just kicked on, so
Yeah, it's been a long time since I had crickets, but both of my houses had like the one cricket in whatever room that, would drive me nuts for like months or weeks, maybe sometimes.
yeah.
But there was never like
Oh.
one thing with the cricket. It's not like, all right, let me try to find it. Yeah, you can never find it.
Oh, I could find them. I could find exactly where they are. I could pinpoint them just like a spider. That's why I think I like spiders. I'm like, I know exactly where you are, little creature. Go find them. I go either feed it to the tarantula if I have to. I'm like, you're going in the tarantula thing, or you're going in the. I hate to do it, but when they get stuck in the tub, I do it every time because it's easier that way. Just to scoop them up with the Black Widow case. It's like your food, bro. Shouldn't have landed in here. It's like shit. Sorry, but they eat holes in all the fabric pots outside. Literally, I have holes in every fabric pot outside that I stacked and just left them out there like a jackass. I went and pulled them apart. Thousands of crickets jumped out of them. I was like, holy shit, there's holes. Big old holes. Fuckers ate all my fabric 30 gallons. I had like 20 left over sitting out there waiting for
Wow.
them to get to them. They ate holes in all of them.
No, now you got drainage holes.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I put the soil, now I have to put my hand on the side and then put the soil in and then let it settle first before pouring into that hole. Put a stick over it or a piece of wood.
Little
on the inside.
gaffer tape.
That-
Gaffer tape works for everything,
Throw
right,
some
bud?
gaffer tape in it. Yeah, good idea.
Duct tape, yeah, but you got to buy the good shit.
Nah, gaffer tape.
Oh, gaffer tape. I like the tape that I like rolls up is like the aluminum tape that's like you
Yeah.
peel the paper off, but it's like thin metal.
Yeah, I
Aluminum
was thinking
tape?
of just cardboard on the inside.
Like things I've taped with that last like endless duct tape, gaffer tape. Yeah, sometimes years later it degrades.
Well, that
But-
aluminum tape is made to be hot and cold, both.
Yeah.
So it's
Ducting,
made to
right?
go on your ductwork or
Yeah.
your heater or your AC unit. So it's meant to take the temperatures. But the thing of it is, when you remove it, it doesn't leave a heavy film or sticky, tacky glue to whatever you were using it on. You can just pull that silver shit right off, unless sometimes
Well-
it will pull the paint off the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be less crappy products on the on the stores, but like now, like a lot of duct tapes, they're shit. They're like,
Yeah.
if you go to Home Depot and pay the more price, there's
For
But
the
even
little
that one-
block-
sometimes when I used
The
to
duct-
go to the the air condition or the supply place for the ducting air conditioning warehouse place. Oh, then you would see that they would have, if they were like wholesale to the pros, there'd be like a dozen different tapes that you didn't see at Home Depot, but these were all like super quality. They were pricey, but yeah, so with my thing, a lot of the things I've set up wasn't always with the intent 17 years would go by or 10 years would go by, but simple things like ducting, taping to fans. Yep, you do that with like a inferior product to begin with. A year or two later, it's like fucked. We use the super good aluminum tape. I usually use duct tape and then on the outer part, aluminum tape. And some of those, yeah, fucking 20 years still as good as when I first put it together.
The original company is for duct tape. Duct tape is from the west side of Cleveland. They're about 30 minutes out, 25 minutes out. I pass them on my way to Michigan every time. They got a little ducky out front.
Well, that's the thing I noticed over the years is Home Depot and Lowe's. Yeah, they basically sell a
Moved
bunch
away.
of both. Like it's they could stock the good stuff, but they don't. A lot of the shit they stock is like the bullshit consumer products that suck, tape
Yep.
and different stuff. Used to be different. Home Depot when they first started was a whole different
All name
model
brands.
yeah. But now it's yeah. I mean they have stuff, but they have limited selection.
Yep. I went to 4 different stores looking for an oven. And 2 of the stores we walked into basically just had 2 brands, and that's all they had. So we went to 2 stores and were able to look at 2 off-name brands of ovens. And then we finally ended up finding the right oven that I wanted at like a Home Depot. It's called Home Pro, actually, here in Thailand. But the 2 places that only sold 2 brands, and they had like, you know, okay, you can choose from these 3 ovens by this brand or 2 by this brand.
Now, where are these ovens manufactured? In Thailand or are they from China or from
No, China, Japan. Like mine is a Sharp. Mine's made by Sharp, which I think comes out of Japan.
Isn't Sharp like I just know Sharp is TVs.
Yeah, but they make all the TV companies like Mitsubishi, you know, they make cars, but they make really good fans. They make really good electronics. Most of the companies, you see a limited number of products from a lot of these companies. They make every Sony, all of them. They make little water heaters for your shower and your bathroom here. You know, they're all into small electronics. It's what we kind of left them to. But yeah, the Mitsubishi fans are really good. They have this one that you put on your ceiling and it goes in like a figure 8 pattern, and then it'll switch up, and the head will oscillate also. So as the fan's moving in this figure 8 pattern, the head of the fan is moving too. They're fucking cool to watch when you're tripping. And the thing is the fans, they're only like $100 $110 US. And I think they would be perfect for grow rooms. Because you wouldn't have to have a lot of fans. All you would have to have are a couple of those. And you can put them on a wall too. I've seen them there, not just on the ceiling. But that would be great to have in like a drying room on the floor. That's my main concern right now, is having enough room to dry product. And to do it properly. Because drying pot in Thailand is not an easy thing to do by any means. Shit, I have a hard time keeping my pot dry on my tray sometimes. It's the first time that I'm actually going to be using an air conditioner to dry pot. I can't wait till Bud gives a report back on that smoke from those seeds. That's what I want to hear. I want his opinion. Because I think that's a little bit old school weed.
Dang it, I missed the point.
Bud's on mute there.
Oh, I'm
By the way, the
muted.
poll here, the poll here says the question was pie. Losing answer, actually tied for losing. Goodness gracious, a three-way tie for loss is pumpkin, marionberry, and cherry. Only 17% of people want, well, on the other hand, a full 17% of people prefer pumpkin, marionberry, or cherry, one of those. 46% of you prefer apple pie. So there you go. The audience has spoken, ladies and germs. A full 28 of you voted. Congratulations for voting. You get nothing.
I like pumpkin pie. Periodically, I'll buy the frozen one and cook it in the middle of the year. And not real whipped cream. Somehow I like that, whatever it comes in the tub. Cool
I
Whip.
like Thai pie.
Sometimes I'll even have sweet potato or pumpkin, but that I like that. Like, not just during Thanksgiving.
We got a peek.
I like Thai pie.
That kind of sounds dirty, Captain.
Yes, it's quite clean.
Oh my.
I made brownies last night. No wheat in it, just brownies, but they came out right. They're chewy and crispy, and an afternoon cup of coffee, because the sun's already going down. Shit.
Is there not any fruit in brownies, like blueberry brownies? Or why does nobody do that? What the heck's going on? What the heck's going on in the world? Shit.
What, put fruit or
Blueberry
different
brownies.
flavors in
Putting
brownies?
fruit in brownies now. I'm gonna do that. Making a fruit batch of
I've
brownies.
made them where you put caramel and whatever they call those, but
Strawberry
like-
brownies.
I like the standard, not cakey, but like the gooey chewy. And actually, I like it the next day where I put it in the fridge and then the brownies like cold, so it's even more chewy. But sometimes if you cook them too much, they don't come out right.
You know what'd be awesome? If you could be able to like slice strawberries and put slices of strawberry in your brownie.
That is fire.
Yeah, I think I've had dessert like that, like a sundae with strawberry and vanilla ice cream and
Put it in the
brownie.
oven.
Yeah.
Make that
But
cool.
like, I think Greenfinger's talking about cooking it with
Yeah,
everything in it.
that's why I'm saying, you know,
Slice it in.
slice them. Yeah,
Make more sense.
Because it's definitely competitive. There's like whatever
Look it up.
brownie mix is, but they're all
like a
basically
layered.
Somebody
same
does
brownie.
it already. You know, they have to. I can't be the first
Yes.
person.
Do you guys prefer a cakey brownie or a more doughy brownie or more cookie brownie? What do you like?
the doughy,
I
chewy.
Yeah.
I prefer the cake, doughy, chewy, moist. Here in Thailand, they like the one that's like a third of an inch tall, like really heavy, really dense.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And I like
Yeah.
the quarter piece with as much of the crusty end. Like if it's done right. Sometimes when I even try to do it that way, I don't cook it enough. I cook it too much.
You know what I do with those? I cut because I do cut off my sides of my brownies, but I take them up to the shop and I've got them making milkshakes now, and I give them the crusties and they put them in with chocolate milkshakes. So that's
good.
it's another way to make money too.
Are you telling me that you can bake brownies for fun and profit?
Yes, I can.
Nice.
And that's why I have a new oven, because mine was shocking the shit out of me just plugged in.
Oh, that's annoying.
Brownie fruit pizza. I found the best one. Brownie fruit pizza. You use the fruit as toppings. You put whipped cream as the sauce. That's fun. The best one I
I
found.
don't think I like that. No, I don't think I like that. I think I have a strong
No.
negative reaction to that, actually.
I like
I'd
your
rather
reaction.
have ice
That was the
cream.
greatest. I don't think I like that. That was the greatest thing ever. That was the best reaction.
No,
I
I think
found it. Yeah, nope.
that's the straw that broke the camel's back, man. I think it's time for a
Yeah,
civil
no.
war. If people are
You
putting
gotta go.
fucking fruit on brownies, I don't even know.
That was awesome. Fuck yeah. I like the reaction. Well, it looked good, is what I'm saying. I didn't find any other good ones. Like that looks like trash. Like this one looks like garbage.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
that's
that
just
looks
fruit
good.
and other stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's
Yeah,
just
it does.
garbage. It's got
does.
fruit and nuts hanging out of it. It's like, oh no. Yeah, they don't look good with fruit in them. Some of them do, but
The ones here in
Here's the thing.
Thailand, you couldn't fit the fruit in it. To me, they're so thin.
yeah, there's a thin one right here like that. It looks, yeah, really good with fresh fruit on it. They didn't cook it with
And-
the fruit.
And, you know, on the box, no, the brownie does not look the same. But I have 6 packs left of brownie mix because my friend was putting in a couple bags of brownie mix with every box she was shipping over. And I get a premium for those because I also have frosting that I put on. But
Actually, a lot of
they
times the
like
brownie mixes
they
come
like
out
the
pretty
cake.
good. Most people have the wrong size pan. Most people have gigantic pans, or they have like super deep pans or whatever. You honestly need like the right size pan for the size brownie you want. So that's honestly mostly the problem I think people have.
Here in
I think it's
Thailand,
pretty
they
simple.
don't have 9x13 pans.
I mean, make the mix to the
Like-
size pan you have. That's basically what you got to do. Just adjust
Yeah.
the brownie mixes are simple creatures. All you really have to do is add a little bit of flour, maybe. You know, that's worst case scenario. I guess some brownie mixes are flourless, but anyway.
But the Thais do like the frosting and the more like cake. I make it really, really moist. And those are, and I charge a little bit more for them, and they're the higher dosage ones. But they sell out twice as fast as my other brownies do.
I was going to say before we take off, because unfortunately I do have to take off here soon. It's been a heck of a long high noon safety meeting. So thanks, guys, for hanging. What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on fruitcake?
No,
Just gonna ask the same question.
Yeah.
He just said flatly said no. I like that too.
I love fruitcake.
I
He said,
see
yeah.
it. I
No,
see it. Yeah, 2 thumbs up here.
it's
Yeah.
like a gimmick at this point, right?
I've always got a
Like
good
if you
one.
were to give somebody a fruitcake, it would be like a gimmick gift, right?
isn't a fruitcake a doorstop?
What's the funny thing is, I used to
And-
think cakes were trash too, but then I had some good fruit cakes, and oh
Yeah.
shit, I didn't mean to accidentally start that. Hold on,
Had them all. Good ones and bad ones.
Here, let me look up.
But the one that's like the standard one that is pretty expensive.
Oh yeah,
it's
the one
pretty
you get
bad.
at like fucking Walmart
Yeah.
or whatever. That's 5
It's
years
bad.
old.
Yeah.
Yeah, fruitcakes actually need to be fresh.
Yeah.
My mom likes to make it good. Fruitcake.
And a lot of times you're supposed to soak it with like a half a fucking liter of rum too. A lot of people do
Yeah.
Dan used to
Same
do
thing
that.
with eggnog. I can't believe that people just drink the eggnog stuff straight. You're supposed to mix it like 3/4 rum and 1/4 of the egg mix. And people are always just like chugging the egg mix. And I'm just like, you're doing it wrong. What are you fucking doing? Same thing with fruitcake. You're supposed to
Yeah.
drown the fucking thing in rum.
Yeah, gotta drown it.
So here's
Got it.
another question. Rum cake, eggnog, yes or no? I say no.
Eggnog with rum, yes. Eggnog without rum, fuck off. No,
I
it's
use
just like,
brandy.
Yeah.
and mind
Yeah.
you, I really love eggs. So like there's a what I think is a lovely liqueur. They don't just make it in Holland, but it's mainly from Holland for some reason,
We use brandy in our eggnog.
called Advocat. And it's literally an egg liqueur.
Fruitcake.
Literally made with eggs. Some people are like, "Bleh," would you mention that? And some people are like, oh, tell me more.
I have some
Because
coming
there's two
tomorrow.
types of people in the world.
It looks
But
good.
anyway, what was I saying? How did I
But
get
a
it?
shitload of eggnog is going to be produced, bought, and sold in the next month, and same with terrible
Next month.
fruitcakes.
And there's
Sorry.
gonna be no rum
On the
in it.
shelf.
People are gonna
On the
drink
shelf
it
already.
straight.
Fucking people, what are they doing? No, this is how you're supposed to drink it right here. Basically like a fucking cinnamon margarita or something, pretty much.
They're amazing. I love
And
it.
just imagine that like that's half or even 3/4 rum whipped in. Yeah, then it's then we're talking something.
Yeah. You're talking language right there. It's one of my love languages right there is all stuff.
That's it. That's it.
December, all holiday stuff.
On.
My favorite time of the year.
Creation.
I bought a Christmas pickle the other day. Went to a
Nice.
over at the seaside, like a tourist town. I mean, it's not just a tourist town, but it's very much a tourist town on the coast. Anyway, they have a store called 'Tis the Season, and I guess it's not always Christmas. I guess in the middle of the year they do fucking 4th of July stuff. I don't even know. But anyway, this is their time. This is for which they were born. Anyway, so they have these little Christmas pickles, and you're supposed to basically hang it on a Christmas tree, and someone's supposed to find the Christmas pickle. And I can't remember. I don't remember.
I'm
what-
on it already.
But anyway, so I bought a Christmas pickle.
That's so
Christmas
cool.
pickle. Yeah. I'm not Christian, but I
Oh.
celebrate Christmas pickle.
Was it a good pickle though? Like that's all that matters.
Oh, it's like this little, I don't even know, it's maybe glass or something. It's just or
Oh,
maybe
oh,
it's like this little ornament. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
oh,
German Christmas
There you are.
pickle.
There you
That's
go.
awesome. I'm looking them up right now. That's cool.
But the one I bought was teeny tiny. It was like,
Yeah, these are little glass pickles that go
No
in it.
comment.
Mine would be, my pickle would be too around Christmas time.
Oh,
That's some cool little
what are the
pickles.
facts?
That's awesome.
yeah, I'm a Scrooge.
Yeah, that's the one I just looked at right now. Holy crap, same exact one.
This even you guys reminded me. It's I can't wait till it's over. That's how I feel every year. Even my wife now, that was her thing. Tree, everything. I'd go along with her thing because she loved it. But myself, no, I don't. The holiday season, no, I don't get into it. I just can't wait till it's over.
Hi.
It'll be over quick enough.
Come on, spring. That's what I say.
Oh, that Christmas pickle's cool. They got one with a cool face right here. It's
mm.
crazy face.
What's up, J5? Welcome back. We're gonna take off here. Well, I honestly I could leave it running if you guys want. It's not really a big deal. I
Oh,
could
that's cool,
call
man.
you or something.
I'm going.
I just my phone
Jay.
died and I wanted to hop on and say what up.
J5, do you
Rolling.
know Smiley?
All right, I'm gonna
What
make
up?
Kilowatt the host. That way,
Do you
if
know
he wants to leave, we know everybody really wanted to leave. There we go.
Alrighty, I got
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm sorry, Fumi.
Oh, good. Go ahead.
J5, do you know
Hold
Smiley
on.
there in Michigan?
I don't personally know him, no.
Oh, okay.
I'm a hermit, bro. No, I don't know anybody really. I'm from Wisconsin originally. I was out in Oregon before I moved here.
Go
So
Packers.
8 years, I guess, though. So I've been here a minute. I'm gonna flip this around if I can.
Go Pack.
Are you up in the northern part of Michigan or Grand Rapids area? Are you close to the
summertime, I'm
second
near-
part?
During the summer, I'm near Kalkaska. And I spend the winters in the UP.
Okay. Because he's the only one that has my cut right now that I know of.
Dude, I can't. Oh, I finally got there.
Nicolas Cage, bro. I found Nicolas Cage. This has got Nicolas Cage's face on a pickle. What the hell? That's so awesome. Fucking awesome. As fuck. Some.
That's your Sour Morgana.
Oh, nice.
Right on. It looks good.
Yeah, it is pretty. I can't wait to get it in the dryer. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry to hop on. I don't want to be the guy holding the show up.
You're not. It's opposite. You got some nice buds.
This was my first I'm guessing Mac terp I've ever smelt. It's the Boogeyman from Sin City.
Nice.
It's that White Nightmare into the Mac one. And it's a weird terp. Something I didn't ever smell. It's definitely not like it's almost it's a femme. It's a femme pollen. So it's almost like super silver looking almost. But yeah, it's a cool terp. This was the Z Terp in my garden this year. Smile now, cry later. I don't like the screen. Whoops. That ain't it. I don't even know if my video's on. Dude, I'm too high for this.
What the hell?
Come on.
What's everybody smoking on? Question
Nick.
I've had.
This shit's a trip.
Oh, nice. That looks nice and battery. Is that what it is, or is that flour?
Am I on the thing again?
No. Yeah,
Are you talking to me?
everybody.
I'm not as hell.
What's anybody and everybody talking, smoking, doing? What you all up to tonight?
All at the same time.
I'm just looking for different pot.
Smoking cannabis, everybody?
Oh, just a little.
It's a little higher.
Oh, yeah.
Is that all for you, right?
Dude, I picked up some. I can't figure out what they are.
Shit.
Oh, I fixed it.
Well, my phone just turned off. Turn that back on. Get stuff to talk about off here, usually. Not cool talk.
Oh, nice one, hon.
Oh, well, yeah. That's what it was. It's that apples and bananas cross I have.
Apples and bananas is nice. Haven't smoked.
With the 09 animal cookies. But there's
That
no
should
cookie
be real
to it.
good.
There's no cookie to it. It's unique. I like it.
How many flavors you got total?
I'd say 33, but it's more.
Holy shit. That's a lot of different flavors.
You gotta change your name to Baskin Robbins.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of like jars with an ounce plant in it and shit like that too, buddy. You know,
Well, I know how
like that
goes,
Mac.
yeah.
Like I don't even have a quarter pound of that Mac cross.
A lot of jars. That's a good name.
A lot of jars. No, I want my name to be Men Who Stare at Plants.
You don't pick your own name. We give you your name. Just kidding. You
That's
earn
what I
your
picked-
nickname. Damn
That's
it.
what I
You
made
earned
my
it.
name on what is it? Stranley. I'm Men Who Stare at Plants.
You stare at plants. That's cool. Oh, cool looking pickles. Damn it. I'm still looking at pickles. I'm gonna stop looking at the pickles.
That's
Let me
funny.
one of these pickles. I'll buy one.
Fuck, man. Fucking ripped it in half.
Would you rip in half? That would hurt.
I was rolling a joint and ripped it in half because I was rolling it over. Fucking hate that.
You got two half joints. I mean,
Oh, fuck that.
Oh,
that's what I used to do. I
Dude,
used to cut it in
the
half,
smash
give
is
half
here,
to my
huh?
mom, smoke half for myself. Like, not no more. else?
Reroll.
Let's see. How about you guys do pecan pie? I don't remember anybody saying yes on the pecan.
On what?
Pecan pie.
No,
No?
Yeah,
no.
okay.
Yeah, no, I like it, but it's always too sweet.
I think
Yeah.
it's made with molasses. Like, what do you expect? It's like half molasses. Like shit.
But it's good once in a while with ice cream. Yeah.
It's so good that like when it sticks to your teeth and almost rips them out, like that pain. I used to
Yeah.
like. I used to eat it for that purpose of like trying to pull my teeth apart. Like, yank them out. Now I'm afraid it's just gonna pull my teeth right out. So when I was a kid, I was like, yes, that's like the torture cake or torture pie. It's like myself trying to eat it.
This is that grape fun dip that Smash grew.
Wait, what?
This is the same strain that Smash had in the garden.
Great
nice.
food, dude. The
How's
grape
that?
fun. Who made that one?
Dude, Ohms, I think, or OHMS. Seeds.
How is it?
Is fucking yeah, dude. He hit fucking Bodie's Blacklight Fantasy with a Cushman, so it's fucking awesome.
Right on. Yeah, I like Cushman's. I haven't had the other one before.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Oh, he's still here.
But he's
Yeah,
not here.
Hi.
Yeah, I was popping jars back there when my phone died. Like you start opening, you open one and then you open another, and pretty soon you're freaking 12 jars in. Some that haven't been cracked, since they've been sealed. Where's Krakowski? Is he out there?
Oh, really?
I got his popcorn for him.
GG.
He was giving me shit for showing popcorn.
Fucking GG.
What?
Silly. What up? Oh, that's green.
What's your favorite hot chocolate, guys? What brand do you guys go with?
Swiss Miss.
Swiss Miss.
Don't drink it.
I hate to say it, but the worst one of all was probably really good. The one that I got was really good. It's like
Okay,
it was a gift.
water or milk?
Milk. What the hell kind of savage are you? Water. Only when I was living dead, I use water.
You need to live with my mother, and
50-50.
you find out that it was water.
Yeah, I mean, when we had a hot water dispenser, I would use water back when I was younger because I was too lazy to heat up the milk myself. When I was a kid, I wasn't going to do that. So, yeah, it didn't really matter when I was a kid with the little marshmallows and everything. Yeah. Now I'm like, no. Well, I still use my hot water thing, but like, I'll mix half milk in that shit. I'm getting lazy. I'm not trying to, yeah. I can't do it no more. The water. If I have milk, anyways, I'll skip it if I don't. I'm not drinking that shit. And not that oatmeal or fucking soy stuff. That's not milk, guys. Come on. Just be realistic, bro. Just drink
Milk comes from breasts.
Yes. Thank you. You have to milk them. And just,
Those are nut juices.
exactly.
Not milk.
And the oat one's
Oh,
just
it's not
freaking
it's not
oatmeal
milk,
water.
it's nut
The
juices.
other one's just oatmeal water, bro. Just somebody got the oatmeal and they mixed the water and then it made it too juicy. That's all it is. I tasted it. I made my oatmeal runny before. Then I drank oat milk and I was like, that's the same shit, bro. Same shit. Oh, there's some golf carts right here. Joyride on stolen Fresno golf cart state golf carts turned into homeless woman nightmare. What the hell? Shouldn't have stolen no golf carts.
A homeless person stole it and was
Yeah.
living out of a golf cart.
They're living out of it. Yeah, joyride on stolen golf cart. That's a homeless lady's golf cart, I guess. So somebody stole her golf
Oh.
cart.
Oh,
Joyrided it.
someone stole the homeless lady's
Oh,
golf
homeless
cart.
lady's golf cart. Yeah. She shouldn't have left her shit out there with everybody to get. It's like that's fucked up. How does she charge that thing? That's crazy. You
Yeah.
gotta keep the charger with you in the back of your golf cart everywhere you go and find somewhere to plug it in. That's pretty cool though. It's a good idea if you're homeless. Get a golf cart, man. At least you can get around. Find somewhere to plug it in. It's not that hard to get an extension cord.
Well, wait, other than golf, you're not allowed to drive those on the street, are you?
Street legal in the Coachella
Some
Valley,
places.
the golf cart lane
Yeah.
on the highway. Down Highway 111, there are golf cart lanes. You could cross the highway too. Then you have to go back on the sidewalk or the bike lane. So, yeah. And if you get an AC drive and a bigger motor, you could drive it up to past 35 miles. Some of them go 60. It's like close to like out of control where you shouldn't drive them. So it's like if you can make them out of control fast, where you shouldn't be able. But you have to get seatbelts, lights, all the signals and everything. Like turn signals, all that stuff has to be on there if you're gonna do that. Get the bigger motor and the AC drive. Otherwise, you just drive regular.
Oh, that's right. Your family business was selling golf
Yeah.
carts and renting them.
And you have to get it registered at like a DMV. So you have to go down to the DMV, take it in, and then they give you a little license plate for it, or a regular size one. I say little one. They're not like the motorcycle ones where it's little. They give you a regular size one, mounted to your golf cart, where you get a ticket if you don't. So it's better to have your shit registered. Those things can get outrageously expensive. Like, could do a lot to a golf cart. You put the speakers, the system, the whole sound system on there, surround system, put extra seats. So you can make it
No, I've seen some. I've even seen some that like have big tires on it and all this shit.
Yeah, that's what we did. The big tires. We put the Humdinger. It's not called Hummer because they tried to sue us. So we make the Humdinger front ends. They made it look like a Hummer, and then we made the one that looked like a Mustang. The guy that we used to have work for us fabricated the front end for Mustangs, and like 4 other cars that people wanted. There was a PT Cruiser one for a while. A couple other ones. PT Cruiser truck looked cool. The golf cart truck. It looked really cool. The sidewalls, the wooden ones that you put up in the back. And it made it look like you could put like bales of hay and stuff and take those back and forth if you lived on a farm, or just put your dogs in the back, or extra seats in the back even that you fold it down instead of making it a flatbed. Pretty cool stuff though. Like 8 pass, 6 pass, 12 passengers that we would work on, build, could drive just people movers, for all the hotels. Stuff was pretty cool to see the life. Took golf carts to every famous person that lived in Palm Springs. Whenever we'd get that call, I would go out there and help purposely. Like, I'm gonna go help. I want to go see how they're living. They wouldn't be there most of the time. Half the time they'd be there. The other half they wouldn't be there, but you want to see how they're living still. So you get to go walk into their garage and open up their house and walk through their house even, and just because they would let you. They tell you that's how you get in. Put the keys in the front, you go over there, open it, go through the garage, lock the front door, and leave through the garage so it closes behind you, and drops the golf cart off inside the garage. The security guard will take care of the rest. It's like, all right, cool. Yeah, people, ballers living in $1 million houses with just all this empty space in their house that they got to fill up still because it's empty. Damn. Like when Michael Jackson had that video where it's like, that's mine, right? And that's mine, and showing these big old pieces of art and shit. And fucking, so that chest before, that one's mine? No, I didn't get that one. Get that one. Like, that's what these people still got to go do in their house because it's empty. Like, a lot of these rich people, it's like, damn, you got to fill that shit up still. So it's just got a couch.
Well, most of the people, the Palm Springs house is just the Palm Springs house. That's not where they live. They have their Beverly Hills house or wherever. And then they have this house and that house.
Yeah, they got the winter house because this is just the house for when it gets cold. Come down here.
And because property values usually are up or on the way up, yeah, they can just have multiple houses and make money from owning them for whatever years.
Their house, so why furnish it with stuff you're gonna like and use if you're not gonna be in that house? That's their look at it too. Like, we're not gonna be in this house for like a month out of the year, so like, and then our kids might go there for a week or two just because the Coachella Fest is happening that weekend. They're gonna need a place to stay, so yeah. A lot of these houses don't get seen. Like, nobody's appreciating the inside of the house, so why fill it up with stuff if you're just going to be there for the big concerts and stuff that happen down there, and whatever shows and whatever tennis tournaments happen in that tennis tournament. Like, they have that big tennis, the big tennis courts right there, big old tennis tournaments there, like fucking huge, just in the middle of. Like, that helped a lot too for the Coachella Valley. That did a big, like, yeah, transformation on the desert right there. Just having those PNB tennis tournaments right there.
Yeah, well, that's all big money, and the people that attended are all
that brought a lot of
fans of it
revenue
are all money.
That changed the whole transformation of our desert after the golf started going down. Like, golf kept it afloat, kept that desert going for a long time with all the tournaments that they had out there. And, Dinosaur, all those. Anyways, my dog's going crazy behind me.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay. Sounded like a squeak or something, Greenberg. And as soon as your dog went roar, whatever, notification came up from the phone. Like, what the hell? How did that get changed?
Yeah, that's a cool alert.
Yeah.
Ooh, good barn find, 1970 Chevrolet Super Sport, found parts in Texas over 30 years.
Nice G5.
Looks nice. I think my friend had a 70 that he tried to fix it, but it had a twisted frame for some of the shit before him. So it kind of looked like it was always turning, even though it was going straight. It's like, looked like it's going sideways from the back. It's like, what the hell?
That looks like some blueberry muffin, like my blueberry muffins G5.
No, that's a Bahama Mama, bro. I'll tell you right now. Like, I'm telling you what that is. No, what is that? It's got to be Bahama Mama related.
I can show you Bahama Mama.
Which one is it?
This is one of the Pino's Bahama Mama.
It is. See, I'm telling you. Right
no, that this isn't that I showed you.
I thought that was it. So what is that one?
This is from Bahama Mama.
The Bahama Mama. Right.
This is some Bahama Mama.
Bahama Mama. I know what the Bahama Mama looks like.
This is that
What is
Mendo
that?
P by Forbidden Fruit.
Purple as fuck too. That's got a different purple to it almost.
There's a silver one here somewhere.
Yeah, the silver ones are the cool ones. You need to find that one. I'm always into the silver looking shit. Excuse my French. I just got an alert on my phone. What the hell was that?
This is that grape fun dip too.
Oh,
The
that's
green
just
and purple
bad.
ones of that.
So,
Oh.
looks good.
This is that same Mendo P by that Forbidden Fruit. But see, this one's got more of a silver sheen to it.
Sorry, it's so quiet. My dog's crying his ass off. I gotta go see what he needs real quick.
I thought I wasn't hearing anybody. I'm fucking high. I don't know what else to show you. I don't know half the shit is sitting around here. I got a bunch of tester bags and shit, you know. And my nose is so fucking shot. Mm.
Yeah, that's back to organizing. 33 or more? Yeah, you gotta organize, label, jar, keep track of. A week from now, you'll forget half of what you remember.
Yep.
Yeah. Hello.
This one's crazy. I don't know how to get out of there.
Hmm?
I'm stuck on my freaking passcode screen.
Oh no.
There we go. Not even gonna attempt to.
All these Christmas ads just popped up on my phone. It just changed. Thanksgiving to Christmas. Just an hour. Wow.
Oh
One
shit.
piece of dessert. Now I got freaking all these Christmas ads on my shit.
Damn, no, I'm knocking shit over. Damn, dude.
My poker's gone. Be on the ground.
I can't keep track of shit. I can't even show you what I was smoking up. Well, anyway,
What you got? What you been
it was
smoking?
the Chem D by the Lime F5. It's fucking delicious.
Is that what you're smoking?
Yeah, dude, that's why I'm retarded or I'm freaking slow right now.
Oh, you caught yourself. That was good.
I'm not the R word. I can't use
You
that.
got yourself. That was good. I didn't get myself the other day, and I felt like one for a while.
Oh,
I was like, "Oh God, I said that out loud." Shit.
but yeah, I'm about there. So
And I can't get that way right now. I got to clean up to get ready for cooking tomorrow, and I hate this part of the whole process of cleaning up. I don't mind cooking and cleaning up after, but cleaning up before, it's just,
dude, it doesn't stop until after the New Year.
I don't do nothing for Christmas, so
Yeah.
there's no cooking, nothing crazy.
I don't want to do nothing for nothing.
I want to do a goose this year for Christmas, like a goose, like I always hear. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do a goose. That's too much meat. Too much. Getting a small turkey tomorrow. Won't be too much work.
I'm invited somewhere, so I'm not cooking myself this year.
Yeah, enjoy the food and cooking.
And
So just
my over the previous years of Gary and Lindsay, couple different people, but no one's around this year. So yeah, just for myself, nah. I'll just go somewhere and hang
used to
out.
go out to a restaurant if I couldn't cook it myself and go eat Thanksgiving at a restaurant. It's not the same, but I just like the food itself, like a turkey, all that stuff that I don't have to prepare.
Well, I'll cook a turkey mainly because, I like good bread, sliced real turkey and mayonnaise. That's it. That's like something I like. And they'll go on sale. I'll pick a good one. And then, oh, my dogs. Yeah. Cause pretty much all the under meat and this part, that part,
the stuff you're not
I'll
gonna eat
strip
for
for the dogs. And so it won't go to waste. And the good part of it, I'll make a lot of turkey sandwiches until I'm sick of it. But it's been a while since I had a turkey, and a lot of times, even if we had dinner and what, I'd cook another turkey just to be able to have the sliced turkey for just mayonnaise, bread, and turkey. That's one of my favorite things. But there's no turkey you can buy in a package that's like even comes close to just sliced turkey.
No, you got to get it sliced from the deli. Sliced turkey breast from the deli is the only thing. When they pull the whole breast out and you watch them slice it, and you're like, okay, I trust that. Like that's the stuff I usually get. I eat turkey every day, so this isn't special. Tomorrow's not special with the turkey, but the side dishes, I don't get that. I don't get the yams. Like I never cook that stuff. I don't eat the pies that I mentioned, the pumpkin and the pecan. I don't do the mashed potatoes. I don't do the yams or all that other stuff, the green beans. Like all that will be done tomorrow. So I'll be like, oh wow, that stuff. I don't get that all year.
No, I like that whole combo. The turkey. I don't really like stuffing, but a little bit mashed potatoes, but a good gravy. Oh, that green bean casserole with the onion on top, right?
Yes.
A little that.
We're doing
Cranberry sauce. Even like a good roll. And
exactly.
like out of like a once a year, the Thanksgiving meal, the common plate of all the stuff. Yeah,
that's one of my best friend's favorite meal. He would make his mom make it for him like every month. And the guy's like maybe 50 now. But like, it's funny. He still makes her do it whenever he's like, yeah, this is my birthday, getting Thanksgiving dinner.
Hey, my phone's gonna die again.
Oh shit.
So I'm gonna
Well.
say adios to all you fine folk. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for showing all the different nugs.
Later,
Yeah.
J-Pod.
All those different purples.
I'll be getting into some OGs and some chems and shit here soon, so I'll have some new stuff to look at.
Right on.
Oh, that's
All
good.
right.
to look at still. All right, man.
All right, dude. Have a good one.
Peace out.
Peace.
And Thanksgiving. Give thanks, everybody, for just having a place like this to hang out.
Damn, I can go for turkey dinner now. Thanks, guys.
Right? I'm wishing that I already had the turkey cooked and everything was here so I could start, and I can't until it gets here. So I can't even start doing no prep work or nothing till it gets here. So all I can do is clean, get ready. Shit.
We already had our Thanksgiving, but I can go for another Thanksgiving.
What the heck? Yeah, I wouldn't make an excuse to have more
Well,
than
now, like for the most part, Thanksgiving is really like a American holiday, right? It comes from like American made it. It's Thanksgiving, right? What's its early days of America, right? That's what
I guess.
where it comes from. So it's not really an internet. Some holidays are international, and like even Halloween. Halloween, like
Halloween's
kind
very
of a
international,
different,
yeah, for sure.
right? But Thanksgiving's like being an American and everything. Yeah, it's like it's a big thing here, but I guess it's not that big
Maybe just
anywhere else.
the new world, right? Where
Just like 4th of
July.
July, right? 4th of July is this big thing, but that's just American independence. It's not international.
Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo. Dun, dun, dun. Neighbors don't even celebrate it till like a week after. It's like then they party hard. Like after they got like all the beer and everything.
Yeah, somehow we like just like that name, Cinco de Mayo, so we like made that a holiday. Even though like that's not technically the holiday, right?
Not even a holiday. It's just they're just celebrating that they won a war or something. I don't even know. It's weird. We like to celebrate a lot of stuff, like our independence and our freedom. And gonna make green bean casserole. Oh, see, we don't even gotta make it here. It's gonna be made already. When it gets
Well, like all the holidays, whether it's I know from being in the flower business, you know, cut flowers and fruits and all that. Oh, and like even that fried onion stuff that you put on the green bean casserole. Well, this is the 1 month a year they sell a whole bunch of it, along with eggnog, that like seasonal products that like, yeah, do you see eggnog on the shelf any other time of year? No. Oh, but it'll be in the dairy thing for the next month, and a whole bunch of other products that are all part of the Thanksgiving thing. Like even all the tinfoil temporary pans and all that. Oh, they sell a shitload of that. They sell so much stuff. Like that's ultimately what holiday. Oh, and after this holiday, oh, there's another holiday. And after that holiday, there's another holiday.
I'm not sure, Kramer. I'll get back to you, buddy. I've never heard of those.
The industry of holidays, right? Like certain businesses, yeah, that's.
Thanks, buddy.
They, if it wasn't for the holiday season, they wouldn't be able to be in business.
Yeah, the business wouldn't be business no more, right?
Used to be. I mean, malls are now kind of dead, but it used to be like places that paid to be in the mall. It was all about the Christmas season shopping. That would carry the store through some of the other months that they didn't sell a lot.
Yeah, some places are like that still. Other places not so much. I mean, like, when I used to live full of rich people. That's why. So like, they still go out and shop and all these. They like, it's crazy. The cars that they drive, stuff they buy, whole other level.
Thanks, Puffy.
Yeah, I mean, Christmas turns into this, like, I mean, from the time you're a kid, it's like right away. First things you,
11 years old.
whatever
It's
age is, oh, Christmas, and you
sneezing.
get gifts, and then oh, you
That's
give
it.
gifts and gifts. That's what Christmas is, and then like you say, you just got all the yeah, all the stores change, and there's aisles of bullshit for Christmas for the next month, from wrapping paper to this, that, all this shit. I mean, whatever. It's like billions of whatever. It's a huge thing. I mean, I don't know. I don't pay attention, but usually every year there's some kind of gift that is like all of a sudden sold out, or like got, like everybody was trying to get, or like even when I was a kid, I remember this one year there was this thing called the Pet Rock, right?
Yes.
And it was like in this little, like,
Urban.
kind of like a temporary dog or cat carrier, but small, like the cardboard thing. And it had like shavings in it, and it had a rock in it. And I forget the guy's story. You could probably pull it up on History Channel. Some guy, entrepreneur, whatever, like just got lucky in whatever. And somehow this pet rock thing became like this huge, this pre a lot of all those kind of marketing things of today. But oh, everybody was trying to buy these pet rocks
Yeah, the
to
Pet
give
Rock
as
was a
gifts.
marketing scheme. Everyone was it solar? Was it some guy was selling solar dryers?
Hey,
That's what he called it.
I've
Solar
even
dryers, and it was a dryer line.
I
Sent it
I've
for
even
$30.
thought of this about like in fashion, certain things come back in fashion, right? Things you'd be like, oh no, that would never come back in fashion. So many years later, that bell bottoms or stuff that seems sort of ridiculous. One day, the pet rock will come back. Mark my words. Like all of a sudden, one year, everybody's gonna be obsessed. Oh, this thing, yeah, we're going back to just the simplified thing of a pet rock.
Fucking cat.
I think after our phones go, like if we lose technology, that will be that'd
I
be
should
like
Google that thing, know more about it. But I remember I was like, I don't know, 10, 12, somewhere around that age. So it's in the 70s, late 70s, somewhere in there. This one Christmas, yeah, any of the stores that had the pet rocks, they were selling like fucking hotcakes. Like, so way back, we already had like weird gimmicks. People knew how to, before there was all this tech to brand market and all that. Oh, people, I don't even know how you made everyone buy a pet rock that year, but somehow. A pet rock.
rock. Oh, my dog's gonna bark. A lot of side by sides out here this weekend. Oh, it's gotta get loud. Get loud. Surprised I didn't bark. I'm only gonna have to cook the turkey and the ham. I think it's just gonna be warmed up like usual.
Yes, all that
Yeah.
green. Exactly.
Well, the turkeys take a while to cook, depending on how much pounds, and Yeah,
how much basting we got to do, and every
all
5
that.
minutes, depending
The
on how
more
long
like a
how the
turkey, really,
breast.
the more love you put in it, the better it is. Oh, you can just cook it and follow the direct whatever. That's all right. But yeah, if you
If you
like you
want it to
say,
be good,
baste
yeah,
it and do all the things. Oh man,
it should even be in
even
a
that,
pan. Yeah,
like even when you go and you look, like yeah, they have a lot of on sale turkey, whatever brand. Uh, but a lot of those ones, oh, they're only gonna be so good. Like sometimes the little more expensive one is so much better. It kind of matters.
yeah,
I don't well, ultimately organic and like
yeah.
field grown and all that probably is the but some of those are really expensive. But um there's like the scale. Oh, the 50 cent a pounder is like pumped with antibiotics and it's not that great. But I heard on the news that the rest of the average items for Thanksgiving dinner haven't really gone down in price over the last year, but turkey prices are at like some low, like
Yeah, that's the lowest that it's been.
pre-COVID. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, that just meant that people bred a lot of fucking turkeys. Well,
Yeah, after all that stayed after
I
all the
mean
chicken fires. Remember
that
all the
that
fires of the chicken
affects.
places? They
I
took
can
out all the
remember
chicken,
a few years ago.
all the chicken.
Oh no, there was like a shortage of turkeys and shit, and then the price was high as fuck. And if you didn't get them right away, then there was hardly any. That happened a few years ago.
Yeah,
Like
so,
that's what that gets into. Like if things like that happened in cannabis, where there was like supply and demand, whatever happened with the turkeys, whether it was real or created. Oh, now they over over grew birds, and now the price is super low. So, like, cannabis should have a true, like, that's what do you call it, capitalistic market or a open market. But cannabis has this weird derived market. It doesn't really have any.
what's it called? Planned economics, where they like decide what's
Yeah,
going to go up and what's not at the time
yeah,
because they need it
yeah.
to.
Like if they didn't lower the price on turkeys, they wouldn't sell as many, and then they would lose money, right?
And instead, they flood us with it right now. Then, like in a month, it's going to cost us a little more. I mean, it is because right now, like
Well, a lot of times, I mean, I guess
December is always
turkeys,
shipping.
there's always a frozen one or two in the store,
Yeah. Oh,
but
they just put out tons of them, bro. Like at this other store,
but
my mom
like
pulled out more
like
turkey. It's
about a
fine.
month ago it started, but the last time I went, oh, the whole center freezer aisle, just
Yeah.
everywhere they can fit turkeys. 'Cause turkeys are pretty
Everything.
big, and yeah, they're
There's the big ones out
everybody's
there.
buying a turkey,
And the
and then
hams. The hams are going like crazy.
and hams and roast. Some people like roast.
Some people like
Uh,
wings too. But that's usually Easter, isn't it?
The spiral cut ones and then the not cut ones
Oh,
that are like a lot cheaper because they didn't do
dude.
this little deal. That shit, little where they chop it. That shit's fire. Put the honey in there and make sure it's all double glazed or not. Yeah.
Well, I mean, grocery store has a certain amount of business. I mean, people need food year round. But I do notice when it comes to these holiday, like from a couple weeks ago, probably all the way through Christmas. Oh, there's lines, there's like more people, uh, and people are buying all this stuff we're talking about, right? Like, yeah, they move a lot of product during the holidays is what you want to call it. Food wise. Forget about gifts and all this other stuff. Oh, it sells a lot of food.
Yeah, there's actually a picture sent to me that's showing all the stuff on the shelves because they're actually full. Like the first time sale, the first time the store is actually full of stuff, and like everything is full stock to the top. Like every last steak is all there, everything, chicken, everything, because they're just buying turkeys and hams. So all the other stuff's still sitting there. Like nobody's picking up none of the
Well,
other shit. It's all said sell,
I
sell, sell,
mean,
sell,
the
sell.
the last couple of years, I mean, for the most part, it wasn't like we had a full disruption of the food chain, but the distribution chain in food was disrupted. Like,
Big
yeah, there was different things that happened that
driver, the truck driver, yeah, all that stuff. A lot of stuff happened. The the truckers, the
yeah.
fires, the whole sickness before that, bullshit, everything. Whole combination of stuff.
Well, and really, because like, I buy a lot of products over the years at the grocery store that, like most towns, where grocery stores are all basically the same but different around the country. Like, like I say to myself, if it ain't on sale this week, it'll be on sale next week. Like,
Yeah,
like things in the aisle, right? Oh, it'll be two for whatever. Uh, but most of the time, at least here, even if they say two for five, you can buy one for 250, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
you don't have to
Yeah.
buy the two.
You don't have to buy the
Um,
two exactly. Most people,
sometimes they put things, oh, the price is only if you buy whatever. Okay, but for the most part, not. This is what I've noticed in the last couple of years. So, and some of those items, like in my mind, like this, I would only buy them because they were on sale. But they were things I bought all the time. And oh, sometimes they weren't on sale. Oh well, next time at the store they would be, or the time
yeah,
after. And
I
then
do.
in the last couple years, oh, most no, everything's like full price and no sales, right? Oh, a couple items there's sale, right? But it used to be, even when it came to soda, chips, just all the basic shit, right? The aisles, yeah, it'd be like everything was on sale or going to be on sale constantly. Now all of a sudden, no sales. Oh, things
Kind of.
like oh, chips that you could get for the 250 a bag, two for five or whatever. Oh, they want 429 for and shit, like full retail. Like, no, like maybe like if you hadn't sold them to me for so long at 250, it's hard to pay 429. You know what I mean? So like in the last year, I've been like, yeah, I kind of miss that, but it's never on sale anymore, so I don't buy it. I don't know if other people think like that. Even though like, hey, it's just money. Fuck it, buy what you want, right? There are certain items that never go on sale, and if you want them, you got to pay for them. You know?
Yeah, depends on what it is. Everything in the store I used to get on sale is only yogurt. Like whatever the yogurt, I go for everything. I used to go to Albertsons, but like whatever was on the sale on the newspaper, I'm like, I'm picking up only these items today, and tomorrow I'll pick up whatever ones
Well,
next
the
day.
grocery store is real crafty in how they put things on sale and how they get you to buy things. Like, I mean, one, it's a necessity. Everybody's got to buy food, but oh, and they've changed over the years with the like uh been different over time. I remember most Thanksgivings, if you spent, I remember it used to only maybe be $50, but maybe $100, which ain't that hard to do at a grocery store, right? Oh, you got a free turkey. But
Yep.
then I don't think they even give the like maybe no, I don't know of any of those deals. Maybe you get discount or something, but no, they used to give free turkeys. Like all you had to do is spend X amount, you get free turkey.
Yeah,
And
Ralph's used
pretty
to do
much
that.
everybody did that. Like shit, it wasn't hard to do that if you're trying to put together a Thanksgiving dinner and boom,
Yeah,
you get the free turkey.
or just even regular food when you're filling up the fridge and like it's near the season and it's like, okay, this is a week before Thanksgiving, I'm gonna get the turkey for free right now just by filling up the fridge. And we'll get all the sides next week on Thanksgiving week. Like, yeah, just do that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, I used to buy 12 packs of soda. I don't drink them that often. Some of them were just because people came over, I had something to offer. And I swear, I think they used to go for, I forget what the price is, but all of a sudden I realize now they're like 7.89 or almost $8 just for 12 pack. And they're never on, like, used to be, oh, if you buy two, you get them for whatever. Oh, no, they're never on sale anymore. They want like full dig for like a 12 pack. That's kind of what changed in the economy as far as this inflation goes on food. It was like, yeah,
Becoming
at least in my area, yeah, like if it wasn't like that rotation of pretty much all the good stuff in the store, the things you buy was like on some kind of sale. And if you didn't, yeah, sometimes you'd have to wait. It wasn't on sale the day you went, but next time you went, like the whatever rice thing or this thing or that, whatever, the whole damn store. Um, Now I notice hardly any sales, like even Oreo cookies or shit like that. Yeah, they want like full dig for the pack most of the year. No sale.
I don't support those. I don't eat that kind of junk food when I eat junk food.
Well, I buy it. I don't know. Some of it is like not. There's certain things from my youth that I still get cravings for, like even cereals, like
Mm-mm.
like or
I
the
can't.
last couple months, I like somehow I mean, it had to have been like I don't know how many years, but I went on like a Pop Tart binge. But like yeah, that was like reminded me when I was like 9 years old and grew up on Pop Tarts or whatever.
Frosted or not
Like
frosted? What flavor?
yeah. Well, no, it started with the strawberry, but
Strawberry.
then I was like, oh, I really like the um wait, are they raspberry? Some other berry. But then I got burnt out on them. But then, like a week ago, the last pack I bought is the cinnamon, brown sugar cinnamon ones, right? Which, eh, some of these things, like just due to time and the way they make things have drastically changed, aren't like what you remember. Because, yeah, Pop Tarts when in the 70s were actually, I mean, it's not like they were great, but they weren't like some weird thing that they've been molded into now. Like,
Yeah.
which is the truth about most of those products. Like, it's hard to know because it's not like, oh yeah, I still have a package from whatever year that's fresh or whatever good, and you'd be like, yeah, never look. This is how they used to make them. Now they make them like differently, right? Which mainly is like they've figured out ways to save money, concoct it where it stays fresh longer, or preserve, or whatever the fuck they do. Like it's all concocted. Like certain, not all food. You don't have to buy that stuff, but a lot of food in the typical grocery store, like there's a saying, or people say that if you just shop the outer rim of a grocery store and laugh, that's really the way you should do it. Not ever go through the aisles because, oh, it's fruits, vegetables, meats, dairy, like all the things that are consequence are really on the outer edge. And then once you start going through the aisles is where all the processed food and the rice-a-roni and the blah 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 Oreo. Every aisle is like full of all that shit. If you avoid the aisles and just shop and can have a diet of just that, the you know what I mean? Oh, the egg, everything that is of consequence is on the outer, like the rim of the
Store.
design.
That's all I
Right?
go
Oh, you get in
into.
the middle aisle. Oh, there's the ice cream. There's the this. There's all the
All the
the
bad
things
stuff.
that hey, it's all good. Like I'm not the healthiest person, but I've always like looked at and I've had the same weight my whole life, and I eat what I feel like. Moderation is the key, right? Yeah, and as long as it's especially with certain foods, like oh, you can't go overboard with bacon, but oh, bacon every once in a while, a little binge every month or so. Eh, in moderation is not the end of the world. Oh, I think my dad, when I grew up, he had the same breakfast every fucking morning. It was eggs over easy, toast, and bacon. Bacon every day. Now he died before he made 70, but it wasn't because of bacon necessarily. But uh, yeah, I think that might be like when they say it causes heart problems and stuff. Oh yeah, if you have it every day, like if you have it like once a month, oh well, like moderation. It might even be good for you like that every once in a while.
Right. There was
The
some kind of
fats
study
and
about,
stuff like that.
yeah, no, there's some studies about something like that for some. I don't want to quote nothing I don't know, so leave it at that.
But like I find it hard because yeah, I go through little phases with certain items. Oh, I for a while I'll be into bagels with cream cheese and butter, and then I'll be
Lock.
like sick. Then I'll be in locks. I love that. Then I'll get sick. I'll get sick of that. I'll eat it for a while, and then maybe I get into scrambled eggs and toast. Oh, and then after a few days I'm over. I eat even with the few like to go options or restaurants in town. The the good food is the Mexican food, right?
Yeah.
But we have our Thai place, it's all right. We have this and an Indian food place. We have like one or two of those. But if you want good food, you pick your poison of which Mexican place, right? But if you eat Mexican, as good as it is, like I have to like only eat it so much because there's been times where I've like went overboard. And then the next thing you know, for like months, I couldn't even think of eating Mexican food. I was over it. I like same with pizza. I'll like binge out on pizza, and then all of a sudden I'll be like, oh, I don't, and then I won't eat pizza for so long, right?
I could never
Or
do that.
like a whole bunch of items. Oh, I was really into this chicken pot Thai at lunch special at the Thai place, and I go there like a lot. And then, oh no, one day it wasn't that they made it any different. I was just like, yeah, I'm over this. Now, so many months from now, or maybe even longer, all of a sudden one day I'll be like, oh, you know what I want today? That, you know. But yeah, I'm picky. I guess I'm not that picky, but like I like and oh, my town restaurants and people that tried to open them, whether it was burgers, this, that, the other, didn't have a lot of success. Mainly it's a small town, so it's not a lot of people. But the only thing that's changed in my town in the 25 years, as far as, you know, everything, yeah, oh, fast food, right? Like all of them are represented somehow. Oh yeah, they opened up, and then of course McDonald's and Jack in the Box were there from the beginning, but then um, Subway, and then Winchell's. Like, oh, there's 5 donuts places that are independent Asian people run the donut stores, and then Winchell's open 24 hours. I think, oh, that's cool. Oh my god, it's the worst donut ever. Like, like but they're open 24 hours. So, uh, but when I was a kid in LA, my parents used to get a dozen Winchells every once in a while, and their chocolate rate. Oh, they were the best. They were good.
Yeah,
Now they're
Winchell's
like a bigger brand. Even I know, well, Smash ain't on the show anymore, but I've been to the East Coast where Dunkin' Donuts like predominant there, right? They you can pull off. It's not even you have to get off the freeway to go to a Dunkin' Donuts. They have like drive-throughs on the freeway to grab a donut. I've seen it with my own eyes. Like, yeah, if you've ever been to New York or East Coast, there's these like Dunkin' Donuts that you just you have like a lane and you pull in to the Dunkin' Donuts and you just get back. You didn't like have to go off the freeway off ramp, turn and go to the place. No, it was right on the freeway. I was like, wow, they really loved it. And it wasn't like, oh, there was Dunkin' Donuts and this other brand. No, only Dunkin' Donuts had these things. I was like, there's there's more than one of them. I was like, holy shit, that how do you lose if your donut shop is like basically the slow lane of the freeway? However, whoever got that deal back in the day, to be able to build those, that was a score.
Yeah, they were like, whoever thought of it, they're like, you're a genius. You don't even.
I think about getting a donut on the freeway all the time, but I don't want to have to get off, drive down the street to donuts. If I could just pull off, jump out of my car, grab the donut, or they even like have window service. Yeah, what do you need? But their donuts, yeah, they're not that good. And their coffee, not even. But when you have your spot on the freeway, you're set. But they're like an international brand. Like there's Dunkin' Donuts all over the world.
Do Dunkin's. I don't do donuts much.
Oh, I'm a donut like even some of my people when they used to come and know that I didn't wake up early and would be coming over at 10 or something, they knew the best way to like get me in a good mood or yeah, they'd bring me donuts. Like for years at my other house. Like certain people they knew my thing for donuts and they would stop on the way up there to yeah, it would pay off. Like I always appreciated donuts and would like kick down.
That's awesome. Yeah, I used to love Winchell's. The little tiger tails and eclairs and all those little twists, whatever you want to call them.
Well, it's. I mean, I guess it gets down to the ingredients, really, right? But oh, donut shop to donut shop. There's a. They're all not all donuts are created equal, and it's pretty simple. It's not like oh they did something fancy or whatever. But I think there's a difference in oh you buying this flour at this price or you buying this flour at this price. Oh, are you using this oil or this oil? But like, yeah, around me, there's 4 Asian donut places, but the one guy that's over in Bonzel, kind of the furthest away, used to be the closest to my old house, and I'm like a kind of he's still there. I'm still here. Even one of the times I stopped in there lately, he's like, "Oh, haven't seen you in a while," because I used to go there a lot because I lived right there. I don't know what he does. I'm not a donut guy, but his donuts are good. Same fucking things, except that like if you get there around 10:30, 11, yeah, his donuts are so good that the show he's only open from like morning to mid afternoon or whatever. But like after 11, oh, it's like, oh, that's all that's left. because yeah, people come and buy all of his fucking donuts because I don't. I think he just used better ingredients, like the dough, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, making me hungry. Eat yourself. You deleted yourself. But
Say donuts aren't that
you
complicated.
talking to dogs?
Well, my dogs, like, yeah, they tell me when it's time to eat, and
Yeah, it's time for me to
they
eat.
used to they used to eat much later when the sun, like I realize when I look at the clock and go, oh, already? But they're triggered from the sun. They don't know what fucking time it is. So like, right? So like, yeah, usually about an hour past dark is when they eat. So now, yeah, sometimes it's as late as 8, 9 o'clock at
Yeah,
certain time of the year. Now all of a sudden 5:30, they're like, fuck. They think it's time to eat. Which whatever, they eat when they want. But Terp, the main dog, yeah, he pretty much tells me when that's like his bark,
right. It's
uh
dinner time
and
for me.
if I don't act, then he'll chill. He gives me space, but then he's not gonna let me forget.
It'll remind you.
Yeah, but
What is it? 5:47.
quarter to no quarter to six. It's like still like that's what I mean. I look at my clock, it's only 5:47. Five. Oh, it's dark as fuck. It's been dark for a while. I
Yep.
guess I don't know exactly. I guess we're not gonna keep changing the clock. I don't know. I haven't figured out exactly what is happening when, but yeah, it seems so stupid at this point. Like, oh, it used to be a cool thing. Fall back, spring forward. It was like a change of like when I was younger. Now the last few years, yeah, they just seem like one, it takes me at least a week or longer to get used to it. Like, and even that, like, I'm not used to it those first few days. It's like, yeah, it's weird. It throws everything off.
Yeah. I just change my clock instantly. Right when it changes here, I go change my other clock that I look at. Just look at my stove still. 2 clocks that I look
Well,
at my stove. Right when it's changed,
mainly
right, it's changed.
at the other place, we we changed all the timers and everything to fit in this the lowest power rate is that from whatever time in the night to whatever. But here in myself, I never would change my timers. It would just like the timers stay the same, but the time changed. So like, oh, things would be an hour earlier or an hour later, but I never would like I wouldn't go and like go, oh, okay, I gotta change the timers on the lights. Oh, I gotta change the timers on the irrigation, the fans, what all these different things. I would just leave them the same because so many months later it changed back. Like half the year it was on the right hour, and the other half the year it was like an hour, I guess ahead, or I don't know. It didn't matter, right? Like that was like after so many years ago, I realized, yeah, it doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter what time it is outside to them. It just matters these times, right? The 12 and 12 and shit like that. Like, so what? The clock says it's 9, but the timer says it's 8. It doesn't know the difference, right?
It's crazy.
And I used to for like maybe 30 years. Basically get a second wind and be into working at night, like from 9 to whenever it takes, 12 to whatever. That was the job. And then I guess I don't know what changed. Now I'm like, oh, I'd rather work like maybe at 2 in the afternoon and be done by 6 or 7, or oh, even 5 or 6 and be done at 7 or 8. But that's not when the lights are on, right? And yeah, I have like headgear, these green lights, different things. If I sometimes, oh, I mainly when it comes like changing water and simple stuff like that, oh, I can do it in the green light. Except I can't really see that. Like my eyes are not as good as they used to be. So one of the things they're not as good at is like low light, where I'm like, fuck, I'm blind as a bat, even under the green light. You know, where yeah, my other partner, because he has kids, he does everything in the dark cycle, defoliate all these projects, which when he's in both in town, a lot of times he's like, yeah, meet me in whatever, we're gonna do this. And we get the headlamps on and like, yeah, I can't really do defoliation under the green light. I can't see. Like where, oh, when the lights are on, well, now it's easy to see. Oh, this leaf needs to go. This branch needs to be bent over or whatever. I in the dark, even with headlamp things, nah, I can't. I can like see like, oh, but work in it, no. So then I have to like motivate myself later at night, like to work. And yesterday I did it. I mean, I have projects every day, but then tonight I'm like, I've been on here with you guys, whatever. I smoked so much weed and I'm stoned. I'm like, yeah, that's the procrastination part of like if I could just take one of the effects of weed and take it away, it would be that part. That not all the time. Sometimes it actually motivates me, but other times uh, it's like a procrastination is what I call it. It's just like, yeah, you put things, you're like, tomorrow. One thing about plants is, oh, yeah, one day doesn't usually change much. Now, if I didn't water the veg yesterday, oh, today wouldn't have been good, but I knew that. But the rest of it, that's like we're automated. So the reses are everything clicks on. The fuck do I have to look at it for? But it's still early. That's what I mean. Like when the time changes like this, I go through this part in the evening where at 6 o'clock I feel like it's like already 9 or 10 o'clock, when actually it's not even 6 because it's been dark since 5. And then each day that drifts off, right? Not only do we change time, there's the natural cycle that happens already, right?
Yep.
I think like if we got rid of the time change and then years went by, yeah, we'd get into the natural cycle.
Yeah, they don't want us to get normal with be in nature.
Right. And like we would then realize, oh yeah, well, it gets dark earlier and later, not because of the time change, because somehow like the way the time of year they change the time, it's so abrupt. You almost think that, oh, it just got dark earlier because the time changed. No, it was getting dark earlier anyway, but not a whole hour in one day.
gradually 3 minutes a day or some stuff like that.
Yeah, which in that basically, yeah, if you believe like being in nature and in the natural cycle of it, that hour time change like breaks your, I mean, you could still do all that, but you'd have to be aware of all that. Where if we didn't have the time change year after year after year after year, yeah, you would be more in tune with the gradual changes in the sun, in the time it sets and rises, where the time change does this like artificial, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they are changing it. I thought it was already supposed to be, and even a couple places like, oh, my best friend that lives in Sedona, yeah, he never changes his time, which like sometimes like, yeah, there's times when I've called or like I've called him in the morning, it was like earlier than I thought it was and shit. And even my girlfriend in Abu Dhabi, like half the year she's 13 hours ahead, and then half the year with even 12 hours. So when you get used to the 12 hours, it's like, oh, okay, you don't even have to think. Oh, it's 6. And then all of a sudden we jump to 13, which is easy to figure out, but it's stupid.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's like I don't know. I know there's some states that don't even do it, but like most of the world doesn't do it, right? Or
I don't know.
like, okay, there's places like have way more landmass than us. Foreign China or even Russia has like so many different time zones across it. I was like, holy shit, we only have like Pacific, Mountain, Central,
3.
whatever. 3. We're pretty big, and then Russia somehow is whatever size, and they have like 12 different time
8.
changes, or 8 or something. Like I saw that, I was
Yeah,
like,
it's
wow.
ridiculous.
And I imagine the scale of China, they probably have. Okay, I get the time changes, like oh, New York, and
They're
we live by the sunrise and sunset, so that's but like, do they have daylight savings? And I guess I know the
no.
history. It was like important to farmers for labor
It,
or way back hundreds of years ago. It made sense, but we're past that at this point.
yeah, because everybody's not farming. What daylight savings time did was in the United States, most of the farming area would get at least an extra hour to hour and a half of daylight in the morning. So they would bring the clocks ahead. So when it was 4 o'clock, it used to be 5 o'clock. Well, that's because it's light now at 4 o'clock, and that's when you start to work, is when you
Yeah,
can see.
so they were using it in the front end, right,
Yeah.
for morning, where like even in my life, it's always been about how it affects me in the later part of the day, right? I never used it as a way to, oh well, fuck, I can just get up and fucking be at work at 4 in the morning. The sun's already up. No, I've never been the morning person. I sleep in the morning. I mean, last night I think I went to sleep at, well, I napped from like 3 to 4:30 till my friend got here, and then went to bed at 5 and woke up at 10. 10. That's usually when I wake up. But like
Yeah.
5, 4 in the morning, no.
I'm already up.
Even
That
during the
time.
months of having my hernia, I had slept myself out. Oh, I wish I could have just slept more because I was hurting. And so sometimes, yeah, 5, 6 in the morning, that's it. I'd fallen asleep at 10 at night or slept so much that I couldn't sleep anymore. Couldn't toss and turn. So I'd get up. It'd be like
I
5
wish I
thirty,
could
make
have
coffee.
that.
All right. And then I'd realize, what the fuck? Like, no one else I know is up at this hour. Right. It's not like I'm going to do anything. Like, oh, I have things to do, but at 6 in the morning? What? Like, I'm
6 in
not,
the morning.
I've never
You call
done that.
me.
I'm up at
I've
6 in the
never,
morning.
yeah, I get it that some people are. Shit, my buddy's out there surfing waves fucking the moment the sun comes up, right?
Yeah.
I'm not that way. Like some of it, I guess is just I think of myself, I'm just a rock and roller because like part of like my life was like, oh, you go to concerts and then you up late and then you after the show, by the time you go to sleep and then you sleep in the morning and you do it again at night, right? Like
Mhm.
and then when I went from pretty much that and it's like to growing, oh, you run the lights at 8 at night to 8 in the morning. And I was like, that's perfect. I'm already a night owl. Like right. And now it's been like shit most of my whole life. And yeah, I'm like a night owl.
Mhm.
Recently, no, I don't know. I got in this thing where I was going to sleep around midnight and then getting up around 8 or yeah, I shifted a little where I'm like, oh, it's kind of all right. It's not like I'm do much in the morning, but I don't do the all nighters like last night. I used to do that every night, like 4 or 5 in the morning would be when I go to sleep. And yeah, I lived at night.
Yeah, 3 is as late as I go every night. I wake up by 6 in the morning.
No, I don't like go driving around at night and shit because that's asking for trouble. I'm not afraid to, but like I realize, oh, you want to get pulled over? Be driving around at 3 in the morning.
Here in Thailand, you don't see a cop at 3 in the morning.
Well, here you
That's
don't
why
see many,
I
but
don't
if you
even
do,
look in my mirror.
That's because they're smart. They're in
I
bed.
don't have a fear of a cop trying to pin something on me just so he can write a ticket to make his numbers look good for his boss or raise money for his city. Over here,
yeah.
they protect the people. They don't, try to find something wrong and, fine you for it. Holy
Well,
shit.
I think slowly, especially in my area, we've gotten more toward that. I don't know if it was like a conscious decision they made or just the economics of it all. But yeah, the old days where I felt like even the highway patrol had quota, like you almost like knew like, oh yeah, at the end of the month these guys had to write a bunch of tickets to meet their quota and shit. You know
In
what I
the
mean?
beginning of the month, they'll write a bunch to get them out of the way.
I almost think like now they have this new strategy or whatever where I never get the sense that they're more than an off ramp away on the freeway, but they're there in case there's an accident. They're able to block off lanes and do their whole thing. And so if too many of them are writing tickets and doing all this other stuff, then they're not immediately available for things like that. I mean, I don't know, but it does seem like, at least in Southern California, there's no speed limit. There's weaving will get you in trouble if you do that. A lot of that turns out is other people driving call the hotline and say, yeah, there's X tuner cars, X whatever, weaving in this whatever, and sometimes the cops will like respond to that
Yeah.
because yeah, there's people that put money in their car. I get all that. I raced and like amongst racers, yeah, there was a place and a time like where you did the shit on a track, safety and helmet, and
You race
mainly
here,
that
what's
you
your
weren't
car?
going to hurt anybody else. Like, all right, what happens to you? Well, you know those risks,
Yeah,
and that's the big difference of like fucking around on the streets and any kind of
yeah.
zipping around is God forbid. But like, and that's a lot of like what happens too. Is it's
Yeah, they take your car right from here. I don't know what they're doing.
because I know how to drive and I'm into all that, and I see these guys on the freeway with like mainly tuner cars, but cars that are like built going really fast. But the only way they can go that fast is by like using all three lanes, and a couple people behind them are trying to keep up, and they might have to take a different lane because, and if any of those people react, having a car come screaming up their side and all that at double or more of the speed, yeah,
They freak out.
yeah, I have like, I mean, whatever, I mind my own business, but yeah, those guys are fucking idiots. And people have done that, and there's sometimes people are doing it in hot rod cars and different. It's not always just tuner cars and shit. But if you're on the freeway and then other people, no, that ain't cool.
I don't know. When I hit certain parts of freeway and I was out and cruising into that, I would open her up. She'd be $160 plus.
Well, a move here and there and getting around a car, but no, that you know what I'm talking about people on like it's not like the people are going slow on the freeway. People are going 70, 80 miles an hour. But these guys are going like 100 and something miles an hour, and never usually one. It's like a group of them, like 3, 4, like and that's even makes it more dangerous because, yeah, all it takes is one miscalculation, and then innocent people are caught up. Just people putting along. That ain't cool.
So, Brian,
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Brian.
what are we looking at?
Okay, where's the cats at?
Marijuana.
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 We're looking at a shitty camera.
Well, it looks a lot like J5's camera quality and the amount of variety and quality. You look like you got some killer bud.
Oh shit! All they can see is this, anyways. One person at a time. I went to watch the show. I was like, I saw Bud Dasher smoking by herself. I was like, that's crazy. I was like, where's he at? And I look back at us, and I can see all of us.
These ones are kind of spindly in this fucking jar here, but
Yeah, you used to use those jars. You get a lot out with some Don.
you take mustard on the cap.
Yeah, right. You see vinegar in a vinegar jar, right? And like people are like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "It's gonna work, bro. Try it." Like, I don't know.
These fuckers all open again here again.
Aww. You're like kitty.
I had to go save the cat. That's why I was outside.
Yeah, it's a moo. Another moo cat.
No, a moo is a pig or a cow. Well, I guess you're kind of calling my cat a Holstein cow.
Exactly. That's what we call it.
Huh? You a milk kitty?
Like, you're gonna say you want to get milk, kitty. Don't do that.
Actually, the cat does not like milk. This cat does not like tuna fish. It likes beef.
Hell,
Good stuff. I like beef.
yeah, man. Anyways, guys, I'm out of here. Everybody have a good week. I gotta go.
Get one there.
So
Don't forget Saturday, another takeover.
No.
And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this YouTube channel. And go to Fuminor.com. Use the coupon code BRAIN for a discount. Only on the beams.
All right, D. We'll see you.
Later.
Have a good night.
You too, guys.
Okay, we got two more cats fighting someplace.
Bud, you're the host, Bud?
Yeah.
On your phone,
We
switch
can-
it over to the other screen so it shows everybody at once. It's just only
All
one
right,
person.
let's see. All right, wait. Go to, what is it?
Just showing one person on the screen at a time.
Let me see here.
Can't show off his weed because he ain't talking. Well, he's not talking, so it just shows us talking.
Now.
My clanging jars aren't doing the trick.
Yeah, I guess it's tough to show your stuff.
Now, wait, what setting? I'm in the meeting setting.
You just have to slide your screen over to where you see everybody too. And then that's what it shows on the camera.
Oh, that's where I'm at.
You just have to slide it to the left or to the right.
Yeah, swipe your whole screen over.
Yeah, I have. Like now I'm in the middle.
Oh, there it goes. It just changed. Okay. Yeah, it just switched on the YouTube.
All right, is it good now?
We're 25 seconds behind. Yeah, I'm like 10 seconds behind. Yeah, it's good now.
That's where they're at.
Yeah, we look good.
All right. I don't know how that happened, but
Hey, can
'Cause I-
someone, Bud, can you mute me?
let's see.
I have to pound on the ceiling of my carport to get the cats off of it. There's
Is that what
two
I
of them
heard?
up there fighting.
I just heard something.
Wait,
go.
can't you mute yourself? Just hit the thing and mute.
I'm 25 feet away from my
Oh, we got his headphones
camera.
on.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
let me
outside.
see.
Let me see. I might be able to do something.
No. I'm not so sure how all these things work, but let me look some more. There's
Well, you guys
probably a
can put
way.
up with a little bit of this.
Well, I don't know. What's a little bit?
About that much, maybe.
Oh, well then, yeah, like a half hour of it, or even 5 minutes of it would have been.
So let's see. I can mute everybody. Or I could just
There.
mute.
Yeah.
Let's see if that takes care of them.
What? You had to
Couple
scare
out
them
here
off?
pulling weeds. Yeah, they're on top of the roof of my carport.
Fighting or mating or whatever they're doing.
They're
Courting?
They're fighting, but also at the end of my carport, the ends are like boxed and enclosed, but there's enough room for the cats to crawl up in there, and that's where they go, and they also fight. And it's hard getting them out of there because one end's blocked off and the cat is
Well-
usually backed up on the other end.
I know that there's a difference between cats like play fighting and fucking around or
No.
fighting. Like, and if cats are really fighting, then I've seen cats hurt each other, and then you have to take them to the vet because
Yep,
they tried to hurt each other. But
that's why you try to break them up before it gets to the point of costing you money. Because I
That's not
couldn't
good
see
if-
a cat hurt. I'd have to take it to the vet.
well, sometimes certain cats don't get along with other cats, like their whatever their trip is.
Well, one of the cats fighting on the roof is the brother or the sister to the cat that's literally in my house right now. The neighbor's cat comes over, cats, I should say, come over to my house, and they spend daylight from when he leaves at 6 a.m. and kicks them out. Then they come over to my house. So at 6 a.m. or a little bit before, I've got cats at my front door going, meow, meow. But they keep me company all day. And I
I had a
didn't start
cat
feeding them until lately.
that lives with us for like, I don't know, 15 or 16 years, Luna. And it like was the boss. Like it didn't care how big the dogs were or anything. It like it's hard to explain. Like, yeah, he Luna ran the house for sure. And would like pull like sometimes out of nowhere, just jump on the fucking dog's face and do like, yeah, she didn't fuck around.
Show
And
dominance.
I think it all started when she was a kitten, and then the dogs fucked with her when she was a kitten, and then she never forgot it. And when she got bigger, yeah, she was paying them back.
Man, I just got covered with needles. They're in
And
my
after
shoe.
a few skirmishes, the dogs like knew. Like you think the
Don't
dogs
fuck with
could
the
just-
cat.
Yeah, but the cat had like extra aggression, which was what I would call it. Like, oh, the cat was crazy, and that was its what do you call it? Its advantage.
Well, yeah, it's attacking something 10 times its size.
Yeah. And
I can't
now that I
pull
think
those
about it, it
dudes.
was one of those ones where I never was sure exactly, because I always thought it was odd that Sabrina said that, yeah, she went to the fruit stand, which was like on the side of a busy road, and this kitten was there, and that's how we got the kitten. But I always thought like, oh no, somehow she got the kitten, and it said that's how she got it.
All a cat has to do is come up and purr and be nice to me, and it's got a new friend. Hi, cats. Now I have both of them out here. You gonna play nice? At least you can just pull 85% of the weeds in my yard. And you pull one and it's a vine. So you can literally clear like a quarter of your yard with one vine. It would have taken a Thai guy fucking half a day to do the job I just did.
Why would it have taken them so much longer?
They're slow as shit.
Oh,
They get paid by the day. So when they go to work, they figure one job is whole day. Not like, no, this is just part one of the day.
Work done before
But
10. Get out of there.
since they get, paid by the day and they don't make that much, they figure, take the whole day to do the job.
Well, is it like
And
the
if
whole
you're like me,
culture,
you just don't have patience for that.
like they're like kickback, like they're like slower pace
Lazy,
overall, or you can call it what you want, but
lazy.
like slower pace.
The women are the workers here in Thailand. They work and they work hard. I mean, they do construction and shit.
Well, that's, I guess, good, but how'd that happen? The men are just lazy,
Yeah.
but how'd that happen?
Easy. If you've got a woman that's gonna, that you're coming from a culture that was, male dominant, and you're bringing it into, the new age, and the woman wants something, and the guy is happy with what they have, so he isn't doing anything extra. So the woman goes out and makes the money. Like, I have a landlady. She actually has like 12, 13 rental properties. The man doesn't do anything, but at his age, he shouldn't have to. But you can tell that he worked when he was young. Because
Well,
he's all crippled up.
That's how a relationship is ultimately supposed to be, right?
Yeah. But here in Thailand, because a lot of women and sisters will support them. I know a lot of girls that support their brothers, and their brothers they don't do anything. And it's like, well, why don't you,
I know
help them out if
they
he
have
gets a job? No.
a similar thing in the Philippines, but when you ask why, the Philippines is a little different. There's only two countries in the world, the Vatican and the Philippines, that don't have any like divorce law or like child support, all that. So it's like real typical that in the Philippines that men like, yeah, there's no law binding them
The
to
woman.
take care of their kids, right? And
Yeah.
yeah, and then over a long period of time, it like creates an imbalance in the way things are over there. Yeah.
The men are supposed to pay something here in Thailand, but they don't have anything. They don't have a job. So what are you going to get from, can't get blood from a rock.
And the only way you can get a divorce is like through the church. And then it's almost like, oh, it takes all these years and money.
If you had some money, that's all it takes. Just pay the right person and they'll sign the paperwork. It's just like any place. It's all about, bureaucracy and money and knowing the right person to sign the paper. Because if not, they'll promise it, but you paid the low man on the totem pole and he's got to pay everybody above him. So that could take an extra 5-8 months to get shit done. Where if you pay the right person, then shit gets done within a couple weeks.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, it's not actually done. It's just like records removed. It's simple shit like that.
Yeah. One click of a keyboard. Because believe me, the Vatican is all digital.
Well, even that, okay, I can understand the Vatican. Okay, no divorce law, right? But in Philippines, because
They're that
every
much
country
Catholic.
has like divorce law, like it's part of like even whatever religion or whatever country. Oh, there's procedures and stuff for marriages and divorce law around it.
In the old church books, when you would get divorced, they would strike your name out of the book. Like they would draw a line through it, which is like really apparent when it's all like perfect calligraphy. Or they would write your name upside down. And that would mean you have a bastard child or something like that on the birth certificate. I saw that sometimes in some of the I was looking through fucking records during the COVID.
Oh, wow.
Can't even get through all of my jars anymore before I feel like I got to close them right back up again. The end is near.
I'm that way. I'm almost, I probably have an ounce, maybe an ounce and a half. And I'm a few months away from harvest.
Now, how many years have you been in Thailand? 5?
Since 2017.
So like at the first year, you ran out of your own weed. It wasn't like, oh, well, at least I can get some from so-and-so in Thailand, right? Because only until
I
they
get
legalized
brickweed.
it was there, but there was always somebody that had something.
It's always brickweed.
Yeah.
Indoor, you would come across it every once in a while. And, you know, it was outrageous prices. It
And
was
that brickweed was
$15, $20 a gram.
Was like round, right? Like it wasn't like off of a bale. I remember the one you showed, if I remember correctly. I remember it kind of being
green.
No, but it was round, not the color.
Yeah. Well, the round shape came because instead of packing it in a brick form, they put it in a piece of bamboo and used the other piece of another bamboo or a little bit higher up to tap it down. So it made it a round cylinder, which I like those better because they don't crush the seeds. When you put them in the presses, they would crush the seeds. So you'd end up breaking up some decent flour,
and then
but it would have seeds all in it.
In like a whatever size bamboo, that length, how much weight fits? That's a pretty good way to.
That was 100 grams. That chunk was 100 grams.
To utilize the bamboo instead of a Ziploc bag or something, or like, yeah.
Well, no, that's what it was just compressed in. Then it was sent to me in a vacuum sealed bag.
That's still pretty cool that they used the bamboo to press it, or
Well, it doesn't crush the seeds like the other way did. That was the whole thing. So you were able to pull the seeds out and not, break it up and have all these little black specks all in your green weed, your lime green weed with, you know, tons of little black specks in it. You're just like, fuck all those seeds.
Well, and that, like say 100 grams, if it was just loose, would be like a bag, whatever size. And then
It's almost a quarter
after,
pound.
yeah, after compacting in the bamboo, it's a nice little unit that easier to move around.
Exactly.
Right.
And it's not a brick, so it looks completely different. You can even put them in the bamboo itself and put them back together so they look like one big long piece. So you could ship them that way, so they just look like a load of bamboo, and a couple of them are just all cut apart and separated. You could, on some of the bigger bamboo, you could move massive quantities in one bong section. You could probably pack easily 1 kilo to 1.5 kilos, so like 3.5 pounds in each bong. And then you've got like 14 or 16 of those long.
Well, I'm
And
sure
I'm
that
just
at some
covered
point in
in
time, because like they've been pretty creative as far as like different ways they smuggle stuff, like even put it inside a fish and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I'm sure they bamboo and anything like that.
The cornbread mafia used to cut open cattle and shove bricks of weed in them, and then they would sew them back up, and then they would ship them live across country, just full of weed.
Yeah, that's the extreme.
Guys out in my field today. Still can't get a yes or no on the field next to my house. They keep on taking pictures of the side that's against the other houses, and that's the small side, and they're taking pictures of that side but not the other side, which is like twice if not 3 times as wide. But it'd make a perfect area for a greenhouse. And then she wouldn't have to pay taxes because there'd be agricultural growing on it. Oh man, the hell with this. I'm done picking these things off. Ryan knows how I feel right now. I feel like a porcupine.
Oh yeah.
What are you picking up?
Little needles that were coming off of the
scruffy women
shit that I was pulling out of the ground here around the outside of my house. All the weeds.
Yeah.
So I've got all these needles.
Yeah, weeds got all kinds of shit in different spiky things and all kinds of different shit. Weeds are like definitely invasive.
But I basically, in the time that we've been talking, I basically cleaned my yard of everything that I could pull out of the ground. So I've got all the weeds out of my yard pulled. And like I said, I did it in a quarter of the time that would have taken a Thai person. I do have a guy that comes and he cuts the grass in front of my house and he clears along the side of my house. And he charges me $5 he comes around like every 2 months.
$5 will
Because
clear
it's
your
on the
whole.
other side of the wall. I don't need it to be every day or every week. Yeah. He probably spends probably $1.30 of what I give him. Well, not 30 baht. He probably spends 10 baht in gas just to cut my shit. You don't
You don't
make
cut
much.
the gas? Oh,
I mean, the guy came in and cleared all the leaves in my yard and pulled all the weeds by the roots out. And he
probably
only
going in your
charged me
JMF or your compost or your something.
100 baht. And he worked for like an hour and a half.
For an extra 20 baht, could you have got him to quack like a duck for you?
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, worse in my opinion.
So
I'm
basically, like,
I'm entertaining you, Brian.
that's like $3. $3.
Yeah, $3 for an hour and a half's worth of work.
Oh, I used to charge 50 per yard. Overgrown yard, detailed. Down on my hands and knees with scissors and freaking start cutting the edges of their hedges.
Have you ever watched one of those TikTok guys that go around and clean yards?
Yeah, that's what I used to do. It wasn't that bad. Like, because we don't have that.
Like, there's one guy that does it for free. He'll go and he'll find just some beat ass up fucking property, and he'll donate his time and spend the whole day just so he gets views. But he'll like fucking go through some shit.
Yeah.
Well, if you have,
we did that shit. That was good. A couple of bandit houses he does looks really good after.
if you have, 100,000 followers and you're getting 100 to 500,000 views, you're making like $4,000, $5,000 off of that.
Yeah, he was getting quite a few views. It was on Instagram, I think. But I sat and watched that guy mow lawns more than once.
There's a guy in Cleveland that's on Instagram that I follow because I actually know him. He goes around and repos, and he's got spotters all over town. So he gets a call on a car. He's got it on the back of a pickup. He pulls in and gone with the car in like 20 seconds.
Oh. I've been watching
his.
There's a local farm, like, for some reason in my Facebook videos algorithm, there's a lot of farming videos.
I wonder why.
Like eggs videos or whatever, where they'll show off their new combine or their new track fucking case fucking 680 or whatever the fuck, and the new fucking John Deere tillage that they got. But one of these farms that gets like a shit ton of views is it's called Larson Farms on Facebook, and it's just like it's within half an hour from here, maybe 45 minutes tops. But yeah, I used to work right near that place. But it's kind of cool. I don't know. I've kind of fucking gotten into watching all the they put out all sorts of episodes and they just show what they're doing that day. Usually it's something to do with planting corn or chopping corn or corn.
Wow.
Yeah, my algorithm doesn't come up with that stuff. I'd watch it.
It's called like Millennial Farmer or something like that. That's one. I don't know.
Taking care of a farm is hard work, that's for sure.
Both my grandparents were farmers. My great granduncle started one of the first 4-H clubs in America, and he was like a pivotal guy in like the actual 4-H, like the national thing. Like he spent time in Washington D.C. and everything. they say that he was one of the first small town schools to do a corn contest for their state fair or for their fair, and it became kind of like the first state fair.
There you
And
go.
I didn't know I didn't know about it until COVID. My mom's side of the family, they didn't. She said that she remembered maybe hearing something about 4-H when she was a kid, but she didn't realize that it was my great great grandma's little brother started it on some little tiny ass town in the middle of nowhere in Minnesota back in the 1800s.
I know when I went and was working for Normal, I would go to the Future Farmers of America and talk to them about growing hemp, the possibility of growing hemp for fiber, for oil,
Because I know they're in high
for their
schools. I don't know if
tractors and shit.
4-H is big. They got to be bigger than them, I would think. I guess I'm not sure how
Well,
big.
it's just a shoot off of 4-H is the future.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's
Okay.
what 4-H is. It's the Future Farmers of America, basically. Because
Yeah,
I've actually seen a Future Farmers of Ohio jacket here in Chiang Rai. I couldn't believe it. It was like a high school leather jacket.
Leatherman
Yeah,
or Letterman or
it was a
whatever.
Letterman's jacket, but one of the leather ones. And this was from like 1976, 77, 78. I tried buying it off the guy. Here
Yeah, I
I
found out
am
that
in northern Thailand, 12 or 10,000 miles away, trying to buy something from my home state.
I found an autobiography online and everything about it. About my great great grand uncle T.A. Erickson was his name. Both my grandparents had farms. When I was growing up, I
Great
built hay in
son
both
of
of them.
Leif Erikson.
No, because that was just seeds. And then my Erickson is CKSON, and I think Leif Erikson was CCSON. I could be wrong on that though. Probably am. But they do say there's something called the Kensington Runestone that's not too far from here too. It's like maybe
Yeah,
2 miles from here. And they say that that's like the oldest they claim that it's a runestone from the Vikings that came through like the north or the Great Lakes and landed on Lake Superior and then moved inward into Minnesota, and that it's from like 1400 something or something
1300.
like that. Yeah, 1300s
Yeah,
or 1400s, and they claim it's like it was way before Leif Erikson and all that, and like it's been all
Christopher
sorts of.
Columbus.
Yeah, it was way before that even. It was the Vikings actually, and it was like um but the rock there because it's this rock that's got all these inscriptions on it and shit, or like tells a story, and it's been like the Smithsonian and all these fucking big museums and shit. It's always goes traveling around, and there's like a fucking Discovery Channel fucking feature about it, which probably tells you it's probably
Yeah.
not real. A lot of people think
No,
it's a hoax.
it tells you about other artifacts that they found up in that region in Canada that were made by the Vikings.
I've got a
So it's
rock that's
just
way
not
older than the
one
Vikings.
piece. It's quite a few, different places where the Vikings were here.
I've got a
And
rock
they
that like
were
predates
warring.
them by thousands of years that my dad found. It was from the Woodland era Indians.
The Vikings had 2 seasons, farming season and raiding season. When it was cold, I'd leave there too. Get
Nothing
enough
in
food
Minnesota where
for
it's nice and
everybody
cold.
and then go make money.
Whoop, there it is.
It's a nice day out. There's a nice
I
little
like that sound.
breeze.
There it is. You can do it. There it is.
Oop, there it is. Oop,
There it
sorry.
is. Shakalaka, shakalaka.
She's playing in my head now.
Hey, team, back again. Check it, direct it. Let's begin. Party on, party people. Let's make some noise. DC's in the house. Jump, jump for joy. Party over here. Party over there. Put your hands in the air and shake the area. These 3 words mean something, something. Oop, there it is. Why I fucking know that, I cannot tell you.
I was gonna say, how do you know that?
Because I learned it
I
when I
was
was like
gonna
fucking
say because
12.
you used to go roller skating back then in like the 80s.
Back in the 90s, I did a lot of roller skating. We had the roller rinks around here.
There you
Oh,
go. That's where you
hold hands with the
remember that
girls.
song from.
Shit, man, that was intense stuff.
We had ice
They turn
skating
all the
rinks
lights
in
off
here.
and they'd give you flashlights to roll around with. For
I
the
wish that was. That sounds fun. We just had the ice skating rinks, which is fun in the middle of the desert. Some ice to skate on, nice and cold.
we got them outdoors in the winter.
Yeah, see, we don't got winter.
Yeah.
We didn't get winter, bro. Like this is winter right now. It's like it was 80 degrees today.
No, the thing is too is the roller rinks. That was something that we did during the winter. That was like the one thing to keep us occupied because the sun goes down right away. So, and when it's cold and the sun goes down at 4 o'clock, it gets cold, and dark quick. So none of the kids are outside. They all go to the fucking roller rink for a few hours after school. There's only like a once a week thing, but still, Thursday nights, where the fuck it was, you can bet your ass.
You can watch the movie where they roller skated outdoors on the lake or some shit. Where they're going. I just thought that was the movies and shit. But that shit was the movies, bro.
But on lakes, you can skate on lakes, but like it all depends on like how the ice froze, or if there was like a lot of times there'll be ice on top of the ice, like the sun will melt some snow on top of the ice and make make it wavy. But like the other thing too is there's usually snow on top of the ice, so like you gotta, there's people that keep them cleaned off and shit. Like there's people that go hardcore and they'll fucking put water on top of the ice to make a perfectly smooth surface. Or we used to do that in our yard a lot of times. We fucking hook the hose up to the sink and and run hot water outside and fill up a big fucking.
That's awesome. Fuck yeah. Holy shit. And we never had snow days here. We were never like, oh, we get to stay home, snow day. It's like, nah, you're going to school. You're going to school every day.
Oh yeah, I used to have a crazy bus driver when I was like in 8th grade, where he had pictures of his racing snowmobiles and shit up on the fucking dash or whatever. His long haired, he looked like James Hetfield. I remember that. He had like fucking the curly ass fucking party in the front, or what is it called? The fucking party in the front or party in the back, business in front. The fucking he had that shit going on. But in any case, he put us in the ditch like 3 or 4 times in that one fucking winter. Just because he's fucking like, because he'd wing the ass end around corners and shit out in the country and the gravel. Every once in a while, he'd wing it a little bit too much, and like on that when it comes back, God knows what I'm talking about. When you're fucking swinging sideways and then you overcorrect and you swing back around the other direction, and next thing you know, you're in the ditch. Fishtailing. We'd have to sit there and wait for another bus to come. And we'd all pile into the other bus.
Robert, you didn't get snow days but you got air conditioning.
Yeah, some of the classrooms didn't have air conditioning. We had to suffer.
All of ours didn't.
Some of them didn't. And some kids, they would be dicks and they would get the stink bombs and they would throw it at the air conditioning. So when it did turn on, oh God, you wish that it didn't turn on. It's like, man, now it smells like rotten eggs in here all damn day. Like fucking, yeah, it's fixed. Portables, they would do it with portables every week, at least twice a week.
We had 2 rooms that were air conditioned in the school, and they were the computer rooms.
Yeah,
That's when you had one computer class to graduate. You had to take one.
bro, what grade was that in?
Like, you had to take it for graduation. So anytime from
Seriously? We got that in
9th
sixth
grade to 12th grade.
Yeah, we got that in 6th grade. We're given computer class. We got to mess around with computers all damn day if we wanted to, damn near.
We did in 5th and 6th, I think. Oregon Trail and all that, number crunchers and math crunchers.
The Oregon Trail all damn day, bro. That shit was cool.
Man.
Buy all
You had
ammo.
died of dysentery.
But ammo almost. It's just not all day.
Shooting squirrels and shit. You sit in the middle of the circle.
We wind up hunting all day and we'd all die of dysentery or some shit.
No, not until I got to high school that they had a computer class.
Yeah, that's ours burned down with the pet class too. So like, we had a class with pets in it, bro. Somebody brought all their pets. One of the teachers brought all of these pets. A Mexican hairless dog and all kinds of turtles and all kinds of other weird random shit. A bird, and he had a class that we had a pet class. I don't even get it, dude. It doesn't make any sense today. Still in my head, I'm like, what the hell was that? Why was that there? So it was half computer class. They had
Tax dollars well spent.
I don't know what that was.
Hey, that was his support kitty and doggy. Don't be making fun about the guy's support animals.
Yeah, he had him instead of just keeping him at home, he had him in his class with him and like a class around him. Like he'd be like teaching Spanish class too in that class. Like 3 different things he
Well,
did. I was like, what the hell?
how could they be support animals if they're at home while he's working? They're not supporting them at all.
No. But then they were home, they burned down. When they burned down in school, they literally burned down. Like the whole 3 classrooms caught on fire.
There were support animals for his arson fucking.
And he burned down his animals. Yeah, they burned down. Good thing the dog wasn't there. That was upset. The turtle survived. The bird survived.
My bridge stapler? I need my bridge stapler. Have you seen my red stapler?
We had like tarantulas and snakes and shit in class. It was weird. Weird stuff.
I remember like in 3rd grade we had to dissect a cow's eye.
What the heck? 3rd grade? That's awesome.
Or the teacher did it in front of us, I don't know, like our grade we divided into halves or something. I don't know.
It's so cool.
It was like 50 kids at once would watch them dissect this eye. I think I squirmed and didn't watch.
We did crawfish. They did that was boring as hell. I was like, dude, I eat crab at home. This is nothing. I was like, this is not teaching me nothing. I already know what this is. Yeah.
We did frogs.
We had frogs
in like 8th grade or something, or no, 9th grade maybe.
It was about 8th grade. I can't remember if it was 7th or 8th. I think it was 8th grade. Science class. 8th grade, yeah. We had to share it like between 2 people. Had to share like the frog, but we all got like pretty much slice open everything.
I knew when I was going to college, a guy, fucking buddy of mine there, he worked at a they call it the Bio. It's this place that they import live animals for that places use for testing. It's like mostly like lab mice and all this shit. but I guess they have all sorts of different types of animals that get tested in different fucking colleges and whatever, all these different places. And so they like import them and then they ship them directly to the medical places. And apparently they'd gotten all these big bullfrogs or something like that from South America. And he fucking, I don't know if he grabbed one or two. I'm thinking it might have been like a paired couple or something like that. But he let him loose in this like because the town that I went to college in is like there's a chain of 13 lakes where you can go from lake to lake to lake, all because they all connect somehow. Like usually it's under a bridge somewhere, but like there's a lot of lakes and shit right around in that area. And he let it loose in this big marsh and shit in between these two lakes, and they took over all the fucking. They killed everything and they like became infested with these fucking huge fucking bullfrogs, and no one could figure out where they came from apparently. And everyone there kept their mouth shut because he never got in trouble for it. I was just
That's
waiting for him.
So he brought in and made a whole ecosystem change by bringing in some invasive
Yep, for two frogs. It was no more than two.
That's a bastard. A bastard. That's
I
why
mean, they must have wiped out like 20 species of frogs or something like that. Just from that little ecosystem, like it recovered pretty quickly once they got the frogs out of there. But
yeah,
remember, I don't even know if they even overwintered or not. But
that's funny. Shit happens, man. That fast and that easy. There's a perfect story for you. That shit's crazy.
remember that guy
It's over.
introduced me to chillums, and he would always fucking be a smile about how you had to fucking hold it and smoke through your fingers type fucking hit off it.
I miss chillums.
Teaching you etiquette.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing here in Thailand.
I have a chillum. What the fuck? That was my last hash pipe. The fuck?
Maybe that's what I should do. Is get them to start smoking out of my one end, but when they keep on wanting to clear the bowl head, they'll keep on getting a mouthful of ash.
When they can hit their one with the lighter 5,000 times and the fucking ash is still in there. Oh, I hate the oneys.
Oh, they'll just hold the lighter to it and roast the whole thing.
Suck the flame in.
I think I found it.
Like I'll always get like that one good hit, and then you get like 2, maybe 3 ass hits off it, and then you gotta catch it like 40 times. Oh yeah, I've had
you
many
don't
of
know
those.
how to hit it. I can hit a 1E at
I'm talking about like the little
least
metal one.
4 to 8 times. One that you can fit half your pinky in.
No, I'm just talking about like the little metal one hitter.
Times, all green hits.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about like the old aluminum bat. You can fit like a thumbnail of weed in.
I got all the glass blowers that were around me to adopt the pinky. And if you could put half to 3/4 of your pinky as your bowl head for your 1E, then it was perfect because you got between like 5 and 7 hits, 8 hits, and that should be enough to get you high. And you just slip it back in your pocket, blow it out and slip it back in your pocket. Oh, we gotta move, cat. I ran out of cigarettes.
Sprinkling? I ran out of cigarettes too a while back. I have to go to town. They're open.
Just roll another joint.
Yeah, I got a couple rolled sitting right here. I smoked a bunch, a little bit. I got too stoned. I have to chill for a little bit.
I had a cat on my lap that was sleeping.
I got my Herbie Derby behind me. All my dogs. Well, no, only two of them are inside. The other two are outside.
The static electricity from the cigarette pack is making the plastic stick to the cat. He's having a hell of a time. Ah. So I'm gonna have a tasting party on April 20th if anybody wants to come to Thailand.
Well, that's like 5 months.
Yep.
See what happens. Who knows what 5 months. Most likely the same old shit will be happening, but you never know.
You know, as long as you got a passport,
Yeah,
you got
I
a
keep
ticket to
that ready
ride.
to go. It's a matter of dogs. Dogs are like, yeah,
Kids.
they might as well be kids. Well, kids might even be easier to find people that grandparents watch them, or aunt, uncle. Dogs are a little different.
Can one of you pick a
Well,
number
I,
once you,
I can find people to watch my dogs if I really, yeah. Well, not that easily, but if I had to, I could.
can one of you pick a number 1 through 25?
Okay. I got it.
You
I
can just
got
say
it.
it. It's not a secret.
13. 13.
10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, this will be 13.
What did you win?
I won jar number
Jar
13.
number
Yeah.
13.
A little bit of purplage going on there.
So to kick off my nursery here, I'm going to hold a tasting event, and the lowest ticket you can buy is 1,000 baht to come to the event. And I'm going to limit the number of tickets because I've got a limited number of grams. And for 10,000 baht, you get the VIP ticket, which gets you 1 gram of 50 different strains. And you can also buy a gram too while you're there. But it's going to be an inflated price from the original 200 baht a gram.
Well, if you like promote it a little in this area you're in, you could probably get some enthusiasm for such a type of event, right?
In Bangkok, yeah. And I figure I would probably do right around 500 tickets, and that would be it. But then, you know, it would also bring in facilities and growers because you can also order or sign a contract or buy the clones outright. And I'll have clones available there at the event for you to take home. So you taste
500
it,
people
you try
is
it.
pretty many.
Yeah. So maybe 250.
That might be more
But still,
manageable.
yeah. But I've got a company that's willing to do, they already do the events in Bangkok. So all I have to do is kind of turn it over to them and give them X amount of the door.
And promote the shit out of it until it happens.
Yeah, and they will do that too on social media and everything. They've got a pretty good following already here in Thailand because they're the ones that put on the shit. Like the rooftop events that we really don't hear about until the week of.
The roof. The roof.
They also do like river cruises around cannabis and cannabis food.
Well,
which
in
hasn't
Bangkok,
caught on here.
there's probably endless amounts of different ideas like this. People doing events, people doing dinner, all of it. See what sticks.
Yeah, right now it actually ends Saturday. I'm quite surprised it doesn't end Sunday, but they have the Asian Hemp Expo going on in Bangkok right now. It starts today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and that's it. Or Saturday, and that's it. And my clones won't be here until Friday or Saturday, so I gotta stick around. If not, I was gonna go because I need to find the wholesalers. But I'm pretty easy to find the shit that I need here. Everything's online for Thailand. Brick and mortar stores for growing cannabis? Nope.
Thing of the
Very
past.
few, if any, exist.
Just the one that Bud keeps open.
Hey, I kept my local place open.
Bud put like 7 kids through college from that fucking one location. From his
I
spot.
made the guy a millionaire.
Well, it went both ways too. For every penny spent there, that it made you
It was
extra
a
money.
dollar earned. You know, I remember going to the grocery store and not flinching when they told me $6,000-7,000. You know, you go to a grocery store today and $6,000-7,000, you're thinking, holy shit, man, I gotta grow like 5 pounds, 6 pounds. Back then it was like, 6,000. Oh, I gotta sell 1.25 pounds.
Basically.
48 a pound, 1,200 a QP. I actually charge $12.50 for a QP, 48 a pound. But that's when you could buy a 1/4 pound for $12.50 and end up keeping an ounce for yourself. And it didn't last long, that was for sure.
The middleman era.
Yeah. I remember being that person too. Actually, what it was is, okay, you've got extra, I'll take it all. Why? Because in my area, there's nothing. I did that a lot. Go to Pittsburgh, go to Columbus, go to Toledo. because Ohio, Cleveland was dry.
You know why that is? Because
Yeah,
Cleveland
because we smoked it all.
get it? Because the rocks are dry.
Mm.
That was the ultimate dad joke, I think. Not really.
What's up, kitty?
I told you not to comment that in front of other people.
It's a meows.
Meow.
Scratch.
Oh, kitty! Where'd my yellow go? Nice and
Gee.
covered with a bunch of junk.
From Weed Nap, we're still going. Yeah, do 5-4. Came back from Napa, we're still going. That's hilarious.
Nah. Well, thanks for hanging out today, guys, for the extra time.
The extra time, the whole day, the whole evening too, the whole day and afternoon.
Hey, I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Now what time is it over there? Let's go.
Well,
bet it
what
is.
time is it at your house?
I don't know. My phones are all occupied. It's 7:11.
Oh.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
I bet it's 9:11 in Thailand. 9:11 a.m.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I think we should end the show. I'm going to town to get cigarettes. I'm nicking.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat some bacon and
See you guys Saturday. Have a good rest of the week. I guess I should let everyone sign off. Fumi's already gone. Whoever's next, go next.
Goodbye, everybody.
All right, Ryan. Have a good week.
You too.
Ryan.
Later, everyone.
Good seeing you, Ryan.
You too. Green fingers. Captain
Ryan.
Bud.
Yep.
Respect.
I'll be next. Everybody, have a good night. Thank you, Fumi, D, Bud. It was great seeing
Yep.
you. Thanks for being our host this evening. Robert, as always, chat, stay safe, stay high, stay happy. Peace. Hey, kitty, I gotta move.
All right, everybody. See me. Thanks for having us on for so long. Letting us take over. You're watching. Probably watching. Captain Bud, thanks for keeping us rolling.
Yep. Have a good weekend.
You
And
too.
everyone in chat, have a good weekend. And thanks, Fumi, for the platform.